Alright, hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. Probably wondering where I got this beautiful cup of... It does not want to show the coffee. You can kind of see the reflection of it, but you might be wondering where I got that beautiful cup of coffee at. And to find out the answer, check out my Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations review, which should be out by the time this video goes up. But of course, we're reviewing The Invasion, and so I'm reviewing pretty much every 2001 pay-per-view post WrestleMania because that's where things really kick off. Now, we're not quite full scale in The Invasion yet, but we're starting to see the seeds being planted in more ways than one. And you may ask, Nigel, what? Oh, where are those seeds? I don't really see anything on the show. I've watched Backlash 2001. What seeds are you talking about? There's seeds there. We're gonna find out which ones. I'm of course talking about. Well, I just mentioned it, but Backlash 2001. So, as always, I'm not professional. Not a professional wrestling viewer or anything, or analyst or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I had a pretty decent time with this match. Normally, backlashes after WrestleMania, when they used to have backlash after WrestleMania, are usually either better or not as good at, as WrestleMania, or sometimes they're on par. This one, it'd be hard to compete with WrestleMania 17, aka probably one of the best WrestleManias of all time. But still, I had an okay time, I would say. Watching the show, there are some gems, there are some stuff for historical reasons, and admittedly, this might be the biggest collection of matches I want to review individually, but now that we're doing the invasion and now that we are watching this pay-per-view, I'm glad they're kind of here in one place, but nevertheless, let's get right into it. If you've seen these reviews of mine before, you can already know how this works, but if you haven't, gonna be talking about what I liked, disliked about each match, and we're gonna go match by match. Match, match. A couple things to kind of lean into where we're getting into here, leaning into the pay per view. At this time, Shane McMahon is the owner of WCW. I almost said the WCW, but Shane McMahon is the owner of WCW. Stole it right from under his old man's nose, and so Vince pretty much is trying to get back at Shane. The two-man power trip is an entity. And they already have the Intercontinental and WWF championships. Steve Austin is the WWF champion. He won the title back at WrestleMania 17 when he turned heel and essentially sold his soul to Vince McMahon, or to quote Jim Ross, who is on the call for the show, shook hands with Satan himself, that being Mr. McMahon. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Triple H is the Intercontinental Champion. Let me see how he won the Intercontinental Championship. Triple H. Okay, so Triple H took the Intercontinental Championship from Chris Jericho. Which is crazy. At this point, I get where they're going with this, and you're going to see later on in the show. Triple H at this point really doesn't need the Intercontinental Championship. He's already a bona fide main eventer. The Intercontinental Championship is more of a mid-card title. Now, not saying main event level superstars haven't won the Intercontinental title before and since, because it's happened plenty of times, but at this point, did Triple H really need the Intercontinental Championship at this point? He's already Triple H. He's already been WWF champion multiple times, but nevertheless, he is Intercontinental champion here. And so the two-man power trip hold the two top titles, but now they're looking to add two more because they're facing Undertaker and Kane in the main event to hold all the titles. And if the opening promo package for Backlash is to be believed, the ones who hold all the gold will be the ones who hold all the power. And they may win the gold, but who will have the power? The ones who hold all the gold. You just explained it to us. Why'd you then ask a question, answer your own question, and then ask the question again? That's kind of weird. But no, as for the event itself, now we're heading into the event itself. Those are the main things I needed to talk about. But uh, I but But we do also have Insurrection coming up. That'll actually be the next pay-per-view review we'll do later on tonight. But that one also is going to be. Well, we'll get to it, but that one's a week after this one. But as for this event and for Backlash here, we're now getting into the show proper. There are two matches that were on Sunday Night Heat, that being Jerry Lynn Bell and Crash Holly and Lita defeating Molly Holly. They did not make the pay-per-view, but they were on Heat. I decided I probably wouldn't bother because those are like pre-show matches. But that's now getting into the actual card here as the X Factor, or that being Albert, Just Incredible, and X Pac battle the Dudley Boys, that being Bubba Ray, Devon, and Spike Dudley. A couple things. And so actually, one thing I have to mention about the pay per view itself, in like the transition packages and even like at the end of the opening package, the swinging hooks, yes please, coolest things ever. But also, when it comes to this match, Spike Dudley teaming with his brothers, given all their history, is quite interesting. But also, the X Factor finally have a decent sounding theme. Look, I don't listen to Uncle Cracker. All right, I was a 2000s kid, but I was late. I was much later 2000s when I got into wrestling, and I was only like I wasn't even a year old when this pay per view takes place. But the Uncle Cracker theme after like you're doing with the X Factor. It's so jarring. It's been memed so many times. It's been ridiculed and made fun of by wrestling fans ever since. And apparently it was a personal choice by X Pac. I saw the interview he did with, I believe, Chris Van Vliet, where he talked about wanting the Uncle Cracker music afterwards. Or it's between. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. No disrespect to X Pac, between that and him apparently not liking his solo theme while he was with that being Make Some Noise, X Pac doesn't have the best taste in music. There, I said it. It's out there, but no disrespect to my Uncle Cracker fans, but it's just very weird, very jarring. Was there another song he could have picked, perhaps? Like, if you really, sorry, I had to adjust my background here. If you really want Uncle Cracker, you're telling me there wasn't a more fitting theme for it, but this theme, it's not much. It's much better, but it's not amazing. But nevertheless, that's beside the point. As for this match, pretty okay, pretty standard 6-man stuff for the most part. The fans chant, "We want tables," and they eventually do get their tables, but not before X Factor get the surprising win with the double super kick from both X Pac and Just Incredible, which I guess was probably the inspiration for the Usos later on about a decade later. But afterwards, the fans do indeed get their tables. Bubba Ray and Devon and Spike set up the tables. Well, it's a low blow from Spike, and then the 3D to X Pac to put him through the table. So the Dudley Boys lose the match, but they win the battle, and the fans do get their tables. But we'll see these two teams cross paths again, and when we get to Insurrection, but. As for this match, not bad, not a bad opener. Kind of a way to kind of wake the crowd up a little bit. It's they want their tables, they get the table. Also, kind of a good, decent little primer match for the night to come. But next up in a hardcore match for the Hardcore Championship, Rhino defends against Raven. Of course, both men from ECW, so of course you gotta put them in a hardcore match, but. This match pretty much a lot of weapon and a lot of hard shots from the weapon, and including Rhino, I believe hitting his elbow on the shopping cart. There was a spot with the shopping cart that was brought into the ring. As someone who used to work in a grocery store with her, and one of the jobs I had to do was push shopping carts, and having those shopping carts accidentally run into me by accident, or like kicking my leg by accident as I was walking on the shopping cart. Those things kind of hurt, and so I imagine that was probably not a fun bump to take from Rhino. Oh, but he did, and these two just absolutely plunder each other with weapons, and Rhino does eventually get the win over Raven. And but and but so Rhino does retain the hardcore championship, and ECW guys kind of typecast into doing ECW things, uh, at least it was entertaining. The shots were kind of hard, heard, so props to both men on that, I guess. But yeah, so Rhino gets the win over Raven. But next up though, in the Duchess of Queensberry rules match, William Regal battles Chris Jericho. So Willie Reeks is the commissioner, the physical commissioner, in the WWF at the time, and has been getting into it with Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho really challenging William Regal's authority. This is back when WWF had commissioners, which were pretty much like the early version of like general managers and stuff. In fact, let me know if you guys want to see WWE bring back commissioners. Me personally, in a way, they kind of did. I think Adam Pearce was commissioner for a while, or I think it was just acting general manager. But yeah, so there was commissionership. So now William Regal is battling Chris Jericho in the Duchess of Queensberry rules match, and we do see earlier, like between matches and everything, William Regal welcoming the Duchess of Queensberry to the arena and everything, and we are in the Allstate Arena in Chicago, aka Rosemont. And so William Regal welcomes her and everything. And what are the Duchess of Queensberry rules match? What are the Duchess of Queensberry rules for the match? Pretty much whatever William Regal and the Duchess say they are. Now, obviously, the whole scheme of the match, the whole joke of the match is that the rules are ever changing and nobody really knows the rules, so it allows William Regal and, by extension, the Duchess of Queensberry to essentially make them up as they go. So that's kind of the whole crux and everything of the match. But it's to the point where the referee doesn't even know. Literally, the only two people who know are William Regal and Duchess of Queensberry, and apparently Paul Heyman, because he has an uncle who's kind of familiar with the Duchess of Queensberry rules, aka Paul Heyman, kind of going along with the rules. Now, obviously, like I said, I get the joke. The joke makes sense. It's pretty much it's scheming to screw Jericho over in the match. But shouldn't the referee theoretically also be in on the rules as well, so he knows how to, I guess, leave the cap off? Shouldn't the referee also theoretically be in on the rules so he knows how to properly enforce the match? And now, obviously, I get it. Like I said, it's to make up the rules as they go, but that's but I think logistically, even from like a kayfabe point of view, the referee probably should be in on it. But I guess William Regal and the Duchess disagree. But uh, but nevertheless, so as I kind of mentioned, the rules ever change. For example, there's apparently rounds in this. So I guess they're using the round system, which I do know is kind of a part of like European style wrestling. There is like the round system. I believe it was uh, was it the AW? Uh, uh, I forget at the exact wrestling promotion. AWF. That was it. The AWF that used the round system in their matches, and we also saw it in like the King of the Mountain matches in TNA, and we even see it in like the Heritage Cup rules match down in NXT. So this match does apparently have rounds, even though there's technically only 2 rounds for this match. Then rules made when Regal gets himself disqualified that there's no disqualifications, and William Regal taps out to the walls of Jericho. Oh, uh, and the Duchess declares that you can't win by submission. So pretty much just stacking the deck against Jericho. Jericho eventually does have enough though, beats down the kind of security guards that the Duchess has with her. Which of those two ended up becoming a wrestler? Because you know how extras are in pro wrestling. Do let me know in the comments if you guys know for sure. But Jericho does put the Duchess in the walls of Jericho. And I won't mention what Jericho was said about the Duchess on his way down to the ring because different time essentially. But But Regal then nails Jericho with a chair in order to get the win. So Regal and the Duchess, whose who kind of wig is falling off, which is funny, they end up escaping, and so Jericho is essentially screwed over. But don't worry, we'll see how things go when they rematch at Insurrection. Also worth mentioning, I should mention the commentary team. It is a lot of people consider a very underrated duo in Jim Ross and Paul Heyman, and admittedly, they do have some pretty fun chemistry. Jim Ross is known for his commentary with Jerry Lawler, who was out at this time. This was around the time where Jerry Lawler was not in WWE, WF, because they fired his then wife, the Cat, and so Jerry left in protest alongside her, but so Jim Ross was doing commentary with Paul Heyman for this. Yes, and Paul Heyman was Jim Ross's commentary partner for a while on Raw. Eventually Jerry King Lawler would come back and Paul Heyman would be fired on screen, but I do know they also will be kind of a commentary duo as we get more into the invasion. Uh, but hey, yeah, so the match was still pretty fun. It was some pretty fun action between the two, and admittedly, the kind of changes they were making with the Duchess of Queens it was very heelish. But it was also kind of funny. It added that extra like layer of depth and storytelling to the match. But next up, we have the 30-minute ultimate submission match as Chris Benoit battles Kurt Angle. Well, pretty much two of the best technicians on the roster at this time, going head to head. Yes, please. And they put it over huge in like the hype package for it. And so we see them facing off here. So the rules are they're a lot more defined than the Duchess of Queensberry, but the rules are whenever you get a not disqualification, and whenever you get a submission, I should say, you get a point. Right, so, we see them putting each other in submissions, and both men are very well versed when it comes to submissions. So, Angle. So Angle gets the first points, then Benoit hits a point, and Angle gets 2 points up on Benoit, and then Benoit quickly with then Benoit with two submissions to get Angle up, so it's 3-3, and at the closing moments of the match initially, is when Kurt Angle has Benoit in the ankle lock. And it's also worth mentioning both men made each other tap with their own respective submissions. Of course, Angle has the ankle lock, Benoit has the crippler crossface. So now Benoit is stuck in the submission, and as time finally expires before Benoit taps, but time expires, so it ends in a draw. But then the referee declares sudden death. So, now the next one to score submission wins, and it ends up being Benoit who does make Kurt Angle tap out to, I believe, did make him tap out to the crippler crossface. Yep, to finally win 4-3. Fantastic match. Like I said, two of the best technicians just going at it for 30 minutes was absolutely an absolute treat. Now, Iron Man style matches like that are usually hit or miss, I feel like, in WWE, but I think in this, WWE/WF, but I think in this, they very much nailed it, and I think that also comes down to performers, because Benoit and Angle are as versed and as talented as they are, they definitely were able to make the match work. And the fact that they went with the submission route, I think, really not only played to both men's strengths, but also really played to the drama in this match. To see both men really fighting for those submissions was really awesome and really interesting to see. And it added that level of like drama to the match, and you kind of feel the struggle of both men as they try to lock in submissions and get points. So very, very well done in that regard. But next up, we have the last man standing match as Shane McMahon battles the Big Show. So the Big Show is pretty much kind of the mercenary for Vince McMahon, and is tasked with taking out Shane aka the owner of WCW, in this match. And Shane and Big Show have kind of been going at it. They've been attacked. Big Show has attacked Shane. He's also attacked Test, who is the first WCW superstar to align with Shane. So uh, oh, Test being WCW along with Shane really is probably a bad omen of things to come, but we'll get there when we get there in terms of the alliance. But even before this on SmackDown, on a promo so nice they had to show it twice, both in the high package and on its own, where Shane McMahon has like the storybook. Again, kind of talk about Big Show. He makes the beanstalk, like the Jack and the Beanstalk analogy. And pretty much talking about, oh, Big Show's going to have a great fall. Well, one of them's going to have a great fall. It's not quite going to be the Big Show, though, as you'll see. But Shane ain't having fun with the Beanstalk promo. Something they tried to make Roman Reigns then do. Oh, also to the Big Show later on. And this wasn't Tribal Chief OTC Roman Reigns. This was Big Dog Roman Reigns. More specifically, 2014 Big Dog Roman Reigns, and it did not work. It was pretty cringe. And don't forget the early days of Roman Reigns when it comes to promos were they were something. But nevertheless, we then go to this match here, and this match is pretty David versus Goliath, with Shane really having to find different ways to overcome the Big Show and try to overcome the size difference. But Big Show annihilating Shane for most of this match, including like putting him down for several moments until the referee counts. And before the referee can get to 10, Big Show just picks him back up and delivers more punishment. So there was that aspect. Test does show up, and he kind of gets his revenge, his lick back on the Big Show. Sorry, I am adjusting my background quite a bit because it keeps kind of falling. But oop, not that. There we go. But yeah, so Test has kind of gets his lick back on the Big Show, nails him with the big boot, so they battle as well. Oh, and eventually they go to the stage area. Shane climbs up the structure on the stage. Test takes down the Big Show, lays him down, tells Shane to jump. Shane with an absolutely insane dive off the stage, onto the Big Show. Oh, and then Test picks up Shane's kind of lifeless body and props him on like the rotating camera. We'll leave it there. I'll stop messing with it for the video. We'll have it fixed by the next video though. But Test props Shane on like the moving crane cam in order to give him the win. So absolutely crazy dive. They replay it multiple times, and Jim Ross, I think it was, called it, saying this will be replayed for years to come, and it very much is. It's one of like the most replayed moments. It's one of Shane McMahon's most recognizable dive, of which there are several for Shane, and it kind of became one of his major characters. I think this was one of like Shane's first like really, really big dives that I can remember. Of course, Shane would do it several more times throughout the years, but this was one of the earliest ones I can think of. But just absolute insanity. So Shane gets the win, and David essentially overcomes Goliath, and so Shane gets the big win here. But man, he's messed up, and props to Shane for that absolutely insane dive. But next up, we have in the semi-main event, we have the European Championship Triple Threat. Matt Hardy defends against Christian and Eddie Guerrero. Matt Hardy is the European champion. I totally forgot Matt Hardy was ever European champion, but he is. And so this match, okay. Hey, kind of the palate cleanser between the two kind of big matches, between the Last Man Standing and the main event. Kind of gives the crowd a chance to catch their breath. Not too bad of a match. Jim Ross talks about how it's so great that the other team members aren't here to interfere. And then the other teams interfere. First, Edge shows up to try to help out Christian. Then Jeff Hardy shows up. Sadly, nobody to help Eddie. But eventually, Matt Hardy does pick up the win, and on Christian. He pins Christian to pick up the win. So kind of okay match. Like I said, kind of kind of gives the crowd a chance to catch their breath for the main event, and which is up next for all the titles and thus for all the power, or the two-man power trip, which I guess makes sense for the for the promo package. The two-man power trip battles the Brothers of Destruction, that being Undertaker and Kane. This, of course, is like the this, of course, is the American Badass Undertaker, who's coming out on the motorcycle and everything. And this is still when he had the rolling theme, but yeah, Austin and Triple H are the two main champions, and so the stipulation for this match is that if Undertaker and Kane pin Austin or Triple H, whoever pins who gets that respective title. So if say if Kane pins Triple H, he becomes Intercontinental Champion. If Kane pins Austin, he becomes WWF Champion, and vice versa. But if Austin and Triple H win, they obviously become tag team champions, because that's the ones that champion. And also nice to know Austin and Triple H overcame their problems. With Triple H hiring Rikishi to run over Steve Austin, and Austin then repaying the favor at Survivor Series by dropping Triple H from a forklift while Triple H was trapped in a car. Time heals all wounds, but nevertheless, as for this match all right for the most part. Kane, of course, sporting a big old bandage on his elbow, I believe. Oh my goodness, not something over there. I'll pick it up in a little bit. I believe Kane was dealing with a staph infection at this time, so his arm is bandaged. The fact that he's in this match at all is pretty crazy, and they go after him for the majority of the match. Undertaker are trying to be the overprotective big brother, saying like, no, Kane, don't get in the match. Let me do most of the work. But Kane not having any of it, and he does get dominated most of the match, almost to the point of excess, but some decent back and forth. And Undertaker does get his time in as well, and of course you got to have the interference from Stephanie. He also worth mentioning. I forgot Triple H had his game theme earlier, or this early in his career or so. Well, I wonder when he stopped coming out to my time, um, yeah, so very much almost a handicap match for a lot of it, and kind of a foreshadowing things to come when we get to Insurrection. But eventually, Stephanie does get involved. It's a big old boot from Kane. Vince gets involved as well. And that allows Triple H to nail Kane with the sledgehammer to pretty much retain his championship, retain Austin's championship as well, and become the tag team champions with Austin. So Austin and Triple H pretty much have 4 belts, two each. So they essentially now have all the power. So the two-man power trip is essentially on top of the world. Also, shout out to Austin with the red braces on his knees. We'll also see the different color brace for when we get to Insurrection. But this match, not a bad way to end off the show. Well, a little too much beating down Kane, but it does add to the overall story, and we'll see how things unfold further when we get to Insurrection. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is Backlash. So, in terms of my favorite and least favorite match of the night, or strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest, definitely the Ultimate Submission match. Definitely a lot of fun. A fantastic match. If there's any match besides Shane and Big Show, which Shane and Big Show is like a close second, mainly on the strength of the dive. If there's any other match that you check out on this card, definitely check out the Ultimate Submission match. It is fantastic. A fantastic match. Cannot recommend it enough. And as for the weakest match of the night, probably the European Championship match. It's not a bad match, just kind of weak compared to everything else, and a decent little come down between the matches. But yeah, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor. Like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends. Turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on on Backlash 2001 and my review. Did you dislike the show? Did you like my review of the show? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Alright, hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It's Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. So, last time WWF was in Chicago for Backlash, and quite a bit went down on that show. The two-man power trip held all the gold and thus held all the power. We saw Shane McMahon take an insane dive onto the Big Show. And we saw some other cool stuff happen as well. But now, a week later, at least in terms of this timeline, and WWE or WWF, I should say, is now in the UK, more specifically in Earl's Court Exhibition Centre or in London. So let's see what's going down now that we're across the pond. It's time for Insurrection 2001. So, as always, I'm not professional wrestling reviewer or analyst or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I had an okay time with this match, with this show, I should say. Now this one kind of similar to like Saturday night's main events, especially nowadays, kind of a glorified house show in a way. But it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes you just gotta give the people what they want, and that's okay. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. But if you haven't, I'm gonna be talking about what I liked and disliked about the match, about each match, I should say. Excuse me, and we're gonna go match by match. No matches on Sunday Night Heat this time around. I don't think there was a Sunday Night Heat before this one because this was on a Saturday. I forgot. It actually just slipped my mind that this was on a Saturday. Hey, sorry, but yeah. So, we're on a Saturday here, more specifically Saturday, May 5th. It's on in 2001, and it's not May the 4th, but it is Revenge of the 5th. And something going into it that is worth mentioning is that Linda McMahon has apparently in kayfabe changed up all the matches. So it opens up Insurrection, that is, opens up with William Regal and Mr. McMahon talking, and Mr. McMahon is complaining about each match being changed by his wife, soon to be ex-wife Linda, and sure enough, Linda comes in and tells them that she has indeed changed every match for the sake of the crowd, to give the crowd, I guess, more so what they want. And so I guess this card is technically following December to December 2006 rules. Except thankfully not every single match is gonna suck here. But Linda also says that the only match that was not changed was the main event between the Undertaker and the two-man power trip. Yes, before at Backlash, it was a tag team, Undertaker and Kane, the Brothers of Destruction, versus the two-man power trip, and of course, the Brothers of Destruction lost. This time, the Undertaker wants the two-man power trip all to himself, and so he specifically not only refused to have the match changed, but actually requested that it be a handicap match between the two-man power trip. He's out for revenge for his brother being taken out by the two-man power trip, and so Linda McMahon obliges, but other than that, in terms of kayfabe, every other match has been changed, which does make me wonder, or in kayfabe, what was the original plan? And not entirely sure, but nevertheless, let's get into the show proper, starting with a singles match as Eddie Guerrero battles Grandmaster Sexay. Now, I did forget to mention in my Backlash review, so I'll mention it here. They did show a segment after the Shane McMahon Big Show match of Steve Blackman in WWF New York, and Grandmaster Sexay kind of interrupted him. Steve Blackman was doing kind of like interview segment, kind of talking with Jim Ross and Paul Heyman, or I believe it was Jonathan Coachman, if I'm not mistaken. But then Grandmaster Sexay interrupted him, and kind of a funny segment there. But Grandmaster Sexay this time on the actual card, and they mentioned that Scotty 2 Hotty was injured, so Grandmaster Sexay is going it alone in terms of Too Cool. And at this point, I believe Rikishi is still a heel, so Grandmaster Sexay, of course, forced to essentially go it alone. Meanwhile, he's battling Eddie Guerrero here, who, if you remember from Backlash, unsuccessfully tried to capture the European Championship. This match, kind of just okay. Kind of a way to kind of wake the crowd up. Nothing too crazy happens on the show. a decent little back and forth with Eddie Guerrero getting the win and kind of rolling up Grandmaster Sexay and using that lying, cheating, stealing tactics that he's known for in order to get the win, and I believe grabbing at the tights, if I'm not mistaken, and in order to pick up the win, which he essentially does in this match. So Eddie gets the win over GM. I'll just call him that, so I don't have to say it every single time. But yeah, decent little match. Nothing, like I said, nothing too crazy, nothing too spectacular, but yeah. And so, decent, I guess, way to open the show. But next up, in a four-way elimination, or actually, hey, whoa, I jumped way ahead. Let's back up. Up in six-person tag team action in question mark, and you'll see why that question mark is there. The Radicals, that being Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, and Terry Runnels, battle the Hollies, that being Crash, Hardcore, and Molly. Now, Terry is not in her wrestling gear, and she said she couldn't find a wrestling gear. She couldn't find a shop to where she could buy wrestling gear. You're telling me there was no place in London that sold just like a pair of pants and like a shirt, right? Because that's what a lot of other wrestlers wrestle in. But nevertheless, she comes out saying she's not wrestling, so it's just going to be a straight up tag between the Radicals and the Hollies. But Holly is having none of that, and she goes after Terry Runnels anyway, and even gets herself tagged in at one point to battle Terry. Otherwise, this match, again, just kind of okay. A not terrible action between the two sides. We're not quite at Moppy yet with Perry Saturn. And for here, he's just the Radicals teaming with Dean Malenko. Oh, and the Radicals at this point, I believe, have lost both Eddie and Chris Benoit in terms of their team structure. So it's kind of just them, and then and of course Terry and Perry are dating in storyline. But hey, and they might have been dating in real life as well. Not entirely sure, but yeah, at this point. Well, I think that's where we're at in terms of timeline, and then of course the Holly Cousins Crash and Hardcore, or hopefully Crash getting a lot more sleep now, and everything now that he's no longer Hardcore champion. But nevertheless, as this match, decent little back and forth. Ultimately, thanks kind of to a distraction from Terry and Molly, it allows the Radicals to pick up the win over the Hollies and get at the win and kind of escape there. So I guess props to them. But next up, Big Show comes out to cut a promo. Calling out Test, who he attacked previously. He and kind of damaged his ribs, so Test has to tape up ribs. But Big Show calls him out, calling Test a coward. Or, yeah, how dare you have your ribs injured by me and not able to compete? You're a coward. But Test, sure enough, shows up, and they get to brawling. Big Show tries beating up Test, and so Big Show then attempts to walk off, saying nobody's stepping up to him. He does take out Test on the outside, but then Bradshaw shows up and battles with Big Show, and we have a match apparently. Cool, but this one kind of just has has a mini back and forth, kind of to give the crowd, like I said, very very house show vibe energy with this card, or which I guess isn't always a bad thing, but yeah. So eventually the Test does get involved and does attack the Big Show, allowing Bradshaw to hit one of his weaker clotheslines from hell in order to pick up the win. But this match just kind of meh, kind of a nothing burger of a match, unfortunately. But I guess you didn't really expect too much from this. But next up in a four-way elimination match, Edge and Christian and the Dudley Boys, the Hardy Boys, and X Factor for Duke It Out. So kind of combining both parties in the European Championship match and parties in the Dudley's X Factor match into one tag team match here. And I should probably say who's representing. Edge and Christian is obvious. The Hardy Boys is obvious. The Dudley Boys, Bubba Ray and Devon. And they do reference the battles that those three teams have had. Especially with like TLC and everything. And at this point, they were coming off TLC 2 at WrestleMania 17 not too long ago. Probably one of the best matches ever. Yeah. and X Factor is being represented by X Pac and Just Incredible. Not bad in terms of action. It is elimination style. All four teams did okay. X Factor is the first to go. Oh, and then the Dudleys, or I should say, the Hardys are out very quickly after, and then it's Edge and Christian and the Dudley Boys. But ultimately, Edge and Christian do pick up the win over the Dudleys. He's again kind of just an okay match. Much longer than the other three matches we've seen so far. Or in fact, if you combine the times of the other three matches, that being 4 minutes 30 seconds for the opener between Eddie Guerrero and GMS, and then 5 minutes 37 for Radicals vs. Hollies, and then 3:20 for Bradshaw and Big Show. All three combine, and still don't quite, or actually it's just slightly more than this match, but still just kind of an okay match for the most part. But now, next up, the real fun begins in a rematch. The first of technically, I guess, three. The third is kind of one with an asterisk, and that is the main event. The third of three rematch is the first of three with an asterisk rematches is the 2 out of 3 falls match, as once again Chris Benoit battles Kurt Angle. So Kurt Angle has tried to make his claim that Benoit technically lost the Ultimate Submission match at Backlash because in the Olympic rules, sudden death begins immediately after her things end in a tie, and that's when Benoit tapped to the ankle lock. So Benoit technically tapped out, so Benoit technically lost. Cool theory, Kurt, except obviously, the WWE is not going by Olympic rules. Rules pretty obvious there, but yeah. Then Chris Benoit steals Kurt Angle's gold medals, so Kurt wants them back. Heck, even saying to Benoit, "I want them back on the show," and Benoit says, "Don't worry, your medals are safe in a safe, warm place." I'm pretty sure you can see where this is going, but nevertheless, they battle out here. This match still a lot of fun. Not quite as fun as the Ultimate Submission match back at Backlash, but still pretty good between both men, and both men very, very impressive. Benoit manages to clean sweep Kurt Angle, winning 2-0 in terms of falls, which is kind of surprising. But Benoit picks up the win over Angle. Very fun, very competitive match. They steal the show. Like I said, not quite as much as they did at Backlash, but still a very fun match. And Benoit reveals that the medals were in a safe and warm place near his junk. So he holds them out and kind of drops them for Kurt Angle to grab. So you probably saw that coming, but cool. Oh, great. But next up in a singles match for the Queen's Cup, the second of the 3 rematches and the semi-main event, and for the show, Chris Jericho this time battles William Regal. Of course, if you remember from Backlash, at Backlash, last time was the Duchess of Queensberry match between Regal and Jericho, and so here's the rematch. This time for William Regal's Queen's Cup, which is essentially a big trophy. This match was really good. I think I kind of give the edge, unlike the Benoit Angle match. I give this the edge. I get this match between Regal and Jericho the edge to their match at Backlash. I guess mainly because this time you didn't have the Duchess of Queensberry rules to kind of start the match, but still a very fun match and a very fun encounter between the two. Both men still incredibly skilled in the ring, so it does lead to a very, very competitive, fun match. Ultimately, Jericho does get the Walls of Jericho in on William Regal, and thus Regal is forced to tap out. So Jericho gets his win back from Backlash. Will they face again? And at the next pay-per-view, who that being Rebellion, we will find out. But next up, up in the main event in a handicap match, this time for just the WWF Championship, at the two-man power trip of Stone Cold Steve Austin and Triple H battled The Undertaker. So, as I mentioned, Undertaker and Kane lost at Backlash. Then, and Kane was taken out by both Austin and Triple H. So now Undertaker wants revenge, and she wants some handicap. This is the one match Linda McMahon didn't change. And so you're telling me Linda booked Bradshaw versus Big Show for the show? Oh, well, not really, because that was more impromptu, but nevertheless, Undertaker wants them both, and he's going to fight them one-on-one. And this match was kind of okay. A lot kind of similar to what happened at Backlash. A lot of domination for the two-man power trip, which makes sense because they're going 2-on-1 against Undertaker. Undertaker does come back, does get his shine in against the two-man power trip. Stephanie and Vince interfere again, but this time the Undertaker does put them away. And the stipulation is that Undertaker would win the WWF Championship by pinning Stone Cold Steve Austin. And so if Undertaker, so kind of similar to the previous show, but this time just one title on the line. So if Undertaker pins Stone Cold Steve Austin, let me make that clear. If Undertaker pins Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he becomes the WWF champion. So naturally, he pins Triple H. Now, I guess I kind of get why they did that. They kind of have their cake and they eat it too. Where Undertaker does get the win, he gets the win. The fans go home happy because Undertaker gets the win, and he gets his win back from Backlash. But Austin also gets to hold on to the title. But it's kind of weird and kind of boneheaded. Like, logistically, and I guess this means Undertaker probably wouldn't have won, but logistically, why not both titles on the line again? Or why not WF titles on the line, but if either Austin or Triple H get pinned, and then Austin loses the title. Instead, Undertaker just pins Triple H. He doesn't win and he wins the match, but he doesn't win the title. So Undertaker kind of looks like a dummy for just pinning Triple H, but at least he gets his win back. Heck, I don't know, but this match was kind of okay, a bit slow at times, especially with like the beatdown of the Undertaker. And again, I get it 2-1, but yeah, the match not really the best, but it was just kind of okay. And you know what? That's okay. But yeah, that is it for Insurrection. As for the strongest and weakest match of the night, this time I'm the strongest match. Definitely Chris Benoit versus Kurt Angle. Once again, they steal the show. I think Jericho and Regal is like a close second, but Benoit and Angle hold such great chemistry together. In terms of the weakest, probably Bradshaw versus Big Show. But nevertheless, that's going to do, and I guess that makes sense because that was more impromptu. But that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor. Like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video so you never miss an upload, and let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on Insurrection. And next time we do a pay-per-view for 2001 and for the Invasion storyline, we will be at Judgment Day 2001. So we'll see what goes down there. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Alright, hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. More specifically, another wrestling pay-per-view review. And of course, because we're continuing our look at the Alliance, it's now time for the next pay-per-view event. And the Terminator might not be in attendance for this event, but it is still Judgment Day. Hey, I'm talking about Judgment Day 2001. And so, of course, as always, I'm not a professional wrestling reviewer or analyst or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I would say I had a pretty decent time with this event. And we're still not quite fully in the trenches of the invasion just yet. We will be coming up soon, but more on that at another time. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, of course, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already have an idea of how this works. But if you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about the pay-per-view event. We're going to go match by match. So of course, this is, I guess, the next pay-per-view proper, considering Insurrection, because it's kind of like more of a house show kind of thing. It's kind of non-canon. Hell, they don't even bring up Insurrection at all in terms of the canon and what went down there. So Insurrection is pretty is essentially fully in a way non-canon. WWF pretty much treats Insurrection here the way the MCU treats the first Incredible Hulk movie. Not like the first, but the 2007 one, I should be, or 2008 Incredible Hulk movie. To be more specific. And on a side note, now that I brought that up, why has Hulk still not had a solo movie in the MCU yet? That's insane. You couldn't even give one to Smart Hulk. Hulk, that's pretty weird to think about. But nevertheless, let's get into the pay-per-view proper. Starting with the first match. We had two matches on Sunday Night Heat, but of course that wasn't part of the broadcast. So I did not end up watching those. But in case you're curious, Raven defeated Val Venus, and the Holly Cousins Crash and Hardcore defeated Kai and Tai, that being Funaki and Taka Michinoku. I forgot Kai and Tai was still around even this late, as a team and everything, this late into WWF. Have I didn't really watch at the time. I learned about who Kai and Tai was later on, but yeah, they were still around. Interesting to see. But getting into the first match proper, or William Regal, the physical commissioner, battles Rikishi. Of course, Rikishi, similar to Chris Jericho, has besmirched the Great Commissioner, and so William Regal is not going to take that lying down, and so he is battling Rikishi here, and William Regal who does not want to be besmirched and will not be besmirched by a stink face. He reiterates he does not want to receive a stink face. He will not receive the stink face. Surely you know where this is going. Sure enough, within like the first couple minutes, they do fight around it kind of a bit. But eventually William Regal does get the stink face, and he almost gags. He almost pukes on the outside after receiving said stink face. But otherwise, Regal does end up getting the win over Rikishi. He in the match, and the match pretty short. Not a whole lot of meat on the bone. Bone's about almost 4 minutes. It's so not really a long, in-depth match. I guess just kind of a way to really prime the audience, especially with quite a few more matches to go, including the tag team turmoil, which will be later on, and then the 2 out of 3 falls, which is next. But yeah, so I imagine, and of all the matches, this one was the shortest, and I imagine probably just kind of a way to wake the crowd up and everything. But yeah, otherwise, just kind of okay. Hey, and really the whole story was the aforementioned stink face and everything. But yeah, nevertheless, Regal gets the win there. But next up, in 2 out of 3 falls action, for Kurt Angle's Olympic gold medal, Kurt Angle battles Chris Benoit. So, a couple things. First of all, how we got here. These two have been feuding for quite a bit. They had the Ultimate Submission match at Backlash. They had the 2 out of 3 falls match Insurrection, which I do have to make a quick correction to. I said in my Insurrection that Benoit dropped the medals off and Kurt Angle grabbed them. He did not. That was not the case. I misremembered it. I do apologize. But instead, Benoit took the medals that were in his pants and put them on his neck. And sure enough, because Insurrection is non-canon, we do see eventually on on I believe Raw, if not SmackDown, that Benoit did indeed still have the medals. He revealed indeed where the medals were. I guess if you missed Insurrection eh, or actually yeah, it uh, was on SmackDown where or it was revealed, but 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 so I guess if you miss Insurrection, now you know where the medals are being kept. So now the medals are on the line, and it's 2 out of 3 falls. It's kind of similar to what would become like the 3 stages of Hell match, where the first fall is just a regular, or actually the first fall is pinfalls only. The second fall is submissions only, and the third fall, should it come to that, is the ladder match where the gold medals will be hung above the ring. Benoit hits the first fall. He pins Kurt Angle. I believe off the diving headbutt. Or actually, no, it was off the Angle slam. I forgot. Benoit actually nailed Angle with the Angle slam, pretty much hit him with his own move in order to get the first fall. And then the second fall was the submissions part of it. And Angle eventually he nails Angle slam and then forces Benoit to submit with the ankle lock, and then and so it now comes to the third fall. Also Benoit, unlike Insurrection, was not 2-0 against Kurt Angle. This time Angle also got a fall. But the last one, the ladder match, sure enough, they're suspended above the ring, and and those two battle for a little bit. It over climbing the ladder and stuff like that, and then Benoit eventually locks in the crippler crossface, causing him to pass out. But sure enough, Edge and Christian, who we saw them interact with Kurt Angle earlier on in the show. Of course, this was part of the Team ECK days where Angle and Edge and Christian had kind of an alliance going on alliances, I guess, a popular thing back then, but they show up and they take out Benoit and allow Kurt Angle to come up and retrieve his Olympic gold medal. And the next night he declared that he said if he won the match he would do a recreation of his a gold medal ceremony he from the Olympics. So sure enough, we will see that and we'll see where that leads. But otherwise, this match was pretty fun. Don't know if I liked it. Mm, I think in terms of the hierarchy of where I put the matches is I think in this one I would put in the middle. Well, this match here, like, hey, Angle and Benoit definitely are able to make magic against each other and are able to put on a very fantastic match. Edge and all 3 matches were good, but this one I would kind of put in the middle. The latter, I do like how it wasn't they went more like the Sean Razor approach to the ladders, where they didn't have like a half dozen ladders. Excuse me, all around. It was crazy amount of ladder spots. It was definitely the ladder was more so conscious an extension, and they also did a lot of the work themselves without fully relying on the ladders. We've seen plenty of examples of both within ladder matches. Is which one do I prefer? I think depending on, I think either one usually works really well, depending on how the wrestlers do. So this one I'll put in the middle. I guess the weakest technically would probably be the Insurrection one, but that one's still fairly good. And then the best, definitely the ultimate submission match. So otherwise, Angle and Benoit definitely out here making magic with each other. Unfortunately, this would be the last match they would have, at least for the time being, and we'll learn more about that here, but in this review, or actually, I think I'll. Oh no, I kind of have to talk about it here. Here, here, but yeah. So, very, very good. action and everything between the two. Still a very, very solid match. I just didn't love it as much as, say, the Ultimate Submission match from Backlash, but still really, really good. But next up, though, we have sorry, I have to scroll back down. We have the triple threat hardcore match for the hardcore championship. Yep, as Rhino defends against both Big Show and Test. Test Rhino, of course, is the hardcore champion. Big Show and Test have been feuding for quite a bit, especially with Test being a quote unquote WCW superstar, aligning himself with Shane McMahon, and Big Show kind of being a mercenary of sorts for Vince, and so these two have been really going after each other. If you remember from Insurrection, Big Show kind of called Test out. How even though Test they were supposed to have the match, but Test injured his ribs, oh, uh, so because of that, Big Show called him a coward and everything. So these two had been kind of going back and forth quite a bit, but now they find themselves in this triple threat match for the hardcore championship, and of course Rhino, the man Hanby, he's is the champion. This one was decent little bit of fun. And of course, because it's a hardcore match, and because it's 2001, and plenty of weapons, and some kind of cool, fun spots, especially when they make their way to the back. Heck, uh, but eventually Rhino does pick up the win in this match. Actually, definitely he was. It definitely we do see quite a bit of Big Show versus Test in this match, and then Rhino comes in when necessary. But otherwise, still pretty fun. It was a hardcore match for the time, so you kind of knew what to expect. Heck, but yeah, pretty decent there. Aaron Rhino retains, of course. Next up for the WWF Women's Championship, China defends against Lita. So, China won the women's championship back at WrestleMania, if I'm not mistaken. So China won the women's championship, and eventually complained that there was a lack of competition. She wanted somebody to step up, and sure enough, Lita, in fact, did step up to try to take the championship from China. Before going out there for the match, Lita and the Hardys, who she's with, and of course she was dating Matt at the time, but they are approached by Dominic Mysterio, I mean Eddie Guerrero, and he offers to give Lita advice on China because of course, China and Eddie were a thing. Of course, the Latino heat and everything. But Lita doesn't want it. Says she's got this, and so Eddie's like, all right, hey, now we go to the match there. This match just kind of okay. Hey, nothing super crazy. Lita does look really good against China and really looks very credible, which is good to see. But ultimately, China does pick up the win. Eddie does come out on the ramp to watch the match during the match, and just kind of stands there. So it does look a little bit awkward. It seemed like it would be teasing to something bigger. Whether or not that happened, I'll have to look and see, but eventually, China and Lita do show respect to each other or for the match. Unfortunately, the match was kind of on the shorter end. It was only it was only 6.5 minutes, but I think they still did relatively well in the time allotted, I would say. But next up is a chain match for the Intercontinental Championship, perhaps a precursor to Kane's days as Jacob Goodnight. But Kane seeks to take the Intercontinental Championship back from Triple H. So, if you remember, Triple H took the Intercontinental Championship from Kane, and then later on took the tag titles from the Brothers of Destruction, and did Austin and Triple H, aka the two-man power trip. Yep, and so And so, now how them holding all the gold, and thus by Backlash standards, all the power. But now Kane, I guess, wants to take some of that power back by attempting to get the Intercontinental Championship back from Triple H in a chain match, which I believe was pitched in a storyline by Triple H to have this chain match. Let me make sure I have that correct. I don't see it here. Here, here, here. Okay. Hey, uh, one main event, just reading here and make sure I have the timeline of everything correct. Yep. So Triple H was the one who challenged Kane to the chain match. Match kind of the fact that Kane and Chain are ending the same is kind of throwing me off a little bit, but maybe that's just an indicator of how my brain works. But this match not too bad. Had kind of some good brutality. Now the chain match kind of works similar to like the strap match where they're both bound by the chain, and so we see some moments there, uh, or what it's the chain that air and it being tethered to each other, and actually the bell rings even before they're fully tethered to each other, but they eventually are tethered to each other. Austin does show up, even though he has his match in the main event against the Undertaker. Or Austin shows up, uh, up and distracts, which allows Triple H to nail the low blow on Kane. But then Austin goes to swing the chair on Kane, but oops, he accidentally nails Triple H, and so that allows Kane to pick up the win and thus regain the Intercontinental Championship. So the two-man power trip, which which I don't recall if they're ever referred to, at least on these pay-per-views, as officially two-man power trip. Even when they're introduced as like a tag team, first of all, they make their entrances separate from each other, but I don't think they're ever referred to as the two-man power trip. I think they were referred to as the power trip on a couple occasions, but I don't think they were ever directly, at least from what I've seen, directly referred to as the two-man power trip. But nevertheless, the two-man power trip, unfortunately, has a bit of a mishap, and there's unfortunately going to be an even bigger mishap with Triple H later on. But nevertheless, so Austin accidentally cost Triple H the championship, and afterwards, Triple H is fuming. He is hopping mad at Austin for accidentally costing him the championship. Understandable, he got dinked with a chair, but Vince tries to rein them back in and tries to get them to refocus and not quite turn each other because the WF Championship is still on the line. And as Austin's going to battle The Undertaker. But first in the semi-main event is the Tag Team Turmoil match to determine who will be the number one contenders for the WF Tag Team Championships, which are currently held by the aforementioned two-man power trip. So the first two teams we have are the APA and Dean Malenko and Perry Saturn, aka what's left of the Radicals. But the APA eventually do take them out, and next up is the Dudley Boys, who do my goodness, I cannot speak today. Hey, the Dudley Boys are next. They battle the APA, but they are put away as well. And next up is X Factor, who managed to take out the APA and advance. And one of my favorite parts is when because the commentary team once again is Jim Ross and Paul Heyman, and Jim Ross. Of course, as the face commentator, complains about how Albert could be a negative influence on the match, and Paul Heyman tries to rebut those claims, saying that Albert's just there. Perry's not doing anything; he's not interfering. Just for Albert to immediately interfere and essentially cost APA almost immediately directly afterwards, pretty much just proving JR's point, which I thought was pretty funny. But then the X Factor go on on a little bit of a mini run. They take out the APA, then they take out the Hardy Boys. But then next up is Chris Jericho, who we've seen throughout the night. Chris Jericho said he has a mystery partner. He will reveal who the mystery partner is. Is everybody wants to know, especially Edge and Christian. But Chris Jericho saying he's not revealing his mystery partner, but eventually he does, and it's Chris Benoit. Of course, Edge and Christian are also part of the tag team turmoil. Oh, it's worth mentioning. But so Chris Jericho's mystery tag team partner turns out to be Chris Benoit. So that means one of two things: either A, Chris Benoit, in terms of kayfabe, that means Chris Benoit was always going to be Chris Jericho's tag team partner, and it just happened to also work out because as Edge and Christian cost Benoit his match against Angle, now Benoit also has a problem with Edge and Christian, or Jericho was bluffing the whole time and just managed to find Chris Benoit and say, "Hey, do you want to team with me?" Those are kind of my two headcanon theories. But they do put over how Benoit and Jericho did battle it out at one point and were enemies at one point, but now they are friends, and now showing everybody that they've overcome their differences. And sure enough, they eliminate X Factor from the match, and of course, last team they're facing is Edge and Christian, and eventually they managed to put away Edge and Christian. Oh, uh, so it'll be Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit battling the two-man power trip for the tag team championships. Which I will get to after the main event, and I'll talk about what goes down with that in the main event. In terms of the turmoil match itself, it was kind of okay. Yeah, I know tag team turmoils in pro wrestling, because of course, and more specifically in the WWF, because it's not the first time they've done it. It certainly isn't the last. Tag team turmoils can be kind of tricky, but I think this one they did relatively well with it. No team really overstayed their welcome too much. But then seeing Jericho and Benoit as second to last team, and then having the last team be Edge and Christian so that they get their revenge over Edge and Christian. You could swap the order of Jericho and Benoit, have them be the last team, and then Edge and Christian and be the second to last team, and then have it that way. Hey, if you wanted, but I guess it does play into kind of the craftiness of Edge and Christian, the fact that they're the last ones in there for the freshest by extension, and Benoit's technically the least fresh because he already had a match earlier in the night. But I think bringing it down to those two teams kind of tell that story there. I think also worked well in terms of the match. So so they were able to pull that off. But next up in the main event, and no holds barred for the WF Championship, Stone Cold Steve Austin defends against The Undertaker. These these two and their two respective sides, the Power Trip versus the Brothers of Destruction, have been going at it for a while. Of course, first Austin and Triple H took the titles from Kane and The Undertaker back at Backlash. They had the handicap at uh, at uh, at Insurrection between the Power Trip and just The Undertaker, and of course Kane beat Triple H for the Intercontinental title earlier in the night. What will happen when they go 1-on-1 in this match? That being Austin and Triple H. This match, not too bad. Had this technically the I guess on a technicality, this is the third time we're seeing it in terms of these like pay-per-view reviews, but I think they did relatively well. They had the different weapon spots, of course. First, Undertaker does put Austin through the announce table. Or sorry, they're going back and forth. Austin hits Undertaker with a chair. And sure enough, Triple H does does attempt to help Austin. So I guess Vince McMahon did successfully talk his son-in-law into helping out Austin, at least in terms of kayfabe. Did successfully talk Triple H into helping out Austin, but he is taken out. But eventually he Triple H does nail Undertaker with the sledgehammer, or as he's going for the last ride on Austin, so it allows Austin to pick up the win over the Undertaker. So the 2-man power trip does I guess end the night successfully with Austin still the WF champion. So I guess 1 out of 2 ain't bad, but unfortunately, for Triple H, and I guess for the 2-man power trip, after this, they would have their tag title match with Jericho and Benoit, who won the Turmoil. Well, and that was the next night on Raw, and that was the match where Triple H tore his quad. So Triple H ended up being out pretty much for the rest of 2001, missed the whole Gold Dang invasion, and was gone for the rest of the year. Benoit would also miss the invasion, but that's for another time. I'm but man, that definitely sucks. But Jericho and Benoit did win the tag titles. But uh, uh, eventually Jericho and Benoit would drop him to with the Dudley Boys after Austin interfered, thus leading to the main event at King of the Ring 2001 on Austin Jericho and Benoit in triple threat action. But that is for the next pay-per-view review. As for this one, in terms of the strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest, I might have to go with either. Hmm, I might have to go with the 2 out of 3 falls. That one was still really, really great. Again, didn't love it as much as their backlash encounter, that being Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit, but it was still really, really solid. The main event was also decently solid as well. In terms of the weakest match, if you want to call it that, the opener between William Regal and Rikishi, only because it was so short. But that is going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor. Like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on Judgment Day 2001 and your thoughts on my review. Judgment Day 2001. Did you like the show? Did you like my review of the show? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys later with King of the Ring 2001. Peace. Alright, hello citizens of the Nigelverse, is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling reviews, more specifically another pay-per-view review, more specifically than that, another Invasion kind of style pay-per-view review, as we're covering the Invasion storyline. Still not quite fully there yet, but there is a shot fired, and eventually it's going to lead to the full-blown invasion. We're still not quite there yet. But first, it's time for Monarchy to reign supreme. It's time for King of the Ring 2001. So, of course, as always, I am not a professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time. And I will say I had a pretty decent time with this event. Now, there is a match that I have reviewed already on this pay-per-view, that being Kurt Angle versus Shane McMahon in the street fight. Hey, and I forgot that was actually the semi-main event. That was right before the main event. But nevertheless, so there's that match. So I've reviewed it already, and so when we get there, I probably won't go into as much detail. Because there is the standalone review. So if you want to check that out, you can. But this will essentially be about the rest of the pay-per-view. And it's going to be like that for a couple other pay-per-views as well. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you can already know how this works. You have an idea of how this works. However, if you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about the event, and I'm going to go match by match. But first, before any of that happens, DDP shows up. DDP at this point has debuted in the WWF, and DDP, who was once one of the most popular WCW superstars, was the People's Champions, and someone who defied the NWO. Oh, very uber popular in WCW. As soon as he comes to WF, his first storyline is stalking the Undertaker's wife. Yeah, it makes just about as much sense here as it did back in 2001. But DDP had been stalking Sarah for quite some time. At first, it was kind of seen as like a tactical edge that DDP had tried to get over the Undertaker, but eventually it blossomed into a full blown obsession with Sarah. So, yeah. Now that the creepy factor's out of the way, DDP pulls up. He says he wants the Undertaker to make him famous. He's been goading the Undertaker into a fight for weeks now. So he hangs out in the front row, and he's gonna be hanging out there for almost the entire night. Hey, up until the semi-main event is about to start. So DDP is going to be there for a while. But we do start with the European Championship match or actually, this was on the pre-show. Oh, my apologies. So, on the pre-show, aka Sunday night, Matt Hardy defended the European Championship against Justin Credible of the X Factor, but fellow X Factor teammate X-Pac will be in the King of the Ring semifinals later on, or actually not in the King of the Ring. He'll be on the show. Oh, my apologies. I am all over the place. I apologize, but X-Pac will be on the show. But Justin Credible was on Sunday Night Heat. But nevertheless, getting into the show proper, or in the first semifinal match of two, Kurt Angle battles against his ECK teammate Christian, and but there's been a little bit of trouble in paradise within ECK as all three have kind of let the distinction of King of the Ring kind of divide their friendship a little bit. But Kurt Angle also has a guaranteed street fight match that I mentioned at the top of this review. He has a guaranteed street fight match against Shane McMahon and later on, but he's also in this tournament as well. I'm sure you might see where this is going. But Kurt Angle's going to have two matches. Is guaranteed to have two matches and potentially a third if he advances in King of the Ring. And spoiler alert, Kurt Angle does indeed advance to the finals. But as for this match, Kurt and Christian, not bad. Had a good opener, good primer. But Shane McMahon does show up, does get involved, and actually helps out Kurt Angle. So, Shane Shane comes up and stops Christian from winning, and Kurt Angle takes advantage, nails the Angle Slam in order to pick up the win over Christian. So Shane McMahon helps Kurt Angle win the match, and commentary is confused as to why did Shane McMahon help Kurt Angle? He's facing him later on in the street fight. Why did Shane McMahon help Kurt Angle in this match? And it's going to be spelled out later on in the show. But for now, Kurt Angle advances to the semifinals of the King of the Ring tournament. And so props to Angle. But next up, in the second semifinal match, Edge battles was another one of his childhood friends, or I should say, Angle. Angle was friends with Edge Christian in WWF. I'm not sure if they knew each other before then, but these two were legitimately childhood friends, that being Edge and Rhino. Rhino was actually friends with both Edge and Christian, and so it has been really cool to see them reunite in the WWF, but no friendships here, and they do bring up the friendship as well between those two. But Rhino does dominate a good portion of the match. There is a moment where they both go for their spears, their respective spears. Edge goes for his spear, and then Rhino goes for the gore. On a bit of a side note, gore might be the best spear in pro wrestling history. if I had to rank like top 3 spears, I'd probably say I'd honestly give number 3 to Braun Breaker. Like Braun Breaker definitely do. I know he's still pretty young in his career, so maybe it's a little too early to say that. But Braun Breaker, or who I've kind of been watching since NXT, he delivers a hell of a spear. But then number 2 would probably be Goldberg, and then probably Rhino. But as for who has a better spear between Rhino and Goldberg, it's usually pretty debatable. A lot of people have debated it over the years, but I think I might have to go. I have to give it to Rhino here, but nevertheless, as as at one point the turnbuckle was untied. I believe Edge was the one who undid the turnbuckle pad, and so Edge tricks Rhino into spearing himself into the unguarded turnbuckle. Pretty much how Spider-Man takes out his Rhino. His Rhino is spelled with a Y, so kind of similar to, or I think I think the Marvel one is the Rhino. I think so. I could have that wrong. That's how it was. The regular spelling of Rhino. Oh, yeah. So the Marvel one has the regular spelling of Rhino. Rhino also had the regular spelling of Rhino in ECW, but they added the Y in WF. I wonder if it was because of copyright. I know ECW was still dealing with a lot of like legality and copyright at this time. That was still ongoing, but no, as Rhino's tricked into taking himself out, and Edge picks up the win from there. So pretty smart maneuver from Edge, showing how he is the ultimate opportunist, even before he earned that nickname, and showing how he used his smarts to take out the arguably physically superior Rhino, and just in terms of like size and everything. But so Edge goes Rhino to spear into nailing turnbuckle, hits the execution, and one of the few times I can think of where the execution has actually finished off the opponents, but I could be wrong. So the finals of the King of the Ring tournament is going to be Kurt Angle versus Edge. Excuse me. Afterwards, Edge and Christian do have kind of a uh, kind of banter. Her Edge Christian also were dealing with some tension with the King of the Ring tournament as well. Also a sign of things to come for later on in the year. But uh, but Christian does eventually wish Edge good luck in the finals. But that's not till later on. Next up though, for the tag team championships, the Dudley Boys, Bubba Ray and Devon, defend against Spike Dudley and a mystery tag team partner. So at this point, the Dudley Boys, first of all, have turned heel, but also they've taken the titles from Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit, who won them from Austin and Triple H, as I detailed in my review of Judgment Day 2001. So if you haven't already, go check out that review. And Triple H, now at this point, because he tore his quad, is out for the rest of 2001, and thus will miss the Invasion storyline. But the Dudley Boys, they put down Spike. They put whoever's going to be his mystery tag team partner, saying, and especially Spike's relationship with Molly Holly, which he does have at this time. Spike, like, of course, always has been the run of the litter. So who did Spike pick as his mystery tag team partner? Also, how's that 2 pay-per-views in a row where we've had a match involving someone and a mystery tag team partner? But this one turns out to be Kane. And so Kane and Spike Dudley are going to challenge the Dudley Boys for the tag titles. You would have thought Kane would have, thankfully Spike doesn't do it here. You'd have thought Kane would have learned his lesson about teaming with smaller guys after he was betrayed by X-Pac, but I guess not. But no, nevertheless, so Kane is the mystery tag team partner for Spike Dudley. It's weird that Spike has now kind of been excommunicated from the Dudley Boys, so the Dudley Boys and Spike no longer allies, no longer friends and everything. But they both still wear kind of the same gear with like the camo and everything. And I think even the same color camo. So weird that Spike didn't change his gear, or the Dudleys didn't change their gear, or so that they don't look like they're still aligned, because it does get a little confusing. But eventually, yeah, the Dudleys are able, well, to pick up the win. And Kane, of course, the story is Kane's very dominant against the Dudleys. Spike struggles mightily, but eventually the Dudley boys do nail Spike with a 3D to pick up the win. And 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 retain the tag team titles, and Kane kind of carries Spike after the Dudley Boys get the win. So Spike, unfortunately, he came up short against his brothers, but gave it a hell of a fight. And this match, not too bad. At But next up in the finals of the King of the Ring, Edge and Kurt Angle battle out. Kurt Angle got help from Shane McMahon the previous round. Now he and Edge are going to battle to determine who will be the 2001 King of the Ring. And throughout we see, or actually I'll get to that a little bit later because it's gonna be for the story. But Edge and Angle are going at it. Angle does deliver most of the offense, and even locking Ankle. Christian does show up first, accidentally almost costs Edge, but eventually he's taken down. He's brought down, I should say. But because the referee was distracted, he didn't see Edge tapping out, or actually, he didn't see Edge tapping out. Shane McMahon does show up and does nail a spear on Kurt Angle. Shane, speaking about our discussion about spears earlier, Shane spear is surprisingly, it's not good, but it's not as bad as it theoretically should be. Shane continues to surprise a lot of people in terms of his in-ring ability, but nevertheless, Shane delivers the spear to Kurt Angle and essentially costs Angle the match, and Edge wins with an execution again. So Edge 2 matches in a row now the execution, and this must have been when he first debuted the move, so they're putting it over in a big way. But Edge is the 2001 King of the Ring, and we'll see where things unfold with him and Christian later on. But now Angle is upset. The commentators are confused why Shane helped Kurt Angle get to this point, and now how he turned on Kurt Angle. What is going on? It's kind of weird because it should be kind of obvious, but I guess commentators have to play dumb. Until Kurt Angle then tries to show up to Shane's locker room and pretty much lays out Shane's plan, saying, and he screwed me. He helped me in the first match and then screwed me out of this one just so he could get 3 matches out of me throughout the night. So for those who are still in the dark, still confused about what happened, Kurt pretty much spelled out exactly what happened, and the commentator still kind of played dumb, but pretty much does explain away what's going on. But next up, for the Light Heavyweight Championship, Jeff Hardy defends against X-Pac. First of all, you remember the Light Heavyweight Championship? Good, me neither. That's what you get for trying to compete with WCW's Cruiserweight division. But also, this is now where X Factor has the Uncle Cracker theme. And look, I mentioned I didn't really listen to Uncle Cracker. I still really don't. But yeah, definitely does not fit. Go back to the other one. But this match, pretty decent and not too bad. Had there was a point where X-Pac does nail the X Factor on Jeff Hardy. He and the referee counts to 3, but Jeff's foot was on the rope. And in one of the rare times, the referee actually saw the foot on the rope, and so the match continued. And pretty much from then on, as it happened, and Paul Heyman pretty much complains the rest of the time that X-Pac won the match, but was screwed by the referee. He was screwed by the referee by doing the referee screwed X-Pac by doing his job and noticing Jeff Hardy's foot was on the ropes. And it's funny because something similar happened again at Saturday Night's main event last year, when Cody Rhodes fought Kevin Owens, and Cody's foot was on the rope, and Jesse Ventura then complained up a storm about it afterwards. It was kind of crazy how, or there might have been this year, I'm not entirely sure, but but then, Jesse also complained, and after that as well. But nevertheless, Jeff Nail Swanton picks up the win and uh retains referee chicanery or not. Jeff Hardy is still the light heavyweight champion. But next up is the street fight between Kurt Angle and Shane McMahon. But before that happens, DDP, who we've been cutting back and forth to throughout the night, is still there. And even Paul Heyman has been ripping DDP for his actions about being a creep and stalking Sarah, which, fair enough. Which, even though Paul Heyman is the heel, fair enough, I guess, because it is pretty creepy. But we see somebody's been taking a video of DDP throughout the day. Hey, like going into the restaurant, going to the arena, stuff like that. DDP thinks it's the Undertaker, so he's trying to goad Undertaker into coming out and fighting him, and to quote, make him famous. But turns out it was Sarah who was videotaping DDP, and pretty much says, DDP, it's time to be famous. And sure enough, Undertaker shows up, and they pretty much proceed to beat the crap out of DDP. He for a little bit. DDP does get some shots in, but it's mostly Undertaker. The funniest part of this is Sarah is like videotaping and recording throughout the whole thing, and she stops recording briefly when DDP gets the upper hand against the Undertaker, but goes right back to it when Undertaker is pounding away on DDP. But eventually DDP does escape through the crowd. So guess DDP didn't want to be famous after all. So good to see that thread was resolved, at least for the time being, because the feud was surprisingly carry even through this, and would still consist of DDP getting the absolute crap kicked out of him throughout this entire feud. Very, very one-sided. But it was to be expected. Excuse me. But nevertheless, next up now, that's out of the way. Next up now is the semi main event, hence as Kurt Angle, who is now wrestling his third match of the night, battles Shane McMahon. Now, like I said earlier at the beginning of this review, I'm not going to go into too much detail again about what happened in the match, because I did already review it. If you haven't already, go check out that review for more. So I'll kind of gloss over and give kind of my thoughts upon rewatching it. In fact, if I remember to, I'll put the link to it in the description of this video. But pretty much also it was brutal when I first watched it, and it's brutal again to look at. And man, and going through seeing Shane being hurled through the glass, and just seeing both he and Angle covered in that blood. But so the story was, it was supposed to be sugar glass, supposed to be easy to go through, but they ended up having to use real glass, Crimea River, because they didn't want the sugar glass to break with the pyro and everything, which Kurt Angle, for all three of Kurt Angle's matches, for all three of his matches, he gets pyro all three times, which is kind of funny. But they didn't want the pyro to break the glass, because then it would ruin that spot. So they installed regular glass, and pretty much didn't tell anybody about it. So sure enough, Kurt Angle tries to send Shane through the first time. So there's two pieces of glass. So Kurt is supposed to send Shane through the first glass, then they're supposed to be on the inside, and then Kurt's supposed to send him out through the other glass. First glass, they try sending it through, doesn't work. So Shane apparently just like, screw it, send me again, and sends him through. Sure enough, happens. Then the second time when they're inside, same thing happens again. And this one actually, Kurt tries two times, I think, and then just hurls Shane through that glass. And now that I know the story, it makes the thuds and everything as Shane hits the glass even sicker. But and also, I guess, props to both men for willing to endure that, especially Shane. Shane has definitely proven he is one tough cookie. But nevertheless, as Kurt eventually does get the win over Shane, but definitely hell of a match. Definitely very, very scary. And And it's crazy to think Vince almost accidentally killed his own son live on pay per view. And I think, like, if I'm not mistaken, Vince, which I imagine he probably did, but if I remember correctly, that was the story that Vince has a lot of regret because of that, which is understandable. Well, but yeah, very crazy. In terms of that, Shane is an absolute madman for even wanting to go through with that. Like for me personally, this is probably why I'll never become a wrestler. If I found out, oh, it's just regular glass, I would just offer to. I would just say, let's cut the spot. Like it's a very brutal spot. It shows off the brutality. It makes Angle look like a madman. But I would just say, screw it. I'm not going through that. If it's real glass, like if it's regular sugar glass that breaks away easily, cool. But if it's real glass, yeah, I'm not doing it. And I imagine that's probably how most of you are. But yeah, yeah, it's very sick. And I will also say that might be just for what Shane went through, might make it best match of the night. Because it was indeed brutal and is absolutely crazy. But also something worth mentioning, another extra tidbit. This is when Shane comes out to the regular theme that we know him from today. So something I actually forgot to mention during my Backlash 2001 review, when Shane was battling the Big Show, was that Shane kind of had like a primordial version of it without all the lyrics. It had some lyrics, but not all the lyrics. So it was very weird to hear that different version of a theme, but this one that they have is the version that we come to know and love in the modern day. But yeah, just still absolutely insane. Even watching it back the second time, even though I know what's going to happen, and granted, even the first time I went to watch it, and I specifically reviewed it for that reason. I knew it was going to happen because it's been talked about several times. It's on like several like OMG crazy spots type compilations on YouTube. But seeing it hearing it again for the purpose of review the first time, and then seeing it a third time, I'm in a way for the purpose of review again as we're doing the Alliance pay per views or slash Invasion storyline pay per views. It's nuts. So all the props in the world to Shane for that. But yeah, now that Shane almost died, now it's time for the main event, and Stone Cold Steve Austin is defending the championship against Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit in triple threat action. So a couple preliminaries before we go into this match. For starters, Chris Benoit, Chris Jericho took the tag titles from the two-man power trip. That's where Triple H tore squad and everything, like I mentioned. And eventually lost his house to the Dudley Boys because of Austin. So now this triple threat match was made for the WF Championship. Yep. But also, throughout this was when Austin was really like trying to kiss up to Vince McMahon, have the storyline where he's kissing up to Vince McMahon. He tries to call Vince, see where he is. Vince is still in Stamford, so Austin tells him to get down to the arena. Ultimately, Vince doesn't show up on the pay-per-view feed, so he, uh, uh, so, oh, uh, which is interesting because Stanford is only an hour away from where we are for this pay-per-view, East Rutherford, New Jersey, which is crazy to think. Even back in 2001, they were calling it the Shadow of New York. So I guess that's just a thing that WF does. That's like a thing. So Shadow of New York. Or it's pretty much code for New Jersey. WF New York, of course, where just incredible, not just incredible, Jerry Lynn was the previous the previous pay-per-view, that being Judgment Day, when he was still light heavyweight champion, and then they report from WF New York where Billy Gunn is, and Billy Gunn is upset about not being in the tournament this year. Here, of course, Billy Gunn won the tournament back in 1999, but yeah, so Austin tries calling Vince. Vince wants Austin to win the match on his own and not be as much of a kiss up to Vince. And Austin does kind of I was gonna say like Triple H dropped the ball and everything, by getting injured. Which he's not the first, he's not the last to do that. That's pretty crazy. Ironically enough, another person who did that was Triple H when Shawn Michaels had his back injury and was forced to retire. But yeah, so nevertheless, it's Austin, Benoit, and Jericho in this triple threat, and this match was actually pretty solid. And having Jericho and Benoit do the majority of the legwork while Austin came in when needed. Nothing against Austin, but I think having that was the right move, especially with Jericho and Benoit having as good a chemistry as they do. Austin did come in. There was moments with all three guys, but I think having Jericho and Benoit do the majority of the legwork, I think, was very, very good, and a very good move, especially when they put Austin through the announce table. Well, but also, there also was a point, and it's something that had happened previously where Austin was in both the walls of Jericho and the crippler crossface at the same time, and he tapped out. They do the same spot here on pay-per-view, but the referee waves it off, saying, only one person can be the champion, and somebody should have told that to Late Cool several years later. But nevertheless, then and Booker T comes to the crowd, nails Austin with a scissors kick. And actually, it was Booker T who put Austin through the announce table, so my apologies on that. But Booker T shows up. Booker T was the last WCW World Champion as WCW closed its doors and everything. So having him show up and attacking Austin there, and I imagine, and obviously I'm watching it several years later, so I have the power of hindsight. But I imagine in that moment that had to have been pretty huge, um, like having Booker T show up and attack the WF champion, and while being the world champion for WCW, he still recognizes as the world champion for WCW. It definitely had to be major. But Booker T shows up, attacks Austin, and eventually is not. It doesn't cost Austin the match. He does eventually pick up the win or after Benoit does a back suplex off the top rope, which does break Benoit's neck and causes him to be out for the rest of the Invasion storyline. So great, two big stars, first Triple H and now Chris Benoit, who will be out for the Invasion storyline. So that definitely sucks. But Austin does crawl over to Benoit and pins him to pick up the win. And I'd say it's similar, and I would call it similar to when Triple H pedigreed Booker T at WrestleMania 19, and then took forever to crawl over him and pick up the victory. But knowing Benoit broke his neck, I decided I wouldn't do that. But yeah. So Austin retains. No McMahon, unfortunately, but Austin does retain the championship here. Her hell of a match. Definitely sucks that Benoit had that injury, but definitely a solid main event to end off the show. But yeah, that is going to do it for this event. And honestly, I am glad. I had nothing against the other King of the Ring matches. I'm glad they decided to end off with the championship match instead of ending off with the finals of the King of the Ring, even though the event is King of the Ring. So I think having it end off with the championship match was the right call, in my opinion. Excuse me. But in terms of the strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest definitely Kurt versus Shane, and definitely hell of a effort by Shane, and especially he being pretty banged up from the glass and everything. And my question is, why didn't anybody tell Kurt and Shane about the glass? Like before the match, Hatch saying like, "Hey, I know you had the spot where you're sending through the glass, but we couldn't get the sugar glass because the pyrotechnics would probably break the glass, so we had regular glass instead." And I'm sure they probably could have came up with a different spot, but nevertheless, what happened did happen. In terms of the weakest match, I guess by comparison, maybe the tag match between the Dudleys and Spike and Kane, but but that's only really by comparison, or maybe Jeff versus X-Pac. But that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on King of the Ring 2001 and my review of it. Did you like the event? Did you like my review of the event? Let me know. And next time, the next pay-per-view, I'm actually doing this pay-per-view and then the next episode of the Invasion the same day, which will be tomorrow, aka Monday. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, with this next pay-per-view, now we're full scale into the Invasion. So we'll see what happens when that time comes. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It's Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. However, before we get into things, I just want to give a little update. Now there were a lot of more modern pay-per-view events across WWE, AEW, NXT that I had yet to review, and it's been so long. I was so behind on them, and literally me being behind on those events, me be behind on reviewing those events, has caused a little bit of a ghost to be following me when it comes to that. So ultimately, I've made the executive decision that I'm not going to review those only because there's so many. I'm so far behind, and that includes stuff like SummerSlam, Money in the Bank, NXT Battleground, on AEW All In, and only because and Double or Nothing, and stuff like that. Only because there's so much, and a lot of times they run at the same time, so it kept filling the backlog more and more, and it's going to happen again because it seems like WWE is doing events to directly compete with AEW, which is a very bad idea, but yeah, so I've decided I will not review those. Now anything past this point, I should, hopefully theoretically, be reviewing that being including, Forbidden Door, and I believe it's, um, not No Mercy, what's the upcoming NXT event? I believe it is, NXT Italy 2025. I believe the next one should be uh is it Heatwave? Yeah, Heatwave. Oh so Forbidden Door Heat Waves coming up, so that review will those reviews will hopefully be out next week. But yeah, the other ones I've decided I'll leave those to the wayside. Admittedly, I'm not. It does upset me a little bit, but I can't be too upset at it because only because there are so many, and I want to keep putting them off, and they'll be so late that they'll almost be, I don't want to say irrelevant, but so past this time that I'm sure a lot of you, if those guys were up, would be like, "What the hell? Why isn't I talking about Double or Nothing from like 3 months ago?" So I've decided I will leave those to the wayside. But now switching gears, it's time for an invasion. More specifically, the WWF Invasion pay-per-view, the one and only that they did hit in 2001. So, as always, I am not professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I would say I had a pretty okay time watching this event. So I guess as technically this is where a lot of people consider this pay per view to be the first pay per view and the first event in the Invasion storyline. And everything else that we reviewed up to this point is technically preliminaries, but it's important preliminaries. It's planted seeds up to this point, but for a lot of people, this is where the invasion really begins. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already have an idea of how this works. If you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about the event and about each match. And I'm going to go match by match. A couple things before we get into it, though. For starters, this originally started off as fully loaded, but because of the storyline, it was changed to Invasion, and I can't lie, they had a promo for it, like they promoted the upcoming event when I reviewed King of the Ring, and at first I was confused. I'm like, wait, there's a fully loaded in 2001? Did I miss it on my schedule? Because I was checking the schedule to see what was next up to review, and I didn't see fully loaded. I'm like, hey, what happened? Was fully loaded not there? Did I miss an event? Did they cancel it? No, Fully Loaded was the event that was turned into Invasion, and technically this would be the last Fully Loaded. It would not be brought back next year or so. That does kind of suck, but yeah. So Fully Loaded, it was the original name for this event, but it was changed to Invasion. But the other thing going into this is my goodness, the hype package is even the hype package to open things up very, yeah, very warlike. Comparing it to War and everything, a little bit over the top, but it was still very high. Although I believe it was Paul Heyman being compared to Joseph Stalin that was quite a choice, but it was a pretty hype opening package, and it does kind of show that the two sides are at war. Or now, how admittedly considering how the rest of 2001 goes in real life, is it slightly awkward? Sure, but it is still it does really build things up, which I guess is cool. The other thing, now that we get into the show proper, is that a lot of these matches I'm not gonna lie, most of these matches are pretty short. Or only two of these matches, besides the main event, and crack over 10 minutes. The rest are less than 10 minutes. So they kind of they load a lot of no pun intended to fully loaded, but they load a lot of matches on this card, but a lot of them are really short, or which is really weird. If you're gonna have all these matches and just make them really short, why have all these matches on pay-per-view? But nevertheless, there was a match on Sunday Night Heat as Chavo Guerrero defeated Scotty 2 Hottie. But the rest is on the card proper, and it's kind of being treated like Survivor Series, where when WFF wins, they kind of get a point, and then when the Alliance wins, they get a point. Points. It's not really a point system per se, like with Survivor Series or with like say bragging rights, but if anything, this is kind of primordial. And I mentioned it before, it's kind of primordial version of the brand split that they would do the next year, uh, excuse me, but otherwise, it's not really like points. It's more so victories, and by the time we get into the show proper, or the alliance is technically up a point. But starting off the show proper in tag team action, we have Edge and Christian battling Lance Storm and Mike Awesome. Now, it says here that Lance Storm and Mike Awesome are representing ECW, but considering their team up, they bring up their team up history, and kind of the look for Mike Awesome here. It's kind of more like their WCW counterpart. Mike Awesome was part of WCW, where they kind of ruined his character a little bit. As I've kind of mentioned on the channel when I've been talking about the invasion, but it's nevertheless they are teaming against Edge and Christian here, and this match was okay. This match was pretty decent, I would say. All four of these guys are guys who are very impressive to see in the ring, and and they do bring up kind of the tag team history between Lance Storm and Mike Awesome. And also worth mentioning that Paul Heyman is now fully joined Team ECW, so he's no longer at the commentary desk. So now it's Jim Ross and Michael Cole, which I might not have liked them later on because I think that was around the time of heel Michael Cole. But here, I think Jim Ross and Michael Cole do make a very solid duo. Like thankfully compared to Jerry Lawler and to an extent Paul Heyman, Michael Cole is a bit more subdued. I guess it's one of the reasons why he's kind of the lead man for several years after this point. But I think he complements Jr. relatively well, well, at least to me. But as for this tag team match, we do see even more signs of tension between Edge and Christian. By this point, Team ECK, a and Team ECKR. Which includes Rhino, are no more, or being torn asunder by the King of the Ring tournament, and which kind of sucks. That friendships is ruined because of the King of the Ring tournament, but and the fact that Rhino has defected to the Alliance, but we also see more tension kind of between Edge and Christian, and it will lead to a split later on. But we will get there soon. But that ultimately Edge and Christian do pick up the win, and I believe after her after her Christian nails the spear on Mike Awesome, and Edge kind of falls on top of him to get the win. So big ups to that. They do get the win, but we'll see how things continue to unfold. And each time that a match happens or one side gets the win, we do cut back and forth to both the Alliance side, like the Alliance locker room, and then the WWF locker room, kind of reacting to who won and everything. And sometimes if the Alliance wins, then the WWF will look like distraught. Vince McMahon will be very upset and everything, and he's hyping up his guys, I mean, like Undertaker, Steve Austin, and everything to get them ready for their match. And then when the WWF wins, then Vince will be happy. But then vice versa, if the WWF wins, then the Alliance will look kind of worried. But they're also hyping up their guys, that being like DDP, etc. But so we do see them cut back and forth between that to kind of it's kind of a cool move, but it gives more of like a continuity to things to me. But it is nice to see it laid out throughout the night. But next up is the referees match as Earl Hebner takes on Nick Patrick. That's right. WWF referee Earl Hebner takes on WCW referee Nick Patrick. The WCW referees have invaded it's not just the wrestlers, it's the referees as well. And so Earl Hebner and Nick Patrick have been getting into it. A lot of people forget Earl Hebner can definitely scrap. He's had plenty of experience in having to fight back against Triple H. And the special guest referee for this match, because it's a referee fight, is Mick Foley. Won't be the last time we see him on this card. But the referees match, it goes about as you expect. They're not like trained professional wrestlers, so I don't expect them to be busting out all kinds of crazy moves. It's just kind of a dumb, fun match. And the referees and the other referees, both from the WWF side and the WCW side, I kind of come out, and they're kind of like pseudo lumberjacks in a way. It's kind of done like a lumberjack match. But why does WCW side only have like 3 referees versus WWF has like 6? What the hell? But nevertheless, Earl Hebner does ultimately. For first of all, the WCW referees try to get involved, and Mick Foley sends them to the back. But also, Earl Hebner does indeed pick up the win. And as Hebner hits Patrick with what is described as a flying shoulder block. So Hebner does pick up the win. I would have lost my mind, and I probably would have considered this the greatest match ever if Earl Hebner hit a pedigree. Like that was the only thing missing from this match. This is the shortest match of the night, and Foley does attack Nick Patrick afterwards, who kind of gets in Foley's face. But also, it's crazy to think that Mick Foley, what has been on all three sides of this whole invasion. He's in the WWF now, of course. Then he was in but he was also in WCW, and he was also in ECW. So that's nice little tidbit. It's but yeah, so Mick Foley attacks Patrick afterwards, and Earl Hebner gets the win. But man, I would have I would have paid anything to see Earl Hebner hit a pedigree on Nick Patrick. He learned from the bad, as Triple H definitely primed Earl Hebner for this. I wonder if Triple H was would have gotten involved in this. As it seems kind of like a long shot, but Triple H was out for the invasion, so you never know. Uh, but nevertheless, next up in tag team action, the APA, that being Bradshaw and Farouk, who are the WF Tag Team Champions, battle Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Haire, who are the WCW Tag Champions. So Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Haire have have been attacking some WF talent, including the APA. They've been attacking them, so now the APA is fighting back. So it's tag team champions versus tag team champion, and it goes about as you expect. This match not too bad, not too bad. Especially the Palumbo and O'Haire are very impressive in the ring, and especially O'Haire, like for a man his size with his to have his agility is pretty cool. Well, sadly, not that long a match, and the APA does get the win. And Bradshaw nails, I believe, Palumbo with the clothesline from hell. Also, the APA does get the win. But next up in singles action, and Billy Kidman, and who is the WCW Cruiserweight Champion, battles X Pac, who is the WWF Light Heavyweight Champion. Of course, another case of champion versus champion, and Kidman does say he's going to take out X Pac. It is interesting to know that X Pac has been also on both sides, at least in WF and in WCW, but he's WF through and through here, taking on Kidman, and it's also worth mentioning X Pac. I'm not sure if I mentioned it back at King of the Ring because I believe he added at King of the Ring as well. But we do have the Uncle Cracker theme, so there's that. But also is worth mentioning at this point that Just Incredible is no longer a part of the X Factor. He left the X Factor, so now it's just X Pac and Albert. Albert will be in action later on tonight, um, but Justin Credible has left the X Factor to join up with the Alliance, and it's more specifically on the ECW side of things, which does make sense. But nevertheless, we have this match here, and this match was pretty fun. And this was a very solid back and forth with both guys, both Kidman and X Pac, very athletic, very much high flyer. Ultimately, it comes down to who pretty much a mistake. That being when X Pac goes for his Bronco Buster, Kidman gets the leg up, meaning X Pac is probably never gonna have children again, and then Billy Kidman nails the shooting star as thankfully doesn't botch it this time, at least not from what I could tell, to pick up the wins, and pretty fun match, I can't lie. But next Raven and battles William Regal. Also, Oh, of course, William Regal, who, despite being from WCW, or at least part of WCW at one point, again is now part of Team WF. He's the commissioner and everything, and so he's going to be battling Raven here. And they do bring up Raven's history, not just in WCW but also ECW, but Raven's more so on the WCW side of things when it comes to this, which does make sense. But ultimately, he not really a bad match, just kind of not bad, not abysmal from either side. Just kind of the air. The other big story is that Taz shows up and suplexes Regal, and that allows Raven to nail the what they call the Raven effect, but I'm sure others may know it as the even flow DDT in order to pick up the win. So, nice, great way to make your alliance look strong. On that Raven needed in order to beat Regal. But nevertheless, that's how it goes. But next up in six-man tag action, Chris Kanyon, Hugh Morris, and Sean Stasiak, all from the WCW side, battle Albert, Big Show, and Billy Gunn from the WWF side. Why are these six together? But they do kind of explain that Billy Gunn and Big Show have kind of formed a similar tag team, formed, I should say, a tag team of sorts, and Albert's there, I guess, and then Canyon, Hugh Morris, Sean Stasiak, they kind of describe them as like young, hungry lions, so New Guard and everything. And this match kind of okay, a which does suck because at least in terms of especially Chris Canyon and some decent talent and within this match, but kind of a nothing match as well. I'll kind of take her to leave it. It's but uh but the WCW side of things, I think it's very much also supposed to be because Big Show, to an extent, Billy Gunn and Albert kind of tower over their opponent, hence even though Hugh Morris does have a decent amount of size to him, and I guess to an extent Stasiak, but they even bring up Sean Stasiak's father, Stan Stasiak, but no, nevertheless, they do kind of sneak the victory and after Stasiak attacks, I believe, Billy Gunn. Yes. Stasiak attacks him and allows Morris, or I should say, Stasiak attacks Gunn sneakily, allowing Morris to pick up the pin and get the win for the Alliance. But they're immediately taken out afterwards. So, I guess WF wins. Gets the moral victory, I guess, uh, yeah, a pretty kind of match. But next up, Tajiri, he seeks to get revenge for his fallen friend, and Smalling comrade William Regal, and seeks to get his revenge against Taz. As It's even funnier when you consider apparently William Regal and Tajiri did not like working with each other in real life. But nevertheless, Tajiri, who worth mentioning is Team WF, but he was also part of ECW, who he takes on Taz as from ECW, who in this match, nothing too crazy. Tajiri does nail Taz with the mist, and nails the buzzsaw in order to pick up the win. But otherwise, nothing too crazy happens in this match. But yeah, so Tajiri does get the win for the WF. But next up in hardcore action for the WF Hardcore Championship, Jeff Hardy, he from Team WF, defends against Rob Van Dam from ECW / The Alliance. Now, a couple things. For starters, this is the only title match on the card, and I guess it makes sense. But this is the only title match on the card. The other thing is that RVD does nail Matt Hardy with the chair, in the backstage area right before the match. He manages to sneak up on RVD or RVD, he manages to sneak up on the Hardys, nails Matt with the chair, says he'll see Jeff out there, and sure enough, he will see Jeff out there. So Jeff is also kind of worried about his brother's condition as well. But this match, I'd argue, is probably, other than I think the main events, and this match is probably the best of the night. Like, this was just a very fun back and forth. And with the exception of the main event, and this is the second longest match of the night at 12 minutes 40 seconds, but this is just a very, very fun back and forth. It definitely helps that I love these two guys' body of work, that being RVD and Jeff Hardy, and lots of fun, high flying action between the two, who just makes the match even better, in my opinion. So, definitely a very, very fun match in that regard. And ultimately, RVD, he does manage to get the win over Jeff Hardy after placing the championship on him and then nailing the 5-star frog splash. The thing is, though, he put the title, he put the championship metal faceplate side up. So if anything, that hurt RVD more than it hurt Jeff Hardy. But nevertheless, RVD does pick up the win and the hardcore championship. So congrats to him, and yeah, very, very, very fun match. Definitely, if you don't look at anything else from the show, for historical reasons or for like fun factor, or the matches I would recommend when it comes to that. For like fun factor, I definitely recommend the referee match. For I guess historical significance, the inaugural brawl, which we'll get to. But then for but then and the most fun, for like absolute just pure fun factor, definitely RVD versus Jeff Hardy. They would go on to have other, or some would consider better matches later on, but as for this one, this is still a really, really fun match. But next up is the first ever Bra and Panties match, as has Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler from WCW / The Alliance battle Trish Stratus and Lita, and I use the word battle very, very loosely. And Mick Foley's a special guest referee. Mick Foley, they said, had a clause that if he ref the referee's match, he'd ref a different match, and this was that other match. All I can say is 2001 was a different time, and I will leave it at that. Ultimately Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler challenged Trish and Lita to this match, and they end up on the losing end of things as they're stripped down to their bra and panties. Like I said, 2001, different time. I'm but moving on to the main event, and in 10-man tag team action, and or as they bill it, the inaugural brawl, which pretty much just is, I guess, code for 10-man tag team action. The Alliance, and that being, or I think at this point they weren't called the Alliance just yet; they were still called just Team WCW / ECW. That being Booker T, the Dudleys, Diamond Dallas Page, and Rhino. Who are accompanied by Shane, Stephanie, Shane, Stephanie McMahon, and Paul Heyman, battle Team WF, that being Chris Jericho, Kane, Kurt Angle, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and The Undertaker. So, heading into this match, of course, WCW's been WCW / ECW has been causing a lot of problems. And Vince, and in response to that, calls for the old Stone Cold Steve Austin to come back, the one who was the foul-mouthed SOB who bucked at authority. He needs that Steve Austin back, and back that Steve Austin comes to help out Team WF and ultimately lead them into this match, which is gonna make things awkward in just a few moments, but we'll get to that. Yeah, so Steve Austin is leading the charge for Team WF. As for who's leading the charge for WCW / ECW, honestly, I think it's meant to be Diamond Dallas Page, but you could also argue it's probably Booker T. But But nevertheless, as you have WCW and ECW, who kind of uh it's kind of a coin flip as to who's supposed to be very much the leader, but even from even on paper, are very, very solid picks from either side. Granted, one of the biggest things about the Invasion storyline, which we'll talk about more when we like wrap things up, is kind of the lack of star power, or like major star power. But it is worth mentioning there was still some star power to be had there. But nevertheless, this match, very solid, very energetic, very fast paced. It definitely feels that the stakes are very high for this match as both sides battle it out. Even starts off with the brawl, which I thought the inaugural brawl just meant all 10 would be just battling all around the arena. But and things do break down repeatedly in this match. But ultimately, it's just a 10-man tag, which admittedly does kind of take the wind out of the sails. Um, but nevertheless, we do see but also as I think both sides get relatively plenty of time to shine. It is worth mentioning. I forgot to mention this in my King of the Ring review. How there was kind of a rumor that Chris Jericho and or Chris Benoit would take the WWF Championship over to the WCW side. I'd I'd and this was before ECW had entered the chat, at which Jericho and Chris Benoit were part of all three, that being WCW, ECW, and WWF. So there was that rumor in kayfabe, but ultimately it proved to be untrue. I do wonder what things would have been like from the Chris Benoit side of things, considering he had his neck injury and thus was forced to miss the invasion. But I do also wonder, with Stephanie McMahon being in charge of ECW, what the dynamic would have been between her and Triple H. Would Triple H have joined the ECW side? It makes about as much sense as what happens in just a few moments in this match. But would Triple H have stayed with the WF and kind of opposed his wife? If in kayfabe they would end up splitting like the next year, so there's that. So I wonder if that was supposed to happen during the invasion. Nevertheless, how the match ends, which I'm sure is the moment you've all been waiting for, is that Austin comes in and Austin throws the referee. The referee was knocked out, so he throws him back into the ring and then attacks Angle, nails it with the stunner, and then Booker T pins him against the win. So Austin has betrayed the WWF and has joined the alliance. Why? It doesn't. Here's the thing, and even before I fully got into the meat and potatoes of it and talking about the invasion storyline, and Austin defecting from WF to WCW/ECW didn't make sense. And it's like this was some Austin very public was fired from WCW for not being marketable enough, and granted, also admit part of that is kind of there is some truth to that at the fact that he wasn't really the character that we all knew and loved yet, and then didn't spend that much time in ECW, and really found his major success in the WF. So naturally, him going to WCW/ECW just makes all the sense in the world. But then the other thing is, now even with context, seeing kind of like the hype packages, seeing the actual event itself, it makes even less sense now because Austin coming back as the real Stone Cold, or the old Stone Cold, I should say, happened that Raw right before this event ends. It was the go home Raw right before Invasion, and then even in this match, Austin spent the majority of the time with the WF battling the Alliance, and he was kind of kicking their ass. Why then would Austin immediately turn back to the Alliance, the people he was just beating? It made absolutely no sense. Now, when things started off with the brawl, before I knew it would be a 10-man tag, I thought Austin was going to stall and not come out for a bit, and then that would be how the turn happened. And Austin doesn't come out, and then when he does come out, then he betrays the WF. I think that somehow would have made uh, slightly more sense. It still would have been really weird and dumb, but it would have made slightly more sense. But then Austin turning on Team WF to join the alliance it's just weird. It was pretty dumb, and that for a lot of people was when what was kind of the turning point, and when people started to really realize that, oh, this invasion storyline isn't going to end well. Well, if you can believe it, it's going to get even weirder, but that's for a different time. But that's going to do it for the event. If I had to pick the strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest would either be the main event or the or probably RVD versus Jeff Hardy. The weakest, probably Canyon Morse and Stazak versus Albert Big Show and Billy Gunn on but that's really just me. And the very much fun factor is the referee match from somewhat of a kind of dumb, funny in a way, Schadenfreude kind of point of view, but yeah, but nevertheless, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below, your thoughts on the Invasion pay-per-view and my review. Did you like Invasion? Did you like my review of Invasion? Let me know. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys later. Peace. All right. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. Is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. So, we are continuing our look at the Invasion pay-per-views. We are almost done. We are almost at the finish line. But now it's time to bring the Invasion storyline to the biggest party of the summer, and and the party's getting even bigger because now The Rock is back in the picture. So will he be able to take the WCW World Championship from Booker T, or will the Alliance be able to hold on to both world titles? Because of course at this point Austin is still the WWF champion, but he faces the man and the main man that he turned on at Invasion, that being Kurt Angle. Also, two world titles on the line. Who will walk out victorious? Let's find out. I'm, of course, talking about SummerSlam 2001. Now, of course, as always, I'm not professional wrestling reviewer or analyst or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I definitely had a pretty good time, I would say, for the most part, with this show. Quite a bit good, some not as good, but that's just the nature uh, of pay-per-views, who's especially kind of around this time. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. If you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about each match, and I'm going to go match by match. So starting with, well, first of all, we have a pre-show match, that being a tag team match as Jacqueline, Lita, and Molly Holly represent the WWF, defeat Ivory, Stacy Keibler, and Tori Wilson from the Alliance. But next up, to open up the show for the Intercontinental Championship, Edge seeks to take the Intercontinental Championship back to the WWF from the Alliance's Lance Storm. So, admittedly, I'll have to see when exactly Lance Storm won the Intercontinental Championship. It is not showing me here. That's okay. I can see if I can look into it here. So I do want to see when exactly he won the Intercontinental Championship. Okay, so he beat Albert for it. Hey, if you remember, Albert was the Intercontinental Champion back at Invasion, so he beat Albert for it on the July 23rd episode of Raw, and now he's facing Edge for the title. Oh, or defending the title against Edge. Edge, of course, had won King of the Ring and is on a big old roll, and we see it continuing to go further and further from here. This match pretty good, but both these guys definitely capable of putting on a really solid match, especially Lance Storm, of course, no disrespect to Edge. Christian does show up and accidentally nails Edge with the spear. Here's kind of teasing more of that dissension between them, and and it eventually would lead to them splitting. I believe the next night on Raw. Uh, Now I did misremember it admittedly. So let me see. He he so it just says shortly afterwards. So, I'm not sure if it was next night on Raw. I forget exactly. Let me try going to. Let me try going here, but Christian does turn on Edge eventually, which they had been teasing, but so showing more of that tease here with Christian almost accidentally costing Edge the match. Ultimately, he doesn't though because Edge does pick up the win and becomes the Intercontinental Champion. So, the Intercontinental Championship is back on the WF side of things, and Christian, like I said, would eventually betray Edge, join the alliance, all that. But for the time being, the Intercontinental Championship is back in the WWF camp. So Edge beats Lance Storm here, and yeah, pretty solid match. Edge does get a pretty nasty cut over his eye. Or I believe or actually, never mind. I'm thinking of the next event, that being Unforgiven, is actually not Edge. So Edge, but yeah, really, really great match. But next up in six-man tag team action, the Dudley Boys, and Test, who are part of the Alliance, representing the Alliance, hence battle. The APA, that being Bradshaw and Farouk and Spike Dudley. Damn, so Spike was just teaming with anybody he could at this time to combat his brothers. Test was part of the WF. He went back to the WF side. He was part of the WF until they accused him of being the mole. We don't quite know who the Alliance mole is in the WF just yet, but they accused it. They accused Test of being the mole, and Test was like, "You know what? Screw you guys who accused me and attacked me. I'm gonna join the Alliance anyway." Honestly, understandable. Like, hey, like I guess it's kind of a similar argument that some. Actually, I'm not going to make that analogy, but Tess does the join the alliance, so he is part of the alliance side of things, and he's teaming with Bubba Ray and Devon. Spike still has the same theme music as the Dudleys, but now at least he's wearing different camo, so that's something, I guess. But as for this match pretty all right. Kind of your standard tag team affair. Not a super whole lot of meat on the bones. Shane does show up and nail Bradshaw with the steel chair, which does allow Tess to get the win. So Shane helping out the alliance, helping out his guys essentially. There's that aspect, but yeah, not really bad. Just not a whole lot when it comes to that. But at the end of the day, that's okay. But next up, for both the WCW Cruiserweight Championship and the WF Light Heavyweight Championship. So I believe this is a match where they would be officially unified. It, and by unified I mean we'll get to it. X Pac, who is the Cruiserweight Champion, battles Tajiri, who is the Light Heavyweight Champion, and I believe X Pac was also Cruiserweight Champion while he was in WCW, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 6. And wow, he actually won it at Super Bowl 7. And Okay, hey, but yeah, so X Pac versus Tajiri. X Pac not coming out to the Uncle Cracker theme for the X Factor, so I guess they're done away with that at least on this show. Uh, but essentially title for title. This match pretty fun on some really good back and forth. Both these guys are very good workers, so it makes for a pretty decent match. And X Pac ultimately does pick up the win, and thanks to a distraction from Albert, even though Albert shows up, and he does get nailed with the red mist. It does allow X Pac to get the win, so Albert does end up helping out X Pac when it comes to that. So X Pac now holds both titles, and well, he would hold the cruiserweight championship and the light heavyweight championship until the light heavyweight championship was eventually like kind of quietly retired, and by that I mean X Pac kind of held it and then just kind of stopped showing up with it. So the light heavyweight championship was essentially no more, which I guess makes sense because in essence the light heavyweight championship was has essentially the WF's answer to the cruiserweight division, but at least WCW's cruiserweight division. Of course, the cruiserweight division very much on fire, very much one of the high focal points of WCW. So, WF was hey, we don't need that. We got the cruiserweight division at home and the light heavyweight division, and was the cruiserweight division at home. Home in every sense of the word because it was kind of a weak, but I imagine, and eventually because now they have WCW in the fold of the WF, they don't need the light heavyweight championship anymore. So it eventually was retired. The cruiserweight championship would stick around for a few more years up until 2007, with the last holder of the title being Swoggle. Yeah, it's better that you don't ask questions. But so the titles were essentially unified there. But next up, in singles action, in somewhat of a grudge match, Chris Jericho, who takes on the Man Beast Rhinos. Oh, now, there's a couple threads going into this match when it comes to the story of this match. For starters, there's Chris Jericho has been making fun of Stephanie McMahon a lot. I feel like of all the people who made fun of Stephanie McMahon, I feel like Jericho was usually the most creative. Maybe second, maybe kind of right behind him would be like The Rock, and maybe Triple H, which is kind of messed up because that's her husband. But I would say Jericho is usually the most creative. Uh, Insulting Stephanie every chance he got about pretty much everything. A lot of very much a lot of perverted jokes, of course. But the other thread, though, so Rhino is essentially tasked with taking out Chris Jericho, kind of defending Stephanie's honor. But the other thread is that they acknowledge a commentary that Chris Jericho has never beaten Rhino. Oh, and they talk about it a lot. First of all, it's worth mentioning the commentary team for the show is back to being Jim Ross and Paul Heyman, but Paul Heyman is kind of the commentator for the Alliance side, so it's kind of that face heel dynamic. But but yeah, so Rhino has always been Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho has never been Rhino, and they talk about how Chris Jericho has not been Rhino. They talk about that fact a lot. The fact gets brought up a lot. Surely, I'm sure you see where this is going, because sure enough, Jericho does get the win in this match. It's actually a pretty fun, pretty competitive match. Stephanie he does try to get involved on a couple of occasions, including almost tripping Jericho up when he was on top rope, and then Jericho gets hit with like well, they call it on commentary like a half gore, so they call it a go, or at least Jim Ross does. But Jericho, who eventually does beat Rhino, with the Walls of Jericho. Well, they call it the Walls of Jericho, but it's actually the Lion Tamer. So Jericho has the Walls Jericho locked in at first, but then he shifts to the Lion shift. My goodness. He has the Walls of Jericho in at first, then he shifts to the Lion Tamer, and that's what makes Rhino tap out. So really, Rhino. They say Walls of Jericho on commentary. It says Walls of Jericho in the wiki here, but it's actually the Lion Tamer. So just stating that for the record. But next up in a ladder match for the Hardcore Championship, Jeff Hardy defends against Rob Van Dam. So, if you remember back at Invasion, these two faced off or the for the Hardcore Championship, and RVD got the best of Jericho there. Some point, looks like Jeff Hardy got his championship back. Like, like that. That's the thing. And it kind of talks about like the big stuff, the big storylines on the wiki here. But they also do talk about the Hardcore Championship. So, oh, let's see. He He, okay, so, oh, okay, so I see here. So on the August 13th episode of Raw, Rob Van Dam was going to defend the hardcore title against Kurt Angle. Why, uh, kind of weird or for Kurt Angle, who's pretty much like a main eventer at this point, to be in the hardcore championship division. But a bit. To be fair, that did happen sometimes because Undertaker and Kane were hardcore champions. But Hardy did end up pinning RVD anyway because that was kind of the Hardcore Championship rules to win back his Hardcore Championship. So it's now leading to this ladder match here, and they put over a commentary. They talk about a lot. This being the first ladder match for the Hardcore Championship, and these two definitely tore the house down. It already helps that it's a ladder match, and you guys know how much of a sucker I am for ladder matches. But otherwise, the action between these two in terms of this match is absolutely fantastic. It is phenomenal. Some scary moments, some kind of scary moments, which is kind of the nature of ladder matches, but a lot of fun back and forth, and eventually, RVD does regain the Hardcore Championship. So the Hardcore Championship is once again in the camp of the Alliance. So there is that. But yeah, definitely a hell of a match. Honestly, my words cannot do it justice. I definitely recommend it. Recommend checking it out. I should say. But next up for the WCW Tag Team Championship and the WF Tag Team Championships, so those titles are due to be unified. The Brothers of Destruction, that being Kane and The Undertaker, who are the WCW Tag Team Champions, battle Diamond Dallas Page and Chris Kanyon, who are the WWF Tag Team Champions. So let me say that again. And Diamond Dallas Page and Kanyon from the Alliance are the WWF Tag Team Champions. The Undertaker and Kane, the Brothers of Destruction, are the WCW Tag Team Champions. Ah, that's all I can really say. Hey, but nevertheless, of course, is continuing the feud between DDP and Undertaker. Of course, it started off with DDP stalking Undertaker's wife Sarah. Chris Kanyon showed up. Of course, he and DDP very good friend, and Chris Kanyon showed up, and obviously won the tag titles at some point, and then Undertaker and Kane won the WCW tag titles at some point. So this is winner take all essentially for both these sides. Now this match, not great. It essentially this is less of a match and more DDP and Canyon getting the crap kicked out of them for about 10 minutes or so. Oh, and more so DDP. It's kind of funny, admittedly, because as they do let Canyon leave the cage. Like Chris Canyon's trying to escape. It's one of those ones where both members of the team have to escape the cage in order to win. So Kane's trying to chase Canyon. Undertaker has a let him go. So, essentially, Undertaker and Kane alone in the ring with DDP, and they essentially annihilate him in within the confines of the match. This was pretty much about Undertaker finally fully getting his revenge on DDP, as if he hasn't been kicking the crap out of him enough up to this point. Like, nope, gotta pile on more. I think this is kind of like if I'm understanding correctly, I believe this is pretty much like the end of the feud between the two. But yeah, so Bros Destruction, and almost on the level of like a glorified squash. Obviously DDP and Canyon do get offense in, and it does suck because both DDP and Canyon are incredibly talented, especially Chris Canyon. Like if you get the chance, check out some of If you're unfamiliar with Chris Canyon, check out some of his stuff in WCW. It is his some really awesome stuff of he was very, very innovative, of course. R.I.P. to Chris Canyon, but essentially, this kind of borders on squash, and it's more so about Undertaker beating down DDP, more so than it's about how the actual tag team aspect of the match, or even the tag team titles. Those almost feel, I don't want to say fully like an afterthought, but it's definitely more so about Undertaker and now Kane beating down DDP. So there's that, I guess. But yeah, sure enough, uh, that's how does it there. Poor DDP. But next up in your semi-main event, the first of the two world title matches, Kurt Angle seeks to take the WF Championship back to the WF, but he's got to go through the Texas Rattlesnake Stone Cold Steve Austin, who at this point has joined the Alliance. And he turned on Team WF at Invasion, has joined the alliance. He states his reasoning being that he felt rejected by the WF, and that he found a team that appreciates him in the alliance. He accuses Vince McMahon of grooming Kurt Angle to be the next WF champion, and so Austin has gone full paranoid. And so Kurt Angle is now going to attempt to take the title back from Stone Cold Steve Austin, and so it essentially leads to this match here. And Stone Cold Steve Austin has gotten new theme music. Gone is Glass Shattered by Disturbed. Now we have Stone Cold Steve Austin's Alliance theme, which for starters, it has an alternate glass sounding intro. And it's very it sounds very fast paced, very upbeat, very chaotic. A lot of people pointed out it sounds very much like Tekken music. It sounds like exactly like something you would hear in Tekken, and that's not a bad thing. Tekken music is awesome, but it definitely sounds like something out of Tekken. But it does kind of fit Austin as more like paranoid, kind of out there, borderline psychopath persona, as he's leading the alliance, leading by example, which that example being humiliating and beating down other alliance members when they disagree with him. So, Steve Austin essentially becoming a tyrant, and so Kurt Angle is attempting to bring the championship back to the WF side. This match was very, very fantastic. It, Both these guys very awesome. You definitely feel kind of the vitriol that both these men have for each other, at least in terms of storyline. And you definitely feel it. The story's told really well. Well, and these two absolutely tear the house down against each other, just absolutely going against each other. It has that big fight feel. Oh, and Austin doing just about everything to hold on to the championship, about almost getting desperate. But ultimately, Austin attacks several referees. He's until Angle nails the ankle slam on Austin, goes to pin him, but Nick Patrick shows up. Nick Patrick is the WCW referee. He's one of the WCW / Alliance referees. He's on an unrelated note. Where are the ECW referee? He's no sign of Bill Alfonso anywhere. I think Bill Alfonso is the only ECW referee I can think of, but we have plenty of WCW referees. We have like Charles Robinson. We have Nick Patrick, who's kind of the leader of the WCW referees. But no sign of the ECW referees anywhere. But sure enough, Nick Patrick shows up and disqualifies Austin. So Austin holds on to the title, but Kurt technically gets the win, and JR is living. Something I feel like I should point out: JR and his vitriol. Oh, like, hey, a lot of people said that JR could definitely convince you to hate someone just on his commentary alone, and very much so is apparent with Austin. It was apparent, and it was already apparent with like Triple H, but now it's even more apparent with Steve Austin, especially after turning on the WWF, and Jim Ross just like going in on Austin just about every chance he get. As you definitely feel it. It does lead to a lot of semi annoying arguments between him and Paul Heyman, but that's kind of the nature of things. But Kurt Angle does put Nick Patrick in the ankle lock, so that is something. But yeah, so Austin essentially escapes with the WWF Championship, and normally DQ endings can be hit or miss, but I think in this case it definitely kind of works. Erickson definitely plays more into the character of Austin, him trying to have so much of a death grip on the WF Championship. So I think it pays off, and I think it works for the most part when it comes to that. But yeah, really, excuse me, really awesome match between the two. And they will rematch at Unforgiven, so we'll see if the match at Unforgiven is better, or I should say if it can top this. But yeah, really fantastic match. And then last but certainly not least, for the WCW Championship, The Rock seeks to take the championship, the WCW World Championship from Booker T. So The Rock is back. He's rejected the alliance and it's put him in the crosshairs with Booker T, who has nailed The Rock with which is essentially at first the rock bottom, but has become one of Booker T's new moves, that being the bookend. And so it's essentially the rock bottom versus the bookend, the people's elbow versus the spinneroonie. Yeah, and it's led to Paul Heyman saying Booker T is the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, and saying the spinneroonie is the most electrifying move in sports entertainment. A couple things I have to point out on commentary in this match. For starters, Paul and admittedly, as I'm recording this, I'm actually not finished with Unforgiven. I'm literally in the midst of the main event between Austin and Angle at Unforgiven, so I gotta finish watching that, and obviously I'm reviewing it later on tonight. Um, Paul Heyman calls Alt Booker T the book throughout this match, and then same at Unforgiven, and it's kind of annoying. I can't lie. Like uh like if it was once or twice, I think it'd be kind of dumb, goofy, but it said so much that it starts to become kind of grating, and like plays on nicknames, like kind of joke nicknames like that, are cool. I don't have a problem with it, but it did get a little excessive for my taste. But the other thing is that Jim Ross is kind of criticizing the Spinneroonie, and going against Paul Heyman, putting over the Spinneroonie as hard as he did, and he says it sounds like a he says it's not. I forget his exact verbiage. He says it sounds kind of like a pasta dish that like a chef would cook up, like some kind of TV dinner chef would cook up spinaroonie. And it made me laugh because lo and behold, Booker T would end up doing a Chef Boyardee commercial where they did the spinaroonie. I believe it is still on YouTube, but look it up. I don't know if that commercial was done during the midst of the invasion, if it was done later, but if it was done, then um, it's a pretty funny jab at that. But 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 if it was but if he hadn't done that commercial yet, then my goodness, JR called it. So it should be no. Oh, oh so it should be on YouTube. Booker T, Chef Boyardee. Booker T. Oh man, yeah, yeah. It's for the beefaroni, and they call it like beefaroonie in the commercial, and saying that Booker T confused it for beefaroonie, and then like child him came up with with the spinaroonie he move and stuff like that. It's just a pretty funny commercial. Oh, but I'm also glad I YouTubed it because I forgot he did a Hungry Man commercial as well. Booker T was really in his commercial bag. It's just too bad he didn't get that at a Japanese shampoo commercial from WrestleMania 18. But now that the tangent's out of the way, as for this match was fine. It was pretty good. Like both The Rock and Booker T, very talented, but at the same time, kind of a foregone conclusion. And because as you pretty much knew The Rock was going to win it, it was pretty much a matter of how. Booker does get some solid offense, some solid enough offense in. And Shane is down there kind of accompanying Booker T, and he does perform like provide like interference and stuff, and kind of tries to interfere on Booker T's behalf up until well, up until Shane nails The Rock with the title, but then the APA show up and Bradshaw nails clothesline from hell on Shane for costing them the match earlier. Or then, sure enough, how the match ends, Booker T, sure enough, nails his spinaroonie, so he got it in the match. Then The Rock kips nails Rock Bottom, and picks up the win, and becomes a new WCW World Champion. So, oh, cool. So the Alliance has the WF Champion, and more, and the WF has the Alliance Championship. Again, it's better that you don't ask questions. But as for this match, it was still really solid, even if, and I think a solid enough main event, even if you kind of knew all along that Booker T probably wasn't going to beat The Rock. If he beat The Rock here, it definitely would have been a surprise, but otherwise, yeah, you knew Booker T. He did not have a single chance of beating The Rock here. But yeah, so that is it for the show. I also, this is kind of a non sequitur, right? But I do have to, or not really non sequitur, but something else I feel like I probably should bring up is Sean Stasiak's running gag of it starts with him. I forget exactly after which match, but he comes in trying to find Austin earlier in the show, and then Deborah tells Sean to Sean Stasiak, that is, to make an impact of your own and kick somebody's ass. And Sean Stasiak tries twice to run into The Rock, and The Rock each time just sidesteps like a cartoon character, and Sean Stasiak crashes into something like a cartoon character and like a goof. And The Rock just goes back to what he was saying. The first time it happens is when he's being interviewed about the upcoming match and whether or not he's 100% after receiving the bookend through the table, which is also worth mentioning. Earlier in the show, Shane got Booker T a present, that being a pair of bookends, hence like actual bookends for like books and stuff. There was that, and then the second time was when The Rock was in like the trainer's room, and Sean Stasiak tried it again. Poor Sean Stasiak slash Meat. But as for the show itself, the strongest and weakest match of the night for me. The strongest is you could obviously honestly, you could pick between either the WF Championship match or the Hardcore Championship match. Both were really good for kind of two different reasons. As the weakest, probably Brothers of Destruction versus DDP and Canyon, which it does hurt my heart to say. But nevertheless, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor, first of all, well, the first favor is pardon me as I accidentally hit my mic, but the second favor I have of you is to like, comment, subscribe, share it with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you never miss an upload, and excuse me, let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on SummerSlam 2001, my review. Did you like the show? Did you like my review? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys later. Peace. All right. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It's Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. So, after the fallout of SummerSlam, it's time for the next event in our look in the Invasion storyline. And there is no forgiveness. In fact, the WWF superstars are unforgiven. And not the greatest segue, I suppose, but screw it. It's time for Unforgiven 2001. So, as always, I'm not professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I had a pretty good time for the most part, I would say, with this event. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. If you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about each match, and we're going to go match by match. Although, oh, I do have to acknowledge, well, a couple things I have to acknowledge. For starters, I can't believe I went the whole SummerSlam review without acknowledging Drowning Pool, Bodies, I should say, by Drowning Pool as the show's theme song. And and I believe it was a theme of the Alliance, more specifically the ECW side of things for a while, but because of the September 11th attacks, that was ultimately not the case anymore, which I suppose makes sense. And because, it's kind of associated with this very because you're essentially in the wake of this very tragic event, so it makes sense. But but yeah, so I forgot to acknowledge it there. Might do something within the thumbnail though. But the other thing is that shout out to this pay-per-view poster for Unforgiven and the triple heads of Stone Cold Steve Austin looking absolutely psychotic. Like you have the two like shouting on the one side, and then Austin's face looking very psychotic in the center. If I had to guess, I imagine the other two heads are supposed to be kind of like the ears, like Austin talking in his own ears. Hers it just his first of all, it's cool. It's a cool, creepy looking poster, but also it shows kind of how unhinged Austin has become. He's kind of in his own head, kind of in his own ears. And I think this poster perfectly encapsulates that. It's a poster I want to see somebody do today, like an homage type thing. Like if WWE, I should say, ever brings back the Unforgiven brand, whether on the main roster or in NXT. Yeah, bring back have somebody do an homage to the Unforgiven 2001 poster, or oh, if you pay him enough, you might be able to get Austin himself. But yeah, it's a very cool but also very weird poster. But it's weird in all the good ways. But excuse me, getting into the event itself, we did have a match on Sunday Night Heat. We had Billy Gunn defeating Tommy Dreamer. So so the WF already starts off the night with a win over the Alliance. But next up, in a four-way elimination match for the tag team championships, the Dudley Boys, that being Bubba Ray and Devon, on defend, and the WF tag team championship against the Big Show and Spike Dudley, the Hurricane and Lance Storm, and the Hardy Boys, Matt and Jeff. But Nigel, you may ask, weren't the tag titles unified? By Undertaker and Kane defeating DDP and Canyon back at SummerSlam. Yeah, for a little bit, but then they were ununified again, and we'll learn a little bit more about that. But But we have four teams battling for the tag team titles here. And Spike Dudley, he continues to team with random people. This time is the Big Show, and the Hurricane is here. I forgot the Hurricane gimmick actually started this early. In fact, the Hurricane was around even earlier than that. I forgot Gregory Helms was doing the Hurricane gimmick this early into his WWE slash WF career. But nevertheless, the Hurricane is here, and Jim Ross, which the commentary is once again Jim Ross and Paul Heyman. The commentary talk about how cool it would be if the Hurricane, or Jim Ross should say, talks about how cool it would be if the Hurricane became a superhero for the WF side of things. How it would be cool to have the Hurricane on the side of the WF. And Paul Heyman takes umbrage to that, as saying that he's trying to steal the Hurricane away from the Alliance. And no, just alluding to it. As for this match itself, the match is pretty okay. Hey, nothing too super crazy. Within this match. And nothing. Excuse me, my goodness. Nothing super duper crazy happening within this match. Match. Ultimately, it comes down to the Dudleys and the Hardys. So they kind of got the two. Um, they got the two amalgamated. There it is. The two amalgamated teams. There, that being Storm and Hurricane and Big Show and Spike. Like as random as a team as Big Show and Spike is, Hurricane and Lance Storm somehow are kind of even more of a random team. But and trust me, I'm not against random teams. I know some people are, but I'm personally not. But it was just kind of weird. But it comes down to the Dudleys and the Hardys. Ultimately, the Dudleys pull some chicanery, and Bubba nails the Bubba bomb on Matt at behind the referee's back, which allows Devon, who is the legal man, to pick up the win over the Hardys. He's not the best outing for either the Hardys or the Dudleys, but it was still okay for the most part. Sorry, I accidentally smacked my mic there. But next up, Perry Saturn takes on Raven. Now, at this point, Raven and abducted Perry Saturn's love of interest Moppy, who Perry Saturn left Terry Runnels for, and so they kidnapped Moppy. Raven fed Moppy to the wood chipper. But leading up to that, Perry was looking for Moppy, including putting Moppy on the back of the milk carton, and he's trying to find Moppy. But lo and behold, Moppy was killed at the hands of the wood chipper, and Perry Saturn is very upset about it. And in fact, I forgot to mention this during SummerSlam, but Perry Saturn, we actually see him looking for Moppy at SummerSlam while he's at WF New York. But as for this match, again, nothing too crazy. They do, which props to the commentary team. They do bring up the history of Perry Saturn and Raven being both being members of the Flock over in WCW, where Raven was the leader of the Flock and Perry was one of his members. In fact, I believe it was, and they do say it on commentary, it was ultimately Perry Saturn who kind of rebelled against the Flock and was one of the factors leading to its eventual demise. As was Saturn, but kind of cool that they brought up that it's kind of brought up their history here. The match, like I said, okay, just kind of on the short side. It's only about 5 minutes, just as a little over 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Perry does get a pretty nasty cut around his eye, so that looks kind of gross. But Perry does ultimately get the win over Ray Haven. So Perry gets a measure of revenge on Raven, and in order to excuse me, man, I cannot talk. It's kind of late, but Perry does get a measure of revenge for Moppy on Raven and to an extent Terry Runnels. But next up for the Intercontinental Championship, Edge defends against his own brother Christian. That's right, Christian at this point has turned on Edge. Edge finally getting fed up of Edge getting all the success, all the attention, and Christian's jealousy has finally overtaken him, and he's snapped. He's turned on Edge. Edge saying Edge was jealous of him, and that Edge always got all the attention. This is back when they were still being billed as brothers. So Christian has essentially turned on his brother Edge, and is seeking to take his Intercontinental Championship from him. And both Edge and Christian have new theme music for the night, at least in terms of what we're seeing on this pay-per-view. Christian has his first solo theme. I would sing it, but I cannot sing, so I'm not going to. But Edge has Never Gonna Stop by Rob Zombie, which he had, excuse me, for a short amount of time before he got the Alter Bridge theme. And Christian had this theme for a short time as well before he got um, his before he got Just Close Your Eyes by Waterproof Blonde, on which between the two versions of Just Close Your Eyes is the later version he would use when he returned to WWE. He was cool, but it's not topping the Waterproof Blonde version. That version is absolutely amazing and definitely fit Christian to a T. As for this match, after this match, pretty good back and forth. We see the story being told throughout the match as they compete. Ultimately, Christian and does pick up the win and does pick up the Intercontinental Championship over from his brother Edge after he distracts the referee and tries to goad Edge into nailing the one-man concerto, and then Christian low-blowed him with the chair to pick up the win. So Christian becomes Intercontinental Champion. Christian also has a cut around his eye. I get used to hearing cut around the eye because it happens quite a bit on this night, surprisingly. But yeah. So Christian is now Intercontinental Champion, and Edge eventually would get it back, I believe. But Christian has, I guess, proven himself to his against his brother. But this was the split of Edge and Christian. They wouldn't team again for a while, and it's crazy to think that now in present day 2025, now that both men are not retired and are in AEW and everything, they're kind of back to teaming for the time being. They just faced Kip Sabian and Kill Switch at Forbidden Door. They're about to face FTR at All Out. So, crazy to go back and see. There was a time where they were not on the best of terms, and poor Grandma Edna. But next up for the WCW Tag Team Championship, the match I'm sure most of you have been waiting for, or The Undertaker and Kane, the Brothers of Destruction, battle Chronic. So, Chronic showed up, attacked the Brothers of Destruction. They cost them the WWF Tag Team Championships, although the Brothers of Destruction are still the WCW Tag Team Champions. But Chronic is also now aligned with Steven Richards, mainly because Steven Richards is getting revenge on the Undertaker for being the one to end Right to Censor, which was forced to disband earlier in the year. So, Right to Censor at this point is no more, and Steven Richards comes out with the Bryans, Adams, and Clark arc of Chronic, and would proceed to essentially steal their theme song later on in his career. Pretty much Steven Richards' theme song is essentially the Chronic theme, just as they changed it's changed some aspects of it. But nevertheless, as this match, here's what I'll say about this match. Is it a good match? No. Is it an abysmal match? I wouldn't say so. Is it even a bad match? Kinda. So this match, infamously, he made Undertaker and Kane just a tad bit upset to the point where Well, actually, I'll explain after the match. Actually, the match itself is kind of dull and kind of lifeless. Adams and Clark don't really get a whole lot in. It's mostly Undertaker and Kane who don't really sell, which is kind of their thing. But eventually, Undertaker nails the choke slam on, I believe, Brian Clark, in order to retain. But yeah, kind of a bit of a rough watch. But this match resulted in them taking Chronic off TV because Undertaker and Kane were very upset how the match went. Resulted in them taking Chronic off TV to send them to developmental. But Chronic said, "Nope, we don't want to go to developmental." So W was like, "Okay, bye." Hey, and that was it. Chronic was let go from the WWF, which absolutely did kind of suck. That it led to them being released, but at the same time, if the match doesn't go that way or it doesn't go the way it's supposed to, and it's that bad and makes people upset, I don't know, but it is pretty crazy to think about how the match essentially led to Chronic being no more in the WWF. But next up for the Hardcore Championship, Rob Van Dam, who is the Hardcore Champion, defends against Chris Jericho. So Jericho, in a way, kind of similar premise to Jericho versus Rhino in the aspect of RVD is hardcore champion, but he's also kind of defending Stephanie's honor. Stephanie has offered to help out RVD take out Jericho, and to essentially shut Jericho up for making fun of her so much. And RVD does kind of resist, saying he's got this, but Stephanie shows up anyway. So what can you do? But this match is very, very fantastic. Like RVD definitely was not missing in 2001. He was absolutely straight hooping in terms of like pay-per-view match. This match actually both men's like style. Well, at least at the time, was definitely complemented each other. Like both were capable very much of the high flying, with some of the technical wizardry he peppered in by Jericho. One of the few times I can think of where RVD misses the guillotine leg drop on the barricade, but sure enough, Stephanie does. Stephanie does distract Jericho with a chair. Or I should say, while Jericho's holding the chair, Stephanie tugs on the chair and tries to prevent Jericho from hitting RVD, and he takes a full-on swing at her, and she ducks, which was like, oh my god, like holy crap! But sure enough, RVD he counters with the Van Daminator, and then the 5-star or Frog Splash in order to pick up the win. So RVD still hardcore champion. Jericho has been defeated, at least for the time being, thanks to Stephanie McMahon. And yeah, just a very awesome, very fun, very, very physical match with some pretty cool fun spots in there. But next up, in a handicap match for the WCW Championship, The Rock defends against both Booker T and Shane McMahon. So, at SummerSlam, The Rock defeated Booker T to win the World Championship, and now to win the WCW World Championship, that is, and now the Alliance wants it back. So, Shane has put together this handicap match against The Rock, where it is Booker T and Shane attempting to take the title from The Rock. Pretty much by any means necessary, the title has to come back to the Alliance. So, that's why both Shane and Booker T are here. Or so whoever pins The Rock becomes the champion, which it obviously the match I'm about to describe wasn't a handicap match, but was a tag team match. But that's literally how. But the stipulation where anyone who is tagged in can pin and win the championship. That's literally how David Arquette won the World Championship, the WCW World Championship. That is his. I don't know if WWF did that on purpose or if it just happened to be coincidence, but very interesting observation, nevertheless. This match was pretty alright as well. I don't think it tops their SummerSlam but Shane and Booker both get their stuff in, and The Rock does his thing as well. In terms of this match, Nick Patrick showing a lot of Nick Patrick, of course, is the referee for WCW, showing a lot of favoritism towards Shane McMahon, Booker T, to the point where he ignores blatant and disqualifications, such as when Shane nails The Rock with the world title. Well, I believe it was this match, or it might have been the SummerSlam match, where Shane accidentally nails Booker T with the world title. Oh, and then just does it to The Rock like a few moments later. That might have been SummerSlam, but sure enough, if Mike Chioda shows up and kind of gets into it with Nick Patrick, even pulls Shane out at one point as Nick Patrick's counting, but Earl Hebner shows up to replace Nick Patrick after being taken out by Mike Chioda, and pretty much counts the win for The Rock, who nails the rock bottom on, I believe, Booker T. Yes, nails rock bottom on Booker T to retain the title. It wasn't right after the Spinaroonie this time, but it wasn't too long after. So The Rock still the WCW World Champion, and pretty a good match, pretty solid match. Just preferred the SummerSlam one over it. But next up in your semi-main event, and for the WCW United States Championship, Rhino battles Tajiri. Yeah, so Tajiri and Tori Wilson kind of have a Romeo and Juliet relationship going on. Tori's technically part of the alliance, but Tajiri's part of the is part of Team WWF. Regal at first advised against it for Tajiri because Rhino injured Tajiri's ribs. But sure enough, Tajiri wants to fight Rhino, so they're going to go out there and battle. Well, and this match is the shortest match. I wish these two got more time, but I think even in the time allotted, they still did relatively well. A cool moment where Rhino chases Tori in the ring, and Rhino's going for a gore on Tori. But Tajiri stops him dead in his tracks with a buzzsaw. Oh, that moment was cool as hell. Oh, but ultimately Rhino does nail the gore on Tajiri in order to pick up the win and win the United States Championship. They kind of give it away, similar to what happened with Jericho and, ironically enough, Rhino at SummerSlam. They kind of give away Rhino winning by saying that the United States Championship is one of the only titles Rhino hasn't held, and sure enough, Rhino wins it. Although it does lead to a funny line from Paul Heyman saying, I guess the only reason Rhino didn't win the United States Championship because he never challenged for it before, or so. So pretty funny by Paul Heyman. But last, certainly not least, in the main event, Kurt Angle once again, and this time in his hometown of Pittsburgh, because that's where Unforgiven is, his battle Stone Cold Steve Austin for the WWF Championship. So, Kurt is still gunning for Austin after having lost by DQ back at SummerSlam, including the famous Milkomania segment, and Austin and taking umbrage to the alliance being humiliated, so he ties Kurt Angle's gold medals to a brick and launches it into the ocean. And because Kurt Angle didn't beg or cry for them, nope, Kurt just did the next best thing. He attacked Austin with a pipe, stole his truck, tied Austin up, blindfolded him, threatened to throw him into the river unless he gave him a title match at Unforgiven. And Austin and essentially he begs and pleads and cries not to be thrown in, and gives in to his title match. And then Kurt proceeds to push Austin into a kiddie pool. Oh, he wasn't gonna throw him in the river. He had a kiddie pool right there. That admittedly was pretty funny. So these two have been gunning back and forth. They play up even more. They kind of played it up in the SummerSlam match, but they play up even more how Austin's kind of cautious, kind of implying that Austin's afraid of Kurt Angle, afraid of facing Kurt Angle. Like I said, we kind of see it in their SummerSlam match, but they definitely play it up even more for this match, which I guess makes sense because it's the rematch. As for this match, I think unlike the WCW World Championship match, this one I think might top their one in SummerSlam. Um, um, this one was still really fantastic. A great way to end off the show. You see the physicality from both men. You see how bad both men really want it. And a very good battle back and forth. Or the even Austin nailing a pile driver on Angle. Angle even ripping the mat off the floor, or ultimately, as Austin's going for the stunner, which they do steal each other's finishers. Angle does a stunner. His looked kind of weird. Austin does an angle slam. His looked even weirder. It just looked like a backdrop, but they say it on commentary that it's an angle slam. So I guess that's what Austin was going for. But ultimately, Kurt Angle gets it's Austin in the ankle lock, and Austin submits, and Kurt Angle becomes the WWF champion. And so this finish actually genuinely surprised me a little bit, only because I had forgotten I had forgotten Austin lost it to Kurt Angle. I thought Austin held it continuously the whole time throughout the invasion, but no. Apparently, there was a time where Kurt Angle was WWF champion. It would be short-lived. Austin would get it back relatively soon after, and that would lead to a triple threat with Austin, Angle, and RVD at No Mercy, which we will look at next time. But yeah, so Angle is a new WWF champion. Excuse me. His family comes in to celebrate. The locker room, at least the WF locker room, comes in to celebrate. Hey, so now both titles are in the WF camp. At least both world titles. And yeah, definitely a hell of a match. As Austin submitting was pretty cool. The crowd definitely popped when Angle won, so really awesome to see there. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for this review. If I had to pick the strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest definitely either the Hardcore Championship match or the WF Championship match. Similar to SummerSlam, both were just really, really fantastic. And the weakest match, had you probably saw it coming, and Brothers of Destruction versus Chronic, unfortunately. But you kind of figured going in. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on post notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on the match, my review of the match. Do you like the event? I should say the pay-per-view event. It's time for me to go to bed. Did you like my review of Unforgiven? Did you like the Unforgiven show itself? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. It's time for me to go to bed, and I will see you guys later. Peace. Alright. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. We're finally doing it after months of waiting and being behind. My apologies, by the way. We are finally finishing up our Alliance reviews and the series as a whole. Now, I know it's been a while, so it's probably old news to a lot of you, but damn it, I said I was going to see it through, and we're going to see it through. But in the meantime, we only have 4 more events to go and then our final analysis, so that'll stretch throughout the week here. But in the meantime, it's time for both members of the WWF and members of the Alliance to show, no remorse, no, respect, no reprieve, and no mercy. I'm, of course, talking about No Mercy 2001. But, of course, as always, I am not professional. Not a professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time. And I would say I had a pretty decent time with this event. Fun fact, I have not watched this event 3 times now. Oh, the first 2 times were for the purpose of review, of course, but that didn't happen. So I figured we'll watch it one more time, so that I can properly be updated, and so I could properly uh, review the uh, review the actual match, which is so late. Sorry. But nevertheless, we're going to get into it here. Now, of course, as always, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. Even if it has been a little bit since we've done an Alliance review. In fact, I think I am going to put these not just in the wrestling reviews playlist that I have going, but I might give all the Alliance reviews their own playlist. Now, considering I am going to do the compilation style like I've done for several of my other videos, such as you know, the such as you know, the Batman Arkham one that I just did the other day. If you haven't already, you can check those out. You can check out the full series, or you can check out the compilation, whichever you prefer. But considering that there's a chance there's a chance I might not give them its own playlist just yet. But I'll think about it. I will contemplate it. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's make some finally, after so long, again, my deepest apologies. Let's finally make some headway. Let's do this. Now, of course, if you see these reviews, I already said that part. Uh, Alright, but or actually, I don't think I finished. So, but if you've seen these reviews of mine before, just in case I didn't, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you know how this works. If you haven't, I'm gonna be talking about what I liked, disliked about the event as a whole, each match and everything, and we're gonna go match by match. So, starting. Well, actually, we have some pre-show matches first, so I better get those out of the way. Pre-show slash Sunday Night Heat. The APA defeated Chris Canyon and Hugh Morris, and then Billy Kidman defeated Sky Tuhati to retain the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. But now moving on to the show proper, the Hardy Boys start off that being Matt and Jeff, accompanied by Lita. They battle against Lance Storm and the Hurricane, who are accompanied by both Ivory and Mighty Molly. The Hardy Boys. He's to my knowledge, I might be wrong. I don't think the Hardy Boys have missed a pay-per-view yet. They were even there for the UK once, if I'm not mistaken. So, good on them. Meanwhile, of course, Landstorm and the Hurricane, both part of the Alliance. Both teaming together more and more as we're seeing as of late. Heidi Molly, aka the former Molly Holly, he broke up with Spike Dudley, joined the Alliance, and so became the Hurricane's sidekick. That being Mighty Molly. They're going to be so she's accompanying them in this match here. And of course, alongside Ivory, who comes out with Lance Storm, and then Lita with the Hardy Boys, of course. But nevertheless, as for this match, not a bad match, not a bad way to open the show. Some pretty decent action between these four competitors. They do bring up on commentary how, or like the history and everything between Matt Hardy, or between the Hardy Boys and the Hurricane, aka Gregory Helms, aka Shane Helms. I don't think he became Gregory Helms until he got to WWE. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. If I am, please correct me in the comments. But nevertheless, as they bring up the history between all three of them, especially them growing up in North Carolina, they were very close growing and they do. So they bring up that history, and then they also kind of in the way put over Landstorm as well. Landstorm. Not quite. You would think he'd be a lot more on fire in a lot of ways, is versus what he was doing in WCW, where he was the man for quite a bit and got a lot of traction. But such is the Alliance slash the Invasion storyline. I know not the first time you'll hear me say that, and won't be the last. But nevertheless, still pretty decent action. between both sides. Ultimately, the Hardy Boys do pick up the win, and things do get a little chaotic towards the end, especially when the managers get involved. Oh, Mighty Molly and Ivory try getting involved, and of course Paul Heyman says nothing. And of course the commentary team is once again Jim Ross and Paul Heyman. But then and when Lita gets involved, and then when Matt and Jeff are kind of doing I don't want to say cheating necessarily, but Jeff does hit the swanton, and Matt is still the legal man. Then Paul Heyman complains. I mean, heel commentators got a heel commentator, but you can't have your cake and eat it too in a way. But nevertheless, the Hardy Boys do pick up the win. But next up. In singles action, Test, who is part of the Alliance, battles the Big Red Machine, Kane. And actually, I will say to kind of bring up my point here, Test does beat Kane here. Pretty decent back and forth. I will say if the storyline was Stephanie McMahon and be like Tess being Stephanie McMahon's boyfriend, which then and then her fiance, which then led to Triple H marrying her in the drive-through wedding, which then led to McMahon Helmsley regime. If that was Tess' biggest like storyline, or where he got his biggest push, I would say, then his time here in the Alliance might be a close second. And because Tess picking up the win over Kane, and actually a pretty decent back and forth. There is some referee chicanery here. The referee is Nick Patrick, so it's to be expected. But ultimately, Tess nails Kane with the ring bell straight in front of the referee, and Nick Patrick does nothing, and Jim Ross totally rips him for it, and rightfully so. Then when Kane goes to hit the chair, then all of a sudden Nick Patrick decides, nope, oh, you are not to use that chair. So Kane kind of gets in his grill. He'll goes to chokeslam him and Tess at the same time, so he has a double chokeslam spot, throws Nick Patrick down, but that does give Tess the opening to hit the low blow and then hit the big boot for the win. Test is probably, unless you count like Drew McIntyre's Claymore, Test might be the only person I can think of who actually made the big boot an actual finisher. And to his credit, he has a solid big boot. But her or I guess you could also count like the bro kick, like Sheamus's bro kick, or Matt Morgan's carbon footprint. And me personally, I don't know it. Oh, admittedly, that's kind of a can of worms. I don't feel like opening right now. But what Kane does open is a can of whoop ass all over Nick Patrick. So he grabs him, hits him with two choke slams. And the funniest thing is, he hits Nick Patrick with the one choke slam and goes to leave, thinks about it, goes in, hits Nick Patrick with another choke slam, and leaves, thinks about it again, and then nails Nick Patrick finally with a power bomb, and then spews up the fire and everything. So Kane does, in a way, kind of get screwed over by Nick Patrick, but he does get his comeuppance in the end, at least. But next up, in a lingerie match, Tori Wilson takes on Stacy Keibler. Now, Tori Wilson was part of the Alliance alongside Stacy Keibler, both being brought over from WCW and everything. But ultimately, because of Tori's relationship with Tajiri, she kind of is kicked out of the Alliance slash kind of distances herself from the Alliance, and so it kind of leads to her and Stacy Keibler going at it. It's and there was a bikini contest between the two, because of course there was on I want to say SmackDown. I don't know if I see. Uh, yeah, on the October 4th episode of SmackDown and I guess this is the rematch, the lingerie match between the two. Now, Stacy does have like the silk robe, and there is a funny moment where she shows what's underneath the robe to Matt Hardy, and Matt likes what he see. Matt indeed is woken. I'm sorry, that was terrible. But yeah, so the ladies are going to compete in a lingerie match just for her Tori Wilson to still be more scantily clad than Stacy Keibler. Now, look. Let me preface preface this portion of the review by saying I am not prude. You know, I can very much acknowledge that these are two very beautiful, attractive women. Dare I say that's kind of why they're here in the first place doing this. Is I will acknowledge they're both very attractive, and there is that male instinct side of me that in a way does kind of like what he sees. But then there's the other part of me that's like, damn, that was really what women's wrestling was like at the time. I've said it before, I'll say it again. And women's wrestling still has a long way to go, but they have still come such a long way from stuff like this. But nevertheless, this which I think, yeah, not counting the pre-show, is the shortest match of the night. Is kind of just a glorified cat fight, not a whole lot goes on. They do the steamroller spots. Tori he does as get the win and over Stacy Keebler. By performing a handspring elbow. Oh, I should say, of all things, I should say. Hey, Ala Tajiri, her boyfriend on screen, to pick up the win over Stacy Keebler. Or not a lot of sizzle on the steak. Again, like I said, no prude who'd bury two very attractive women, obviously in lingerie. That's gonna get me every time. And Stacy, she does start. And Stacy Keebler is worth mentioning. She does start off wrestling in the rowboat before she eventually takes it off and reveals the lingerie underneath. Um, but like I said, I'm no prude, but my goodness. But I think the funniest part is like Paul Heyman and Jim Ross just going kind of gaga on commentary over it, and then Jim Ross calling Paul Heyman out on it and on him enjoying the show, which is kind of hypocritical. And then Paul Heyman just straight up owning it. And Jim Ross is like, "Yeah, you're enjoying this a whole lot," and Paul Heyman's like, and I'm paraphrasing, but Paul Heyman's pretty much like, "Yeah, pretty much." But yeah, so that's that, I suppose. But now on to the next part in a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship. If Christian defends the Intercontinental Championship against his former tag team partner and brother, at least at the time, Edge. Yes, as of course, at this time, Edge and Christian were billed as blood brothers. So at Unforgiven, Christian defeated Edge to pick up the win and become the new Intercontinental Champion. And however, at this point, it was more so just a personal rivalry between the two, who with Christian taking the Intercontinental Championship off of Edge, and them kind of going back and forth. But they're still brothers, and they still care about each other very much. That is until Christian officially, I guess, in a way, turns on Edge and joins up with the Alliance. There's a segment where Christian fakes a phone call, which is kind of weird. So, how it plays out, and they show this in the hype package, is like Edge gets a phone call saying that their mother was in a car accident. So he frankly gets Christian like, "Hey, mom's been in a car accident, and there was an accident." And so Christian's freaking out, saying like, "Why didn't they call me?" And then the Alliance wrestlers try to stop them, and him and Edge tries to push past him, and then Christian attacks them, says the real accident is you being born 27 years ago. Edge is only 27 here? Damn. So Christian attacks them. It was all attacks Edge, I should say. So it was all a ruse, which is pretty crazy. He I get it to really like twist the dagger into his brother, but yeah, Christian, you probably could have found an easier way to get to lure Edge into getting attacked by the Alliance superstar. But nevertheless, Christian is now joining the Alliance. So because of that, heel commentators got a heel now. Paul Heyman is totally singing the virtues of Christian. But will Christian be able to successfully defend his Intercontinental Championship against Edge? Well, no, but it was still a really good match. Of course, they put over how these two really masters of the ladder match. The triangle of things with the Hardys, the Dudleys, and Edge and Christian. Chairs were more Edge and Christian's thing. The ladders that went to the Hardys, and then obviously the tables went to the Dudleys. But they do put over how many ladder matches they've been in, which does make sense, and really good back and forth. A lot of really fun action between the two. Just it's absolutely beating the crap out of each other. It feels personal, even when Edge is coming down. Down, Christian meets him on the ramp, and Edge, I believe it was Edge who nailed a spear off the lat excuse me, nailed a spear off the ladder, her if I'm not mistaken, and oh no, it was a diving splash across the ladder, her and as a diving spear as well. So they did both. Eventually, Edge gets Christian back for low blowing him with the chair by low blowing Christian with a chair of his own, and then on top of the ladder, her Edge nails the one man concerto onto Christian and pushes him off and uses that to become the new Intercontinental Champion. So Edge is once again Intercontinental Champion. Really fun match. But next up on the card are the Dudley Boys. Speak of the devil, the Dudley Boy. He's Bubba Ray and Devon defend the WWF Tag Team Championships against Big Show and Tajiri. Of course, Tajiri still having his problems with the Alliance. Doubly so now that William Regal has officially defected over to the Alliance. In fact, I'll get to that in a little bit. His defection, but now Tajiri has found himself a partner in the Big Show to battle for the tag team championships here, and the Dudley Boys. I believe the Dudley Boys have also been on every pay per view, which is also very impressive, and they've won most of their pay per views. I don't think they've lost a pay per view yet so far this year. Here, in fact, because I remember uh, how the rest of the year plays out, that being in terms of Rebellion, Survivor Series, and Vengeance. And damn, the Dudley Boys do not lose a pay-per-view match that I can remember in this time. If I'm wrong about that, then please correct me in the comments. I'll probably go back and check. In fact, it's worth probably going back and check. I should probably do that real quick before I say for certain. But yeah, so that's Unforgiven. Yeah, Dudley Boys won the four-way elimination tag at Unforgiven. Now for SummerSlam, let's see. Dudley Boys. Yep, Dudley Boys beat APA and Spike. Then Invasion. Let's see. I don't see the. Yep, they were on Team WCW, ECW. That's when Austin defected towards the Alliance. And here at King of the Ring, Dudley Boys beat Spike Dudley. Yeah, so the Dudley Boys, he's technically, um, in terms of this stretch from Backlash to but from Backlash uh he to here or for the rest of the year. Oh, okay. They are uh uh oh, okay. Hey, so the Dudley Boys, okay. Hey, so I was wrong. The Dudley Boys are not undefeated. They lost in the tag team turmoil match at uh at Judgment Day. So I was wrong about that, so my apologies, but still Dudley Boys winning most of their matches. That's pretty impressive. So hell of a year for the Dudleys. But nevertheless they're battling Big Show and Tajiri. Not a bad match and pretty decent action. The story is that the Dudleys really don't want Big Show in the match. That's because Big Show is a game changer. Of course, he's a giant. He's big. He's one big SOB. Wait, that's Braun Strowman's catchphrase. Never mind. But Big Show is very big. Paul Heyman literally says in the commentary, "Why can't Big Show pick on somebody his own size?" And then and JR said, "Because there is nobody Big Show size. I can't wait for somebody to come along who's Big Show size." And he'll get his and JR will get his wish with Greg Holly in about 5 years or so. But and actually, I think it took a little longer than that for. Oh no, they did cross paths because they did have the little alliance for Great American Bash 2006. But nevertheless, so But pretty alright action, especially from Tajiri and of course the Dudley Boy. He's doing what they do. Who things do kind of break down a little bit. It's towards the end, and when Tajiri hits the mist on the referee, who is temporarily incapacitated, Big Show comes in and he chokes. Now this is kind of a weird, kind of goofy moment. Big Show choke slams, I believe, Devon and then tries to pin him, but the referee is yeah, so Big Show, he'll pin, choke slams Devon, goes to pin him, but, A, the referee is still incapacitated because he got the mist in his eyes, but also B, even if he wasn't incapacitated, Big Show wasn't the legal man. Tajiri is, Big Show didn't officially tag in, the ref wasn't there to see it, and there is, like, a false tag spot between Tajiri and Big Show, in the match, but then, in comes Rhino, who nails Big Show with a gore to take him out. And then Tajiri tries fighting back, heck, even more, but then is hit with the 3D by the Dudley Boys in order for them to score the win. So the Dudley Boys retain, the tag team championships there. Pretty decent match. But next up, the Undertaker from the WWF takes on Booker T from the Alliance. Booker T has called out the Undertaker, which is a very bold strategy. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him. But it's been years since I've seen Dodgeball, but the movie Dodgeball, that is. But yeah, so Booker T has called out The Undertaker, and so, they're going to have this match here. Booker T, he, very bold, to call out the dead man. And, Booker T doesn't even wait for, like, Undertaker just gets off his bike, and then Booker T is right off to the races. Oh, uh, so pretty hot start between the two, no pun intended to Booker T's, fire pyro and everything. But pretty alright action, pretty decent action between the two. Who Jim Ross does bring up how both of them are Texas boys, but pretty alright action. Booker T even gets a spinning Rooney in, and it's not immediately followed up with a move. He even gets a scissors kick on the Undertaker, but ultimately, the Undertaker does pick up the win over Booker T with the last ride because, of course, but yeah, so pretty decent action between the two. But next up in the semi-main event for the WCW World Championship, The Rock defends against Chris Jericho. Now, The Rock and Chris Jericho are technically on the same side. They're both on Team WF. If, you may be wondering why Team WF, both why two members of the WWF are fighting over the WCW World Championship. And my response to that is stop asking questions. But they have been having issues with each other. They've been really going back and forth in the way they kind of always have. Even when Jericho first showed up, he had his barbs and his jabs with The Rock. Jericho being one of the few people on the mic who could actually match up with The Rock. But they've been going back and forth, especially as of late. And so, it's come down to who battle each other for the World Championship. This match. That's very fun, very good action between the two. Who you'll be hard pressed to find a bad Jericho match around this time at least. He's and The Rock is pretty fun, able to do it. He does Rock locks in the sharpshooter because of course he does. And then during the match, Stephanie McMahon shows up. She slides in the chair for The Rock to use because she famously does not like Jericho. Jericho said some not so nice things about Stephanie. So The Rock thanks her by nailing her with the rock bottom. And then Jericho. First. Jericho does nail rock bottom of his own to The Rock, but that's earlier in the match, and then he follows up with the Lion Soul. But then after the chair is brought in, then Jericho, which apparently this was around when he first debuted the move, the breakdown, and onto the chair for The Rock. It's pretty much like the Miz's skull crushing finale. So I imagine uh, once the Miz started using the skull crushing finale as a finisher, they pretty much wanted you to forget Jericho had this move, the breakdown first, and to be honest, it's all right. I think it fits the Miz a lot more. I'm glad Jericho still has some kind of impact finisher, that being the code breaker, but yeah, so Jericho nails the breakdown on the chair in order to pick up the win and become the WCW World Champion. So Stephanie McMahon inadvertently helps her nemesis Chris Jericho. Afterwards, The Rock kind of confronts Jericho. He holds up the chair, the smoking gun, and just hands the chair to Jericho and lets him celebrate in the ring. And I believe they shake hands. Well, or no, he just hands the chair to Jericho. Well, pretty much Rock saying, "I know what you did last summer. I'm sorry I had to." But yeah, so Jericho picks up the win as the new WCW World Champion, and yeah, pretty solid match, pretty fun match actually between the two. But finally, in the main event and triple threat action for the WWF Championship, if the champion, the leader of the alliance, Stone Cold Steve Austin, defends against Kurt Angle and Rob Van Dam. That's right, two alliance members going at it. So Kurt Angle did beat Austin at Unforgiven and to become WF champion, but was ultimately cost the championship, and it was dropped back to Austin after William Regal turned on the WF and joined up with the Alliance. He fully defected to the Alliance, so now Austin is champion once again. But there's some infighting between Austin and Rob Van Dam and kind of the other members of the alliance, as Austin's kind of showing some tough love. And the fires are stoked even more with her by Vince, and it's giving RVD a ride in the limo. Oh, really sowing the seeds of dissension among the alliance. Uh, uh, but nevertheless, RBD now says he's looking out for himself. He does prove his loyalty at first to the Alliance by hitting a frog splash on Kurt Angle, but then as we get closer to No Mercy, then he hits a frog splash on Austin. So whose side is he on? And pretty funny part, and this was first brought to attention that I remember from Wrestling Regret when he reviewed No Mercy 2001 a couple years ago, how Kurt Angle has a championship in like the hype package. He's holding the championship, and then it pops out a frame. They like zoom it out, and then it's popped out. He's like, where'd it go? Oh man, I'm not the champion anymore. Where'd the title go? Oh, it's so hokey, but it's so funny. But nevertheless, as for this match, pretty great, pretty solid action, I would say, between these three. I think these three really worked well with each other, and the stories told throughout of RVD really coming into his own, really going after Austin and Angle, but especially it's mainly Angle going against Austin and also going against RVD as well, to try and become champion again. And so there's no real friends, and I think having that kind of dissension, and I think worked well in the story and kind of made for an interesting dynamic where it's not just a glorified handicap. There actually is actual tension between Angle and Austin, and so that aspect was pretty good. Vince McMahon, who did show up earlier in the night saying he was going to make an impact, he sure enough shows up, and sure enough, tells Kurt Angle to get in the ring. Even nails Austin with a chair as he's about to pick up the win, and it does bust Austin open in the back of the head, so he's bleeding in the back of the head. And I don't think it was quite as bad as when it happened to John Moxley earlier this year, but it was still pretty nasty. But Austin is bleeding. Then, and Shane McMahon shows up as Kurt Angle's about to get the win, and Shane shows up, attacks Angle, then Vince straight up just tackles his son over the announce table, which was pretty funny, and then Stone Cold uses that opportunity to nail the stunner on Rob Van Dam on his own guy, hey, in order to pick up the win and retain the championship. So Vince has tried to screw Austin out of the title, but unintentionally he keeps the championship, the WF championship, within the Alliance camp. Admittedly, with Austin and RVD being the only two left in the ring. Kurt Angle is already taken out by this point. I would stay in the alliance, can't be their way. But now Austin is still the champion. So McMahon's plan unfortunately backfired. But like I said, still really great match. So that is going to do it for this event. If I had to pick the strongest and weakest matches of the night for me, the strongest definitely I would definitely give it to either the ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship or the last two, who that being Jericho versus Rock and the Triple Threat. Both were all three of those nominations were pretty good matches. The weakest, the lingerie match. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for this review. Just a few more to go, but we're almost there. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those social notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below what are your thoughts on No Mercy 2001 as well as my review. Did you like this event? Did you like my review of this event? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys later. Peace. All right. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It is Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. Yet another late night upload. I admittedly have got to work on that. But we will. We will. I'll try to upload tomorrow as early as I can. And or at least earlier than this. As I've made it known previously on the channel, I don't like uploading late, but if I want to keep that daily upload promise that I made for the month of December, I got to make some sacrifices. But I will try to work on that in the for the next few uploads. I'll try to upload earlier. Only thing was I didn't finish the pay per view till kind of late, and B, I was cooking dinner. I'll try to watch the pay per view for tomorrow. That being Survivor Series a little bit earlier, and I'll have leftovers when it comes to dinner. But nevertheless, never mind that. We at the WF is heading back to the UK. Hey, this time firmly within the Alliance storyline. Remember, previously at Insurrection, we were kind of just in the primordial stages, but we weren't full Alliance invasion storyline yet. But this time we are full in. And so, what happens when we see not only WF and Alliance superstars going head to head, but even a WrestleMania 17 rematch? Let's find out. I'm, of course, talking about Rebellion 2001, which uses, and I think it was the same for Insurrection, uses the base, at least for the Luke Gallows theme that he would have about almost a decade later. Or, but in the meantime, of course, as always, I am not professional wrestling reviewer or analyst or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I had a pretty alright time with this show. Kind of similar to Insurrection. This is pretty much like a glorified house show. Not a whole lot when it comes to storyline progression. And if you remember, or Insurrection, and not a whole lot in terms of progression happened there. It kind of just felt like it was leading towards the next event and kind of piggybacking off the previous event. But in the case of Rebellion here, there is some stuff that's kind of in the fallout from No Mercy, and they're but also they're very much building towards Survivor Series. They're talking about the winner take all match that's going to happen at Survivor Series, so they're warming up for that. Speaking of which, I did not talk about. There's something I forgot to talk about yesterday in my No Mercy review, so. I'll mention it here. Kind of the reason why I did the whole Diana Ross RVD thumbnail is because as No Mercy really felt like a big coming out in a way for RVD, not in the other way that I'm sure a lot of you are thinking of and might make jokes of, but in a way where RVD got a lot of traction and really had a lot of eyes on him as he was challenging for the WWF Championship. He was already very popular within the alliance, and even more so carrying over from ECW. But in terms of WWE, it really felt like a big moment for him in that spotlight. This would be really as super close as he would get to the title up until 2006. That being at the previous event, No Mercy. It would be as close as he really got until he actually won the WWE Championship in 2006 at One Night Stand 2006, which I reviewed a little while ago, a couple of years ago. If you haven't already, go check out that review. But yeah, RVD, yeah, big coming out. That's why I put that particular one, because the Diana Ross song, the I'm coming out, she wanted the world to know, and she had to let it show. Is on that album, at least if I'm not mistaken. At least that's kind of what it falls under on Spotify. Speaking of let me know your guys' Spotify ages. Mine is apparently, I think it was 62, if I'm not mistaken, and which is quite old. I am nowhere near 62, as you can tell, but yeah, uh, uh, but I just wanted to bring that up because I surprisingly forgot to mention it yesterday. But as for this event, let's get right into it. If you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know this works. You have an idea at least of how this works. If you haven't, I'm gonna be talking about what I liked and disliked about each match. We're gonna go match by match. And like I said, and canon wise, the show, not really too much. There is some stuff, but definitely more house show vibes, which hey, I guess has put on a show for the UK folk. But first up, I should say, and I guess this is part of that technically storyline. And Edge defends the Intercontinental Championship against his brother Christian, and in a steel cage. Christian beat Edge for the Intercontinental Championship back at Unforgiven. Edge won it back at No Mercy, and now this is essentially the rubber match, I guess. As Technically the rubber match, because both men have one win apiece. So who's gonna get the ultimate win in this match? And it turns out to be Edge. Edge actually picks up the win, and here and a pretty solid match between the two. Who Christian does get his leg stuck in between the rope and the cage. He's kind of hanging upside down. Meanwhile, Edge just kind of climbs out while Christian's left hanging there. Edge essentially survives. Pretty decent back and forth between the two. They have pretty decent chemistry. And adding the steel cage stipulation and really help freshen things up. Although there's still some argument between JR and Paul Heyman. Yes, Paul Heyman is there in the UK this time. Remember, he wasn't at Insurrection; it was Michael Cole instead. But but it's not as egregious as during the ladder match in No Mercy. But it's still somewhat present. But nevertheless, has Edge definitively, I guess, ends that chapter and picks up the definitive win over his brother Christian and retains the Intercontinental Championship. So congrats to Edge, I suppose. But next up, Scotty 2 Hottie. He goes against the Hurricane. And and this match again, and pretty all right. Nothing super special, nothing too crazy, but it's still a pretty decent match. Scotty, he ends up getting the win with the worm. And sorry, because it's so late, I'm gonna kind of go through these somewhat quickly. With the exception of like the much bigger matches is on the card, but Noah Scotty actually gets the worm on Hurricane and picks up the win. And now, maybe it's because I haven't seen too many Scotty 2 Hottie matches, as I actually haven't reviewed too many on the channel that I remember. But not often that you saw or that I could think of Scotty actually getting the worm and the win. And I felt like he nailed the worm, but then lost afterwards. But this time he nails the worm on the Hurricane and manages to pick up the win. So Hey, props to Scotty. But next up, Big Show takes on Diamond Dallas Page. Now, Diamond Dallas Page at this point, he's not doing the whole stalker gimmick anymore against the Undertaker. That gimmick pretty much died at SummerSlam, and instead now he's doing kind of the yoga gimmick, where or kind of the in a way, kind of the like self-help guru, who in a way, a kind of the motivational speaker thing, and that he would kind of wind up doing as part of DDP yoga, and involved him, where he would kind of preach in a way. It's not like brother love type like preaching or anything, but kind of do like the inspirational messages. He would smile like and then like wink at the camera and make very weird facial movements. Apparently, the reason he was doing that is because he thought they would add sound effects and like the sparkle effect, like, when he did the movements, just for them to do none of that. Ooh, but you still kept doing it even when they didn't add even when they didn't add the effects. Yeah, you still kept doing the smile and everything, and it does look pretty weird. If I remember, I'll put a photo on the screen, what I'm talking about, so I can haunt your guys' nightmares as well. Oh, but DDP, he talks to the UK crowd, kind of rags on them, and he also comes up, of course, with the catchphrase. He's talking about how that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing, and I forget exactly what he said, but then he battles against the Big Show here. It's essentially a glorified squash. And Big Show takes out DDP and finishes them off relatively quickly. Crazy thing how their match in WCW got more built when DDP took on the Giants. And it's I don't want to butcher the event, so I'm not going to. But afterwards, DDP says, "I'm glad that it's a good thing that I lost, so I can finally get out of this country." he so even in defeat, DDP manages to stay funny in a way. He kind of keep his head up in a way. But it would eventually kind of morph into a face gimmick, but here is still very much kind of a heel gimmick. Ah, poor DDP. It's crazy to think they passed up on People's Champion versus People's Champion Rock versus DDP for this essentially, but such is life. But next up in triple threat action for the WCW Tag Team Championships, the Dudley Boys defend against both the APA, that being Farouk and Bradshaw, and the Dudley Boys, of course, being Bubba Ray and Devon, and the Hardy Boys, Matt and Jeff. Lita will also be in action later on tonight. Right, and kind of continuing the battles for the tag team championships that were happening very much throughout the year. Here, his time Hardys and APA challenging against the Dudley Boys, and APA is the first to go. And this match pretty fun. And I think all six guys did really well. Ellen played their roles pretty well. But ultimately, the Dudley Boys getting up to their tactics, eventually getting the win over the Hardy. He's like I said, at had APA eliminated first then they get the win after Jeff misses a swanton, and then the Dudley, he's nailed the 3D on Matt, who's the legal man, so they pick up the win. So the Dudley Boys retain the tag team championships, the WCW tag team championships, that is. But next up in singles action, William Regal battles Tajiri. Now, Tajiri, he was William Regal's kind of friend slash protege, even though apparently they hated each other in real life. But since Regal has joined the alliance, he and Tajiri are now at odds and are now going against each other. And William Regal's got new theme music. Now this particular her theme music, First of all, I didn't hear. I had never heard this version of his theme song until until doing these reviews for the invasion storyline. But the other thing is that this theme, something about it, something about like the music and everything, it kind of sounds like, well, it sounds like the theme he'd have later in his career, the theme we probably know and that we're probably a lot more familiar with later in his career. But it also kind of sounds like the Undertaker's theme, and more specifically, the one Undertaker would have when he went back to the Dead Man gimmick, aka the one he's had ever since that we all know him for now. Oh, so it kind of sounds it kind of sounds like those two themes kind of did like a fusion dance and kind of combined. I don't hate it though; it's pretty cool. But yeah, as for this match, pretty decent action between the two, who a bit on the short side, ultimately Regal does make Tajiri submit in the Regal stretch, Regal picks up the win, and then of course attacks Tajiri afterwards because heel's got to heal. But next up for the WCW Championship, Chris Jericho defends against Kurt Angle. Now, at this point in time, Kurt Angle has joined the alliance, and Shane McMahon, kind of playing his own mind games after Vince played some mind games with RVD and everything. Shane saying that a member of Team WF will join the alliance, and that turned out to be Kurt Angle. Also, Kurt Angle is now a part of the alliance. Earlier in the show, they're doing like a segment. It's Angle, Austin, Deborah, Shane, and I believe Stephanie's there. But I could be wrong. And Kurt Angle's talking about the Knights of the Round Table, and Austin pretty much rips into him for that. But because they're in England, of course. But so yeah, Kurt Angle is now a part of the alliance. If the Austin turn to the Alliance didn't make any sense, Kurt Angle somehow made even less sense, considering one of the sides of the Alliance, that being ECW, who was the very company that almost caused Kurt Angle to not join the pro wrestling industry. He Yeah, I kind of mentioned it beforehand, but pretty much to kind of summarize, Kurt Angle was at ECW High Incident, I believe, in 1996, and Raven was battling the Sandman, and Raven beat Sandman, then strung Sandman up in a position in like the crucifix position and with his arms out, and then put a barbed wire crown on his head. Sound familiar? So Kurt was very offended and said he didn't want to join the pro wrestling business. But thankfully, eventually he changed his mind, and the rest is history. Maybe that's why Raven got buried in WWE, because he almost cost us Kurt Angle. Maybe it was justified. As for this match, really, really solid action between the two. These two are able to put on a great match. Able to put on a great match as well against each other, or just some pretty fun back and forth action. Ultimately, Jericho oh, uh, does get the win after he rolls up Kurt Angle, which is pretty interesting. And so I guess even back then the roll up was a very devastating move, but Angle does get the last laugh as he nails Jericho with two Angle slams. But yeah, a really fun match between the two. But next up in, I guess technically the semi-main event, and Lita and Tori Wilson and go against Mighty Molly and Stacy Keibler are in tag team action. Of course, Lita and Tori Wilson being from the WF, have Mighty Molly and Stacy Keibler being a part of the alliance, and there is a running thread throughout the show. Excuse me, of Chavo Guerrero and Hugh Morris. At first they fight over who's going to interview the women, and then Chavo's like, "Screw it, let's just both interview them." Surprisingly, no mention of their time together in Misfits in Action and in WCW, but I highly doubt Vince cared. But nevertheless, But nevertheless, so there's a funny thread of them just kind of barging into the ladies' locker room, walking in on first it was Trish changing, then it was Lita changing, then it was Mighty Molly without her cape, but she makes it seem like she was changing, and because that was part of the gag. Admittedly, that was kind of dumb, but also kind of funny. I guess it kind of leads to this match. Not a whole lot going on, but Lita and Tori do who pick up the win, and it's also worth mentioning Trish Stratus is a special guest referee. Yeah, and they do kind of gawk over her in the referee uniform. But afterward, Stacy Keebler does attack Trish, and so Trish slaps her and then nails the bulldog. And it's funny that Paul like rips into her afterwards because that was pretty funny. But next up in the main event, rematch from WrestleMania 17, as Stone Cold Steve Austin defends the WF Championship against The Rock. Uh, uh, now, you knew it was probably going to happen, especially now that The Rock was back. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier. I'm also surprised that they saved it for Rebellion, and you would think it would happen at a main, I guess, major pay per view. But hey, gotta give the people, oh, excuse me, gotta give the people their money's worth. So they're battling for the championship here. It's also worth mentioning Rock and Jericho have still been having their issues. There was a segment earlier in the night where Vince told them to squash it and shake hands. They do just for Jericho to immediately taunt Rock, saying, "Don't lose this. Don't lose the big one this time." And then Rock and Jericho get to scrapping afterwards because naturally. But nevertheless, as for this match here, this match pretty all right, pretty fun for the most part. And nowhere near their match at WrestleMania 17, but didn't expect it to be. Of course, there is a sharpshooter from the Raw during the match, which Austin does tap out. This is after the referee's down. There is a ref bump. Then Austin locks in a sharpshooter of his own, on a slightly better, I guess, sharpshooter, but that's really not saying much, especially because Austin almost immediately gives up and kind of just stands up in it to where it's, I guess, leave the sharpshooting to the professionals. But as the referee's down, Angle shows up to help out Austin. Then Jericho shows up to help out The Rock. Kurt does hit Rock with a chair, and Jericho wrestles the chair away. But Rock sees he's Jericho with the chair and thinks, "Oh, he hit me with the chair again." And kind of similar to what happened at No Mercy. He womp womp. Well, they come to blows. Eventually, Kurt does nail The Rock with the title belt. After Rock was going for People's Elbow, Angle trips him up, hits the title belt. Austin gets the stunner, picks up the win, and retains. So Austin essentially escapes with the championship yet again, and to end off the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for this review. Like I said, I know I kind of breezed through these, but A, like I said, very much house show, and B, it's already pretty late. So if I had to pick the strongest and weakest matches of the show for this card, the strongest is the two. I think definitely the two World Championship matches. Jericho and Angle for their in ring work, and then Stone Cold and The Rock for kind of the spectacle of it all and like the very much the story told throughout and all the moving parts. As for the weakest, probably Big Show versus DDP. But nevertheless, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on Rebellion and your thoughts on my review of Rebellion. Do you like the show? Do you like my review of the show? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Peace. And hopefully I didn't forget anything this time. Right. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It is Nigel once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. Who, after months of fighting between the WWF and the Alliance, this is it. For all the marbles, for control of the company, one legacy will live on: the other will die. Which one will it be? As winner takes all. Let's find out. Spoiler alert, it's not called WCW ECW Survivor Series, is it? I'm, of course, talking about WF Survivor Series from 2001. So, of course, as always, I'm not professional. Great, I already messed up. I am not professional, not professional, not a Jesus, I cannot talk today. I am not professional, not a professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time. There we go. Oh, and I had a pretty decent time, I would say, watching the show. There is quite a bit going on, and there's definitely the overall story of the winner takes all aspect, the finality of it all is built throughout the show. So let's get right into it and see who indeed took all. Now, of course, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. You have an idea at least of how this works. However, if you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about each match, going match by match. But even starting from the hype package, it's very much around WF versus the Alliance, and everything that had been going on up to this point. Excuse me, and the whole WF versus Alliance side of things is dialed up to 11 for this show because this is technically the finale. Now, oh yes, it's worth mentioning. Although I am going to review Vengeance 2001, I'm going to review that tomorrow. This technically is the final pay-per-view of the Alliance storyline, and in fact, this is essentially the end of the Alliance/Invasion storyline. So, if you wanted to watch uh, just the invasion on its own, technically you would go from, I would say, a invasion all the way to Survivor Series. But I decided to look at the other stuff, like, and I mentioned this way back when I started doing the reviews for the invasion storyline several months ago. But I mentioned that I would also throw in some of the other kind of pay-per-views surrounding it. So with that being Backlash, Insurrection, Judgment Day, King of the Ring, all because it kind of plants the breadcrumbs up until the Invasion storyline. In fact, Booker T shows up at King of the Ring, but if you want to look at the Alliance storyline, and it's the Alliance/Invasion storyline on its own within the bubble, you would technically watch Invasion through Survivor Series. In fact, I'm thinking, hey, I'm definitely going to do a compilation of all the reviews we've done for the Invasion storyline. So I'm gonna throw in Backlash all the way through Vengeance of 2001, but I might do a separate compilation of just the Invasion related stuff. So that being the Invasion pay per view, then SummerSlam, and then Unforgiven, No Mercy, Rebellion, and then Survivor Series. He's now I'm not quite sure if I am going to do that just yet. But uh, uh I am contemplating it. But if you guys do want me to do that, please feel free to let me know in the comment section below. But also it's worth mentioning in a very symbolic location where we are. I feel like I haven't talked about the locations enough of where we are in terms of these events. And because this time we're in Greensboro, a venue with a lot of wrestling history, especially within WCW. So, it'll be good. So it's a great, essentially a beautiful hill to die on for WCW/ECW. But admittedly, that was probably a foregone conclusion, and especially up to this point. But let's now get into the show proper. Right off the bat, we did have a six-man tag on Heat as Just, Incredible, Landstorm, and Raven of the Alliance defeated Albert, Scotty 2 Hotty, and Spike Dudley. A number of these people would still show up in the Immunity Battle Royal, so great. Hey, I guess essentially pulling double duty. In fact, I think. Yeah, Landstorm, Raven, just incredible. Spike Dudley, Albert. Uh, well, almost all the people in the match on Heat would wind up in the immediate battle royal, and you'll see what I mean when I get to that. The other thing worth mentioning, for starters, there was supposed to be a title unification match. There's a lot of title unification matches on the show. One of them being that the cruiserweight championship was supposed to be combined with the light heavyweight championship, which is pretty fitting considering the light heavyweight championship essentially was born out of spite of the Cruiserweight Championship in a way, because the story goes that WCW had the Cruiserweight division. It was fantastic, so WWE was like, hey, we can do that too. And they proved that they couldn't. They couldn't quite. But X-Pac was injured, so instead of them getting that unification match, the light heavyweight title would slowly kind of just be phased out of existence. So that was the end of the light heavyweight title. So it was supposed to be Tajiri battling X-Pac in unification, but instead Tajiri will be facing William Regal later on in the show. Now, it's also worth mentioning some of these in some aspects kind of carried over from Rebellion, and I guess that kind of makes sense because Rebellion was kind of more of a house show. And it kind of like it gave the UK fans and something, but it also kind of bridged the gap between No Mercy and Survivor Series here. So some of the matches do repeat on the show, but the other thing is, this match was made on Heat, which is the opening match. Now we're actually getting into the pay-per-view card after a glorious 8 minutes of stalling. But now we're getting into the show proper. As for the European Championship, Christian defends, and Christian of the Alliance defends the European Championship against Al Snow. Even though Christian no longer the Intercontinental Champion and the uh, picked up the European Championship along the way. And there, it's funny, honey. I don't think I noticed it until I rewatched this show again for the purpose of this review here. There's a sign in the crowd that said, Christian's theme song is unlawful or something like that. Whoever that fan was that brought in that sign, I mean, throw them out immediately, because Christian's theme song at this time, it's not just Close Your Eyes, more simply the waterproof blonde version, although the later version by Story of the Year is also really good. I do love both versions. I prefer the waterproof blonde version, as do most people, but both versions are good. But this theme song for Christian also is fantastic. So yeah, that fan is wrong. But also Al Snow, who is the head trainer on Tough Enough, so he comes out to the Tough Enough theme, and I do want to see he was more because Tough Enough season 2 was about to come out, if I'm not mistaken, or was in development, and around this time, if I'm not mistaken. So, but I do wonder, was that the season that Maven won? And I just want to see real quick. Is this that's for the whole thing? I want to see if I can go to season 2. This is season. Um, okay, so Maven won the first season, and so let's see who. Maven and Nydia, I should say, won the first season, and it's crazy how a lot of times the people who really make the big impact on Tough Enough aren't the ones who actually win Tough Enough. I'm trying to see who won Tough Enough 2/season 2. That one. This was a season that had Matt Capitelli, John Hennigan, who would become John Morrison, and and Melina did try out for this season. And oh yeah, and John Morrison was the winner. John Morrison and Matt Capitelli were the winners for that season. So good to know. Oh, I've actually never seen Tough Enough, but maybe I should watch it. Maybe I'll review it or talk about it at some point on the channel. Let me know if you guys want to see that. But now that that's out of the way, this match pretty all right. It's a decent little match to kind of start off the crowd and wake the crowd up. I think they both do pretty well against each other. Christian and I thought at one point was busted open because I saw like red in his hair, but I think that might just be hair dye. So there will be blood on the show. Believe you me, there definitely will be. But he but Christian ultimately he retains the almost of the cruiserweight championship, retains the European championship. So Christian remains the champion of Europe. Also, excuse me, I was going to say this for the main event, but I'll mention it here. Here, Paul Heyman and Jim Ross argue because it's like the final show. This is the winner take all with Jim Ross being the main commentator for the WWE for the WF I should say, and then Paul Heyman being the commentator for the Alliance. They argue throughout the entire show. It kind of gets annoying. It's going to go into absolute overdrive by the main event, but it does get kind of annoying. It's funny at times, and their banter was pretty funny throughout the actual invasion storyline for the most part. I still think they make a very good duo, but it got pretty grating on the show. I'm not gonna lie, but next up, William Regal who battles Tajiri. So these two did face off at Rebellion as well. Also, it's carrying over. So this one's technically a rematch. But of course, William Regal turned on the WF, joined the Alliance. Tajiri very upset about it. And beforehand, and I believe it might have been the Raw before or Survivor Series, if I'm not mistaken, or it might have been beforehand. William Regal was in a mixed tag. It was Regal and I forget who he was teaming with. Going against Tajiri and Tori Wilson, and William Regal just brutalized Tori Wilson. So Tajiri is also out for blood, and he does get it because William Regal's nose is busted open, and it does look pretty gross. But unfortunately for Tajiri, just like in the UK, he comes up short against William Regal, who beats him this time with a roll up. So I guess props to Regal, but also just like in the UK, more specifically at Rebellion, Regal does attack Tajiri afterwards, and then also attacks Tori Wilson afterwards. She comes out to confront, not confront, but to, like comfort Tajiri, help him out and everything, and Regal attacks her as well. So, bad guy Regal, such a gentleman. But nevertheless, next up, the first unification match for the WCW United States Championship and the Intercontinental Championship. Edge, who is the U.S. champion, battles Test, who is the Intercontinental champion. Edge, of course, representing the WF. Test representing the Alliance. And some pre-match stuff beforehand involving both guys. Test is getting oil rubbed on him and says he wants to partay with Stacy Keibler afterward. Or I believe I believe they may have been dating in real life at this point. I know they were dating in real life at one point, and they were like an on-screen couple as well. She was his manager for a bit. Especially after he cut his hair and started referring to his fans as testicles. But Tess is kind of flirting with Stacy Keibler and saying, we're gonna partay after Tess gets the win. And then meanwhile, Edge also he makes fun of Tess' accent and funny that he compares himself to Tess, saying, we're both blonde, we're both Canadian, and we both have very unique first names. Well, that's one way of putting it. But as for this match was pretty alright, for the most part. Right, Edge does manage to get the win over her Test as with another roll up City. He Actually, he Regal performed the Regal bomb, which I believe is like the Tiger bomb, and then Edge gets the roll up on Test. So man, even back then, they were beating people with roll ups. Roll ups was still a devastating finish. And I recognize I made the same joke when I reviewed Rebellion yesterday, but nevertheless, Edge unifies the United States Championship and the Intercontinental Championship. The Intercontinental Championship would go on to so the United States Championship would kind of fade after this. The Intercontinental Championship would continue to be, defended and a championship until Triple H unified the Intercontinental Championship with the, I believe, World Heavyweight Championship. I believe it was the next year in 2002 when well, first of all, when he was back, but also when he defeated Kane. So the Intercontinental Championship was also taken out, but eventually both championships were brought back, and lo and behold, to this day in present day 2025, they're still championships. It's going to be still active championships in WWE. That is. The two main mid-card championships. But nevertheless, so Edge unifies the championships here. But next up in a tag team steel cage unification match, this being for the WCW Tag Team Championships and the WWF Tag Team Championships, it's the Dudley Boys, who are accompanied by Stacy Keibler, and who are the WCW Tag Team Champions, and battle the Hardy Boys, who are the WWF Tag Team Champions, and so, oh, uh, cage match. So a cage match between these two here to unify the championships. Of course, the Dudleys and the Hardys faced off many, many times before, even faced off multiple times throughout this year. But kind of a weird way to start off this match because it starts off with tags. Like even though they're in the cage, they still have to tag in, which I thought was really weird. And they eventually abandoned it. Stacy Keibler manages to kind of do a sexy little dance for Nick Patrick in order to get the keys off of him to open the cage so she can slide in tables after Bubba tells her to bring in tables. Considering Nick Patrick works for the Alliance, though, Stacy probably could have just asked. Yes, Nick Patrick was pushing back a little bit, but I'm sure if she asked nicely enough, I'm sure Nick Patrick probably would have just gave her the key. But that's not worth mentioning. But nevertheless, the tables are brought in, and Matt does escape the cage first. So of course, there's pinfall submission or escape the cage. That's the steel cage rule. So Matt escapes the cage. Jeff goes to escape the cage. He climbs up to escape the cage. Uh, but then he gives in to his daredevil impulses and tries a dive onto, I believe, both the Dudleys, if not just Devon. On on I just want to check here. Yeah, so it was Devon. Devon was on the table. Jeff tried to hit the Swanton bomb when he had the match won. But Devon moved out of the way, so Jeff crashed to the table. Bubba crawls over to pick up the win over the Hardys. So the Dudleys are the unified champions, and it's crazy to think. And well, for starters, very, very fun match, very fun back and forth between both teams. Both teams are definitely able to put on great matches against each other, so I'm definitely not worried about that. And Jeff loses to a Freudian slip, and if you can believe it, and we'll get to this tomorrow, it will directly lead into brother versus brother, Matt versus Jeff at Vengeance. But we will get to that when we get to that. Next up is the Immunity Battle Royal. So, members of the WF and members of the Alliance duke it out. The entrants are for the WF. We have Bradshaw, Farouk, Landstorm, Billy Kidman, Diamond Dallas Page. Or actually, I'll just read off who we have in the match. We have Bradshaw, Farouk, Landstorm, Billy Kidman, Diamond Dallas Page, H. Albert, Taz, Perry Saturn, Raven, Chuck Palumbo, Crash Holly, Justin Credible, Sean Stasiak, Steven Richards, Tommy Dreamer, The Hurricane, Spike Dudley, Hugh Morris, Chavo Guerrero, Funaki, Billy Gunn, and Test. Yes, Test is also in this match as well. Oh, so how do you do? Well, Scotty Too Hottie, who was also in the pre-show, he was supposed to be in the Battle Royal. Oh, Tess comes up to him and says, "Hey, are you in the Battle Royal?" And Scotty's like, "Yeah." Well, now you're not. Well, you aren't now. Oh, so Tess pretty much just steals. He pulls a Royal Rumble, well, in a way, on Sky Too Hottie, Royal Rumble 2004, I believe it was, where he was attacked by Kane, or no, no, I'm thinking 2005, where he was attacked by Muhammad Hassan. It was Spike Dudley who was attacked by Kane in 2004, but at the 2004 Royal Rumble, that is. But so Scotty Too Hottie pretty much beaten down by Test, and Test takes his spot in the Immunity Battle Royal. As for everyone else, this match pretty much feels like a match filled with hey, so hey, it's like the match essentially feels like, hey, so we didn't quite have a spot for you guys on the show. Battle Royal, anyone? And pretty much, Diamond Dallas Page is still doing the weird smiling thing and still doing like the poses and everything. But ultimately, the match, not a whole lot sizzle on the steak. It's a battle royal. You probably know what to expect. It's a bunch of guys, a lot of punches and kicks, a lot of people being eliminated. Sean Stasiak is literally the first one out. First one eliminated, and then Test finally at the end eliminates Billy Gunn. So Test wins immunity. So pretty much immunity means despite who wins, whether it be the WF or the Alliance, and Test will be safe from being fired because essentially the losing side will all be fired. So Test, even though he's Alliance, just in case the WF wins, and he will remain safe. He will still remain on the roster and everything. But so Test wins the Immunity Battle Royal. Next up, a six-pack challenge for the vacant WF Women's Championship. Trish Stratus, Ivory, Jacqueline, Lita, Mighty Molly, and the debuting Jazz show compete in this match. Yes, Jazz from ECW is brought in, and William Regal said he had a surprise. He had a ace up the sleeve for the Alliance, and Jazz, as of course being in ECW, is brought in for the Alliance, and the crowd goes mild. Oh, there is literally no pop for Jazz, as which is very, very sad. And now, to my knowledge, I don't think I've reviewed a Jazz match on the channel yet. And I think the closest I might have gotten is one of the one night stand reviews, the ECW one night stand reviews. In fact, let me just check to make sure. But that is pretty sad, and that is actually pretty sad to think about. How the people sadly had no idea who she was, as the only people, or the only person I should say, who's freaking out at all and hyping her up at all is Paul Heyman. Like, Paul Heyman is going crazy for Jazz, and also I just checked. Not only was Jazz not at the one night stand pay per views, there were no women's matches on the one night stand pay per views. Joy, but yeah, and I imagine probably because a lot of the women who were in ECW probably left by then, and but you brought in other people for like a one night appearance, but no, nevertheless, the closest that we get to having an actual women's match is when Beulah McGillicuddy and Lita were in the hardcore match at One Night Stand 2006, the hardcore tag team match. But hey, yeah, so no pop for Jazz, as even Jim Ross couldn't put her over. Paul tried his hardest to really put Jazz over. Her sadly just didn't. As for the match, it was all right. Hey, for the most part, Trish Stratus picks up the win by pinning Ivory. Not a whole lot going on. I guess this is probably of all the women's matches is that we've looked at for the Invasion storyline. This might be the best. As Jazz still had a pretty decent showing, but it's sad to see the lack of pop for her. But I guess that was just kind of it at the time. That was kind of emblematic of the state of the women's division at the time. And I guess really it's emblematic of the state of the alliance and team WCW, ECW, the invasion, all that. And I think that's very emblematic, I think, of so many of the problems. But we'll get to that when we get to our final analysis. But it was pretty disappointing to see, even though I personally haven't reviewed a jazz match so far on the channel. I still recognize that at still a pretty big deal in ECW. But yeah, unfortunately, the crowd and even Jim Ross couldn't be bothered. Jim Ross tries a little bit, but it was mainly Paul Heyman having to do so much of the legwork, and that's pretty disappointing. But never mind that, because it's time for the main event. Winner takes all as the Alliance. Hence, that being Stone Cold Steve Austin, the WWF Champion, Kurt Angle, Rob Van Dam, Booker T, and Shane McMahon battle Team WF, that being The Rock, Chris Jericho, The Undertaker, Kane, and The Big Show. Of course, this is the big winner takes all home match for control of the company. One legacy will die, and it's hyped up all throughout the show. We see, and even as we're going into the match, we see the locker rooms of both the Alliance and the WWF. The hype package shows the lead up to it here, and we see the various segments throughout the night of them preparing for this match. We see the dissension in the Alliance as Steve Austin, who returned a smile that Vince gave to him. And so now, because he returned a smile, well, surely that means he's working for the WWF. And then so everybody's freaking out. Austin tries to reassure, or there's tension between him, Kurt Angle, Booker T, RVD. The Alliance really needs to get it together. Austin reaffirms he's not a part of the WWF. Yeah, but Austin, you gotta admit, it looks kind of shady on your part, not returning Shane and Stephanie's phone calls, sharing smiles with Vince, and hence the fact that Vince and this was also part of it. Vince and saying that a member of the Alliance will defect back to the WWF he or I guess an Alliance member will defect to the WWF. I feel like I almost kind of spoiled it there, but you could probably see where this is going. So it's caused some disarray in the Alliance camp. But eventually Shane and Stephanie try to reassure everyone. Stephanie is scared because she'll have to live a normal life. She'll have to shop for her own groceries, clean her house, do everything herself. Yeah, I get it. Billionaire's gonna billionaire, but uh, yeah, but Kurt Angle tries reassuring Stephanie, saying that he trusts Austin, he believes in Austin. Meanwhile, Shane reassures Booker T, saying Shane trusts Austin, that Austin's fully in on the Alliance. They're going to get the win. Meanwhile, Vince has a conversation with Linda, and I'm talking about these as they're happening one after like back to back, but really these are all throughout the show. Like I mentioned, Vince talked to Linda, saying that ish happens, and that's the nature of the business. He talks with Michael Cole, who does kind of an interview, saying that his 6 WF members will take out the 4 Alliance members, alluding to the mystery person who will help out the WF. But Vince saying he takes calculated risks, and that it's allowed him to pay off, that it's paid off for him before, and it'll allow him to win tonight, which he's entirely wrong about. Meanwhile, even before then, and Vince, and throughout the show, they really hammer home the importance that, and I will give them this, they really big up the importance of this match. Like, this match is a very big deal. All our jobs are on the line. I know one legacy is dying permanently. Like, they make a big deal about it, to the point where, or even before the match, Vince kind of gives a pep talk to his guys, brings up the names of the people who have legacies in the WF, he brings up like Andre the Giant, High Chief Pierre Maivia. He looks right at The Rock, obviously, when he does that. That's saying that the fate of the WF is in their hands, and that if the WF loses, all the members of Team WF will be career will be disgraced. Essentially, he pretty much saying if you lose, you're all gonna look like a bunch of freaking losers. And you will be and you pretty much almost won't have a career. So they show that importance throughout the night and through the hype packages, which I mentioned the opening hype package, but I also gotta include how they show the history of the WF throughout. They show like Hogan, they show Piper, they show like Austin, Bret Hart, stuff like that. And so very, very big deal. And now getting into this match technically between the review of this match that I already did a couple years ago for the channel. I reviewed this match individually, like on its own, and then the 3 times I watched the event, and the first 2 times was for the purpose of review, but obviously I didn't review them at this time, and then watching it here for this review here right now. This is technically the 4th time I've watched this match. But I'm not complaining too much because this match is still really good. But it's a really solid match. Between both sides, one of the biggest criticisms of the Alliance storyline was lack of star power, especially on the Alliance side. But this is still some really pretty decent star power, even if most of it is technically WF just on like the side of the Alliance. But still pretty good in that department. And the stories we see unfolding, including the tension between the other Alliance members. The funniest part is like in the first eliminations, Big Show is eliminated first when all the Alliance guys hit their finishers on Big Show. Because he's big to eliminate him. And then Shane McMahon is eliminated when all the members of the WF have hit Shane with their finishers, because he's annoying. Excuse me. Yeah, which was pretty funny. It is also worth mentioning Vince originally was supposed to be in this match. Vince was going to be on Team WF, and then Shane was going to be on Team Alliance. But Vince pulled out of the match. Big Show was substituted in, and so and he was eliminated first. So great to see it was worth it. But nevertheless, one by one, everybody gets eliminated until it's down to Kurt Angle, Steve Austin, and then The Rock and Chris Jericho. And stuff has been fun all throughout. I just like the action, but I think once it's down to the final 4, 2 on each side, Rock and Jericho for Team WF, and then Austin and Angle for the Alliance, that's when things really pick up. Because we do see the kind of rocky relationship between The Rock and Jericho, and we see how they had to kind of trust each other, even though they don't like each other. Her Angle taps out, so he's eliminated. And then Jericho gets eliminated by Austin, and then Jericho is like, "Well, I'm eliminated. Time to screw over The Rock, I guess." So their team, so The Rock and Jericho's team, essentially breaks down when Jericho hits the breakdown on The Rock. It still wasn't called the breakdown just yet at this time. I guess because it was still kind of a new move, and I guess also because it was kind of short lived. But Jericho nails the breakdown on The Rock afterwards, and essentially kind of screws over, or in a way, WF. So, everybody in the Alliance locker room is celebrating. Everybody in the WF locker room is pissed. His Undertaker comes out and pretty much gets in Jericho's grill, like, "Hey, what the hell was that for?" But now it's down to The Rock and Austin. So I guess technically this is your real WrestleMania 17 rematch. But had Austin and Rock pretty good back and forth. I had to think that Kurt Angle tapped out to Rock's sharpshooter, all sharpshooters. Austin locks in another sharpshooter, which is slightly better than the one he does at Rebellion, except he gets up way earlier this time, so almost kind of kills it immediately. But it's also worth mentioning, I don't think I did mention it, but Rock is once again WCW World Champion, and he beat Jericho on, I believe, excuse me, I believe the um uh I believe it was the November 1st episode of Raw, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look here. I want to make sure I got that right. Uh, the very first episode of SmackDown, I should say. So, Rock is WCW World Champion once again, and I also learned in my research that Rock and Jericho were tag champions briefly, but lost it immediately back. Cool while it lasted, but yeah, so Jericho essentially screwed over The Rock, but The Rock still fights back against Austin, and Nick Patrick shows up and takes out Mike Chioda, who's the referee. So we got referees fighting again, and Rock goes to take out Nick Patrick. Austin and Rock trade finishers again, kind of similar to what they did at WrestleMania 17. So there's a callback. Eventually, Kurt Angle shows back up. He's got the championship. Also worth mentioning, kind of like I mentioned earlier, Paul Heyman and Jim Ross arguing reached like an all-time high in this match. Admittedly, some of it is funny, but a lot of it is pretty annoying and pretty grating. I can't lie. But an Angle shows up with the championship. If you think he's going to hit Rock, but psych, he hits Austin. He was the undercover mole the whole time. Kurt Angle essentially screws over the Alliance. Rock picks up the win, and so Team WF wins. And the World Wrestling Federation is saved. I also forgot not to mention. I think it was at No Mercy. There was a sign with the panda being crossed out. I guess that fan saw the writing on the wall for what was going on between the World Wrestling Federation and the World Wildlife Fund. But yeah, so the Alliance is no more. We see the crash out from the Alliance locker room. Stephanie is literally crying. Meanwhile, the WF guys are celebrating. It's also worth mentioning from the moment Kurt Angle comes in, and from the moment Angle hits Austin with the championship, to the moment, and then I guess all throughout the rest of the night, Paul Heyman is silent since he is in stunned shock. The camera even pans over to him. Jim Ross is celebrating on commentary, but Paul Heyman just has like the shocked face. If I remember, I'll put a photo in the video here. So Nigel, note to yourself, put the photo right here. I probably put it earlier in the video, but or I will probably put it in once I go to edit this video. The WWF stays on top. The WWF legacy is saved. Yay! And the alliance essentially crumbles. Well, so really awesome match in terms of action, storytelling, all that. This match just had it all. It was a very fun match. A lot of people feel this is probably one of, if not the best Survivor Series traditional 5-on-5 matches of all time, and I am probably inclined to agree. Now, I haven't seen every traditional Survivor Series match, but this one was still really fun. It was great to go back and revisit. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for this review. In terms of the strongest and weakest matches of the night, the strongest definitely the main event, and definitely a lot of fun. Honestly, if you don't watch anything else from the show, I would highly recommend the Team WF versus Team Alliance. That's partially why I reviewed it on its own some years ago. I believe it was back in 2023. As for the weakest, there are a few to choose from. You could go for the 6-pack challenge. You could go for Regal to Jerry because that one is the shortest match of the night. I could see you probably going for the Immunity Battle Royal, but I guess take your pick. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And just one more review to go. Final analysis on Friday, so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video, so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on this match, my review of the match, this event, Survivor Series 2001, and my review. Did you like my review? Did you like the event? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow with vengeance. Peace. All right. So, quick correction. I actually just realized that I do have to make this quick correction. The main referee, not Nick Patrick in the main event, was Earl Hebner, not Mike Chioda. I don't know why I said Mike Chioda. I think because he was in the show earlier, but yeah. Just wanted to make that correction. The main referee in the main event was Earl Hebner. Okay. Peace. All right. Hello, citizens of the Nigelverse. It's Nigel here once again, and this is going to be another wrestling review. This is it. technically, the last review of the Invasion storyline in and of itself was Survivor Series 2001, and I've decided I'm not going to do the two compilations. I'll just put them all together. So that compilation will probably be out hopefully next week. But in the meantime, it's finally time to end things off. It's time to lift most of this weight off my shoulder. We still have one more. That's the one more video tomorrow. That's the final analysis. I promise that one's going up much earlier because thankfully I don't have to actually watch anything or review anything. I just have to talk about how and kind of wrap things up. So that should hopefully be up much earlier tomorrow. Oh, sorry for the late uploads as of late. But that hopefully, now that these are out of the way, hey, now that the weight is off my shoulders, now that the clouds have opened up and we can see the sunshine again, I should hopefully be back to normal with the earlier uploads than what I have been doing. But nevertheless, never mind that. And now that the alliance and the invasion storyline, I should say, is in the WF's rear view, what is the fallout to all of it? And what will happen when and WF crowns its first ever, I should say, undisputed WF champion? Let's find out. I'm of course talking about Vengeance 2001. So of course, as always, I'm not professional wrestling reviewer, analyst, or anything like that. Just a man who enjoys a good time, and I had a pretty alright time with the show. All things considered, it is interesting to see what direction the company's headed in the wake of the invasion storyline. What's kind of going on at this time? I'm in. So yeah, without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, if you've seen these reviews of mine before, you kind of already know how this works. If you haven't, I'm going to be talking about what I liked and disliked about each match. We're going to go match by match. We're going to talk about the show, all of that. So, the overarching story is that the WWF, first of all, has been saved as a result of Team WWF winning at Survivor Series, but also, in the wake of that, they are unifying the World Championships. Admittedly, while don't get me wrong, the winner takes all Survivor Series match at Survivor Series 2001 was fantastic. I'm surprised they didn't do the World Championship unification match at Survivor Series to really wrap things up. I'm surprised they held out till Vengeance, um, but I guess if you have that towards Survivor Series, then it's what's left for Vengeance. So I guess I can kind of see why they held off until Vengeance. But uh, uh, but uh, Ve- but the championships are going to be unified. So it started the Raw after where Vince McMahon stripped Austin of the title because Austin was part of the alliance, and so he lost Austin. So technically, in storyline was fired. Vince was going to strip Austin of the title and give it to Kurt Angle. But when all of a sudden the Nature Boy Ric Flair shows up, Ric Flair shows up and reveals that Shane and Stephanie, in the wake of their loss at Survivor Series, sold their shares to him, making Vince McMahon and Ric Flair partner. And Vince is very upset about it. It's so Vince McMahon and Ric Flair are essentially partners. Vince has turned heel again, and to truth be told, he was already kind of still a heel, in some ways during the storyline, but he was, I guess, on the face side of things, that being the WWF side of things. So, but now he essentially returned to normal. It seemed like just about everything is fully back to normal. It's like the end of end of like an episode of a sitcom or like a cartoon where the thing that was plaguing the town, the situation that was happening in the town, has been resolved by the protagonist, the main character here, and now everything's back to normal. Vince is back to being full blown heel. Austin and seemingly faces no real repercussions for his involvement in the alliance, and now how Ric Flair is thrown in the mix. Wow, someone from WCW being put in a position of authority. Rick, where the hell were you 5 months ago? But I guess better late than never. But with this pivot towards Vince and Rick being partners, and then the undisputed championship. So it starts with uh it starts with uh, Vince wanting to, or I believe it was Rick wanting Austin to defend the title against Kurt Angle at Vengeance, but then I believe it was Vince said, hey, you know what, or it might have been the other way around. I think Vince said Austin defend the title against Kurt Angle at Vengeance, but then Ric Flair said, and how about Rock defends the World Heavyweight Championship against Chris Jericho, and then the winners of both will battle, and the World Championships will be unified. We'll have the first ever undisputed champion. And they put it over in a big way, even in the opening hype package, which features Freddie Blassie. I think I forgot to mention that he was in the hype package for Survivor Series as well. But they really show the history of both world championships in both WWF and WCW, and talks about how these championships are going to be unified, and they're going to be brought together. So they're essentially fusing together to become the Undisputed Championship. We wouldn't actually have the Undisputed Championship belt until the following year in 2002. So we essentially just had the superstars hold both championships. I think we actually got the official Undisputed Championship design. Fantastic WWE Championship design, by the way. I think we got that after, well, first of all, after WF couldn't use the WF name anymore because of the World Wildlife Fund lawsuit, but also after the first, oh my goodness, I cannot talk. Essentially after the first brand split, where Raw and SmackDown became two separate shows, two separate brands with two separate rosters. Whereas then SmackDown got the WWE Championship. It became Undisputed Championship. Eventually, that was dropped, but it's kept the design, of course. Meanwhile, Raw got the World Heavyweight Championship. That was brought back once Eric Bischoff was in charge. Where was Eric Bischoff during the storyline? I feel like I'll get to it when I do my final analysis, but where was Ric Flair and where was Eric Bischoff? But nevertheless, but for the time being, the championships are going to be unified. So, in the last stretch of matches, in the final three matches, Austin will defend the WWF Championship against Kurt Angle. The Rock will defend the WCW World Championship against Chris Jericho, and then the winners of each will face each other to become the new undisputed champion. And we will get to that later on in the show. But you can tell from this and everything throughout the show, including like the opening kind of promo from Vince talking about when The Rock stuffed his face in Rikishi's posterior, his butt, a couple weeks ago on, I believe it was SmackDown, on and Vince kind of insults the audience, does the heel promo and everything, saying he doesn't want Austin to win. Says that he who laughs last laughs the loudest. And it seems that Vince will attempt to have the last laugh, but Ric Flair then interrupts and says, "As you know, these people came for a pay-per-view called Vengeance, so let's just get started." Pretty much just cuts off Vince. But I say all that to say, it very much seems like, at least to me, that the company, the WF, is trying to essentially move as far away from the invasion storyline as possible. Well, now the invasion storyline is out of the way. It seems like they're really trying to sweep it under the rug. Almost the reaction of, "Hey, WF, what about the invasion storyline?" And WF's response being, "What invasion storyline?" Now, obviously they can't completely he get rid of the alliance storyline because Test still has immunity. You still have Austin as the champion, and you still have the world championship there. But with those being unified, it seems like they're trying to just move on from the alliance storyline as quickly as possible, at least to me. But nevertheless, now that all that is out of the way, getting into the first match. Well, there is a pre-show match slash a match on Heat where the APA, that being Bradshaw and Farouk, defeated Billy and Chuck. But next up in tag team action, this is the match that essentially, in a way, interrupts Vince's promo. Oh, Scotty 2 Hottie and Albert battle Christian and Test. Now, Christian and Test would go on to form the Un-Americans stable, who pretty much their gimmick being they're anti-American. So it was Christian, Test, Lance Storm, if I'm not mistaken, and William Regal eventually be added to the group, especially because the whole Un-American stable was essentially just 3 Canadians. So they're like, hey, let's add William Regal, so that it can truly be a bit more diverse. But they weren't. But I don't think they were the Un-Americans. Quite just yet. This match, all right for the most part. Sky Zuhadi is teaming with Albert, who is the hip hop hippo. At this point in time, I mentioned Rikishi. Rikishi is back in the company. I believe it was that segment where Vince was pushing to Rikishi's backside. I believe that was the segment where Rikishi came back. If you remember her, when he fought William Regal at, I believe it was I want to say it was Judgment Day, if I'm not mistaken. And when Rikishi fought William Regal at Judgment Day, and I'm not talking about the group nowadays. But when he fought William Regal, he injured his shoulder, so he pretty much missed the whole Goldang invasion. Seems to be going around. I don't know, unfortunately. And I'm definitely also going to mention stuff like that in my final analysis. It was the December 6th episode of SmackDown where Rikishi came back. He injured his shoulder at Judgment Day, and he delivered the stink face to Vince. But nevertheless, Scotty 2 Hotty still teaming with Albert for the time being. But like I said, this match all right, for the most part. An okay way, I guess, to start the show. Scotty, he does not get the worm in this time. Christian tries to hit a worm of his own, but ultimately Albert comes in to make the save before he's taken out by Ted. Scotty does hit the worm onto Tess, and then Albert nails Christian with the Baldo bomb. So Scotty and Albert get the win here. So okay, a opener for the most part, kind of just a way to kind of wake the crowd up, and you can tell very much still into Scotty and Albert to an extent. But next up for the Intercontinental Championship, speaking of William Regal, Edge defends the Intercontinental Championship against William Regal. Regal is now beginning into it with Edge. Man, William Regal feuding with a lot of people. I think he's been at almost every pay-per-view as well this year. It's interesting to see all the names who have been at just about every pay-per-view. And I forgot to make this joke when I talk about Rikishi coming back, so I'll make it here. Rikishi injured his shoulder. That's what you get for besmirching William Regal. But nevertheless, not that's the other way. Regal has run afoul of Edge, kind of in a similar way to their rivalry, or at least the rivalry between William Regal and Chris Jericho, except thankfully this time a Hey Edge that I know of at least doesn't pee in Regal's teapot, and there's no Duchess Queenberry this time. Which if either of those things aren't the case, is this really a complete feud? something to think about. Oh, but anyway, hey, this match also pretty good. But both doing relatively well. Edge ultimately hits the spear on Regal in order to pick up the win, and Edge is taken out for a bit. It and how Regal does is try to use his brass knuckles. That's actually when Edge hits him with the spears. When Regal tries to use the brass knuckles, and Jerry Lawler tries to vouch for William Regal, but that he didn't use the brass knuckles, but Jim Ross having none of it. I should also probably mention that, yes, you heard me correctly just now. Jerry the King Lawler is back on commentary. So I believe it was the Raw right after Survivor Series. Paul Heyman was fired. He essentially crashed out a little bit, tried attacking. I believe he tried attacking Jim Ross. He was carried out. Jerry the King Lawler was brought back. So, the King and JR are reunited. If you remember, Jerry had left in 2000 when his wife at the time, the cat, left. She was fired, so Jerry also left in protest. But they broke up, so eventually Jerry Lawler came back. And I gotta say, man, Jerry Lawler was not missed on commentary. Jerry Lawler, Jim Ross, very iconic duo, but and a lot of stuff Jerry Lawler says on the show, it's like, jeez, you sure we couldn't keep Paul Heyman? And kind of, but R.I.P. Jim Ross, Paul Heyman commentary duo. It was short lived, but you will be missed. Anyway, next up is brother versus brother as Matt Hardy takes on his younger brother Jeff with Lita as a special guest referee. So this essentially stems from Survivor Series back when Jeff had the match won. If you remember, Jeff had the match won, but decided, hey, screw it, I'm going for the Swanton and missed, essentially costing his brother the match. Matt is very reasonably upset with Jeff for costing them the match. So the Hardys have really been getting into it, and they kind of been teasing at it as of late. Excuse me, essentially teasing a breakup. The breakup wouldn't occur just yet. It wouldn't occur till a little later on. And then that's when we would get like Matt Hardy version 1 and stuff like that within the next year. But for the time being, Matt and Jeff are at each other, and I do love the high package how it shows Matt and Jeff as they come up, like complimenting each other. Oh, Matt's so smart. Oh, Jeff is always a risk taker. He's always innovative. But then it shows them being at odds. And now Lita essentially is caught in the middle because she's Matt Hat's girlfriend and she loves Matt, but she also loves Jeff. She also sees Jeff as kind of her brother, in a way. So beforehand, Lita says she's going to call the match down the middle. Also, Jerry will not, and this is kind of what I was talking about, Jerry will not shut up about Lita's ref outfit. But Lita says she's calling it right down the middle. Matt saying he's going to prove he's the superior brother, and then afterwards, he and Lita will celebrate. Will that be the case? Well, we're going to find out. I do love that they play the Hardy Boys theme, and then Jeff comes out, and then they don't stop the theme, they just keep it going, and then Matt comes out. A nice little detail. This match pretty decent for the most part, but you can tell the crowd didn't really know how to feel because they didn't necessarily want to see these two fight. Like people love the Hardy Boys. I love the Hardy Boys. So people didn't necessarily want to see them fight. They wanted to see them make a hub. They wanted to see them continue to be there for each other and continue to be a tag team. But alas, wasn't the case. Within this match, but nevertheless, still pretty okay action. And Jeff does get the win after Matt's foot is on the rope. Jeff hooks the foot off the rope. Lita was supposed to call it, but she didn't because she didn't see Matt's foot. So, she gives Jeff the win, and Matt is very upset about what's happened, and Essentially, afterwards, and this is a bit later on in the show, Lita tries to apologize, and Matt is having none of it, kind of blows her off. So, yeah, even more friction between Team Extreme. Hate to see it. But next up, for the WF Tag Team Championships, the Dudley Boys, Bubba Ray and Devon, with Stacy Keibler, who I don't know if I've mentioned this so far in the storyline. And if I haven't, I'll be surprised. Oh well, I probably won't be that surprised because knowing me, I tend to miss things oftentimes. I do apologize. Um, Stacy Keibler is aligned with the Dudley Boys. She is referred to as the Duchess of Dudleyville. It might have came up because now she's been accompanying them a lot more as of late, especially within the Alliance, especially when they were part of the Alliance and everything. And so Stacy Keibler is the Duchess of Dudleyville, but they defend against Big Show and Kane. Big Show and Kane, two guys who have teamed up quite a bit over the years. So they're teaming up to battle the Dudleys here. This match again, all right, for the most part. It's a couple miscommunication spots between Big Show and Kane. Kane accidentally hits a diving clothesline on Big Show when he was aiming for Devon. Inversely, Big Show going for going to knock. I believe it's also Devon. He attempts to knock off the apron. And but then Big Show accidentally nails Kane, and uh, but actually, yeah, you can hit Big Show. Oh, okay. Hey, it doesn't show the incidental contact with Big Show, but it does show the one with Kane. So I guess the person who wrote the article must have forgot, or is trying to cut Big Show a break. But it does lead to some friction between Kane and the Big Show. And the Dudleys kind of take advantage of that. Big Show even spanks Stacy Keibler. He like pulls down her skirt when she tries to get involved. Oh, and then he straight up just spanks her at one point. It was a different time. That's all I'll say. As he tries going for the hair at this point, Kane is off on the apron. So Big Show tries to grab Stacy Keibler by her hair when she tries to interfere again. But the Dudleys use this to hit Big Show with a 3D sort of. It's more like a double flat shot because both Devon and Bubba lift Big Show up at the same time, and they drive him into an exposed turnbuckle. Surprisingly, Big Show not busted open because usually I feel like that's usually what happens with the exposed turnbuckle spots in matches. But nevertheless, as Big Show goes right into the exposed turnbuckle, he's KO'd, no pun intended, because Big Show KO punch, but that wasn't until later on in his career. But Big Show is knocked out, and it allows the Dudleys to retain. So they end off the year, at least in terms of pay-per-views, as the WF Tag Team Champions. But next I should also probably mention, and is it me or do the Tag Team Championships look weird because it's the base design that they have for the Tag Team Championships, but devoid of color. I don't know if that's the new design they went for after the titles were unified, because if you remember back in Survivor Series, the WWF and the WCW Tag Team Championships were unified. I don't know if that's what's going on, but it looked kind of weird. It was a weird design, nevertheless. But nevertheless, next up, the Undertaker battles Rob Van Dam for the Hardcore Championship. Him now. Undertaker has turned heel at this point. During the segment where JR was about to be inducted into Vince McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club, Undertaker shows up saying pretty much saying like the one who kissed Vince's ass the most was him after everybody else has kissed his ass. He asks JR if he was going to kiss Vince's ass, as JR says he wasn't, and Undertaker asks, "Is that because you think you're better than me?" And then turns on JR, or shoves his head up Vince's butt. And so Undertaker now has turned heel. Well, he's now attacking people left and right, saying that he demands respect, that he feels he's not getting respect. A couple things worth mentioning as well. For starters, at this point, Undertaker has cut his hair. He now is rocking the short hair, pretty much the big evil look he would have, although he doesn't quite have the theme music. He still has the Limp Bizkit theme, but also the music they play for the hype package for this match is Mike Knox's theme. So first, Luke Gallows' theme at Rebellion and I believe Insurrection, and now, or I think it might just been Rebellion. But first, Luke Gallows' eventual theme at Rebellion, and now Mike Knox's eventual theme here at Vengeance. Love to see it, but um, and nevertheless, RVD has stepped up and is kind of trying to stand up to the Undertaker. So, now it's gonna be Undertaker versus RVD for the Hardcore Championship. RVD is the defending champion going in, and so will he be able to defend his championship? This match. That's pretty fun. It's your standard hardcore affair. There's some fighting in the crowd. There's plenty of weapon spot. RVD even dives off the off the not the stage, but dives from the stands at one point. It ends with Undertaker chokeslamming RVD through two tables off of the stage, going down and pinning him. So the Undertaker has become the new Hardcore champion, and RVD looked pretty good against the Undertaker. Undertaker embracing more of his heel side in this, and has become the Hardcore champion. I don't think I've mentioned it before, but I've never really, because Undertaker's been in heel a couple times in his career. Yeah, I believe he started off as a heel. Yeah, he did. Hey, because he was along with Ted DiBiase and everything. He started off as a heel when he first came into the WWE, but I've always preferred Undertaker as a face. I feel like a lot of people don't really like heel Taker, because like I said, Taker's been heel for portions of his career. He's heel here. He would eventually turn face. Then he was heel when he was part of like Ministry of Darkness, when he was doing Vince McMahon's bidding and everything. And he started off as heel as well, where he was aligned with Ted DiBiase before teaming with Paul Bearer, having his alliance with Jake Roberts. But I've always preferred Undertaker as a face. Like, I feel like, and I've kind of I've kind of like touched on this at a couple points as well here on the channel. Well, how some are just better at one side versus the other, that being heel or face, and then there's some who can do both, and there's some who exist kind of in the middle ground, where they're like tweeners. But I feel like I've always preferred Undertaker more as a face. But am I alone on that? Please let me know in the comments. Next up, for the WWF Women's Championship, Trish Stratus defends against Jacqueline, and kind of like a lot of the other women's matches at the time, not a lot going on. It's relatively competitive, more competitive than some of the other matches we've seen in the Invasion coverage. So I'll give them props to that. Ultimately, Trish with the roll up on to Jacqueline in order to retain over her, but they do show respect at the end. So, good for them. Now, these last three, these last three stretch of match, this last stretch of three matches, I think that's the verbiage I was going for. This last three stretch of matches is all interconnected, so we're kind of going to treat them in a way as one match, but they're kind of broken up into three. So, it's a bit of a weird dynamic, but we're gonna try our best to make it through. It's the matches to determine who will become the inaugural undisputed champion. And first of all, we have first up, I should say, we have Stone Cold Steve Austin defending against Kurt Angle. It's also worth mentioning, we see throughout the night's segments with just about everybody involved, Kurt Angle and Chris Jericho show up in Ric Flair's locker room. Kurt Angle's segment is funny as hell, because Kurt shows up, talks about how he's going to be undisputed champion, and he goes back and forth with Ric Flair for a bit, where Kurt Angle's like, I'm going to do it, I'm going to be champion. And Ric's like, okay, no, I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to become undisputed champion. Okay, I believe you. Just that really awkward back and forth, and I think the kind of the awkwardness of it and kind of the goofiness of it is what makes it really funny. And then Jericho, who kind of does something a bit similar, but doesn't quite have the same awkward energy. Jericho says after he wins tonight, um, he wants Ric Flair to raise his hand, so Ric Flair agrees that whoever wins the Undisputed Championship tonight, he will raise their hand the next night on Raw. Meanwhile, The Rock has a segment, or I guess Austin's the only one who didn't have a segment, at least not that I remembered or saw on the show. But Rock has a segment with Trish. Which, I believe around this time, they kind of had like a little romance thing going on. I believe it was around like this time, where they were very flirtatious with each other, or kind of similar to like John Cena and Mickey James some years later, except I don't think except allegedly John Cena and Mickey James were hooking up in real life, but that's always kind of been just a rumor. I don't think it was ever fully confirmed that I know of, at least. But they have that segment there. Then there's another segment later on where Tess gets really creepy and tries to kiss Trish, and Trish like kicks him out. That was pretty weird. But anyway, as for this first match, Stone Cold defending against Kurt Angle. This match pretty solid for the most part. Thankfully, yeah, we've seen them interact so much in the storyline already that they're able to really work with each other. Austin, for the most part, able to keep up with Angle, both kind of technicians in their own right. Hey, although Austin and less so. At least at this point in his career, due to his injuries and everything, and which are kind of slowly but surely starting to mount up. But Nevertheless, Austin and Angle able to do really well against each other. Kurt Angle, Austin, I should say, even managing to hit 5 Germans on Angle. Or I believe it may have been the other way around. Was it? Hit, okay. Hey, never mind. So Angle hit the 3 Germans on Austin, though. And eventually he oh yeah, it was. Yeah, right. So Angle did hit the 3, but then Austin hit 5. I've but his didn't look quite as fluid as Kurt's, which I guess was to be expected. But nevertheless, Stunner Austin retains Haynes after Angle tries to hit a stunner of his own. So Kurt Angle is out. It turns out he really was trying to hype himself up, which Jerry Lawler brings up, and he calls it. He very much calls it, but it's also ad nauseum because Jerry Lawler brings it up constantly, like, oh, Kurt Angle, what thing he was telling Ric Flair, or was he trying to convince Ric Flair, convince himself? He like brings up quite a bit in the match. It's like after a while, it's like okay, we get it, but nevertheless, so Angle not able to get the job done against Austin, so Austin retains, and Austin gets kind of a break before or the official, I guess, main event. But then next up, Jericho, which by the way, the Trish and Test segment happens between Austin Angle and then Jericho and Rock. But nevertheless, The Rock defends the World Championship against Chris Jericho. Again, similar to Angle and Austin, Rock and Jericho are able to have pretty decent chemistry. There's a moment where her Jericho attempts to rock bottom through the announce table, but Rock nails the DET. He he and then and Jericho tries a people's elbow of his own. Rock reverses that into the sharpshooter. Vince shows up and shows up and essentially costs The Rock the match, and Jericho nails the low blow and a rock bottom of his own and gets the win off of that. So Chris Jericho is once again the WCW World Champion, but he doesn't have time to rest or celebrate because as then Austin comes down on for the official main event, and to crown the first ever undisputed WWF champion, and Austin versus Angle. pretty good back and forth between the two. Who I believe this might be the only time I'm in this within this arc of review where or reviewing the Invasion slash Alliance pay-per-views where not Jericho Angle, Jericho and Austin have officially gone 1-on-1. Obviously, they had interactions in the 5-on-5 hive and everything, uh, pretty solid action, pretty decent action between the two in the main event, and eventually he referee's taken out McMahon and comes back out. Brings Nick Patrick down, which is kind of weird considering Nick Patrick was just on the side that tried to take out your company. But time heals all wounds. Nick Patrick tries to make the count for Jericho. But then Ric Flair shows up, pulls Nick Patrick out, and decks the crap out of him essentially he causes essentially causes friction there between the two. And Austin takes out McMahon. However, as Austin, I believe, as Austin has the Walls of Jericho slash Boston Crab in, then Booker T shows up and hits Austin with the championship. That allows Jericho to go over to the cover and pin Austin to become the first ever undisputed WF champion. And yes, Chris Jericho beats The Rock and Steve Austin in the same night, something he's brought up a thousand times. A thousand times since, but Jericho is the new undisputed champion, which was kind of unexpected, and the crowd is definitely into it. Like, of all the people in this main event, you would think it'd be Rock and Austin, Rock or Austin, I should say, who would become the first ever undisputed champion. Even JR says people predict that Rock and Austin are going to main event, and apparently I'm reading in the article here. Apparently, Angle was supposed to be the one to become the first undisputed champion, but Vince changed. Apparently, Vince changed the finish 1 week earlier, and decided to pop it on Jericho. Because the fans were really into him. So, Jericho with a huge surprise, almost I don't want to say dark horse because Jericho has been world heavyweight champion up to this point, but him being the first ever undisputed champion is very much, very much a welcome surprise. And I do like them taking that chance on Jericho being the undisputed champion. Now, the reign itself is kind of a different story, with him essentially being fed to Triple H, who, despite being on the poster for Vengeance, is not, in fact, on this card, which kind of sucks. And you can tell Triple H almost looks kind of sad, just kind of, he has his, I'm gonna use my mic, he has his sledgehammer, his head's over his sledgehammer, he's kind of just like this, just like, Mm, he looks. I think he's supposed to look like focused or like in thought, but he looks very much sad. I'll put a photo on the screen. But Triple H essentially fused with Jericho when he comes back, makes the big return Madison Square Garden, wins the Royal Rumble. He faces Jericho at WrestleMania 18. By that point, Stephanie teams up with Chris Jericho, the man who insulted her at just about every chance he got. So, wrestling, I guess, but that's probably a story for another time. I'm sure I'll cross that bridge eventually. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is Vengeance. And so, as for the strongest and weakest match of the night, the strongest is, I guess, if we're rolling everything up into one, that final stretch of matches to crown the undisputed champion, and all three were pretty good in their own right, and the story told throughout. Oh, and of course, Austin would go on to feud with Booker T, including in the very famous supermarket brawl, which cost WWE quite a bit of money, but it made for a memorable moment. And at this point, I'm sure the WWE he could afford it. As for the weakest, probably Trish versus Jacqueline, and yeah, I think I'm going to go with Trish versus Jacqueline. But nevertheless, that is going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And we are finally done with the Invasion pay-per-view, or the Invasion storyline in terms of pay-per-views. And then once we do the final analysis tomorrow, then we'll officially be done, and I will finally be free of this burden. But that I've placed on myself. That is due to my own poor planning and everything. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please do me a favor: like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, turn on those post notifications so you know every time I upload a video so you never miss an upload. And let me know in the comment section below, what are your thoughts on Vengeance 2001 in my review. Do you like the show? Do you like my review of the show? Let me know. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys later. Peace.